Okay, so hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as you already know, I am so happy you all are here. I'm happy to be here myself. We actually made it, I think, right on time, maybe just a smidge late, but there were some technical difficulties, and that's show business for you. So anyway, but I'm happy we are here, and we have Sam here, and that's a big deal. If you all knew the story, I'm sure we'll disclose more about that here shortly, but let's go ahead and get him added on here with us. Sam in Montana. Hi, Sam.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm here. I'm really actually here. Yay. 3 days later. Yeah,
I know. Yes.
We'll fill everybody in.
Drama.
God, what a week.
Just drama. I know. How was
I think I aged and my fingernails grew and all sorts of stuff like that. You know, I mean, oh, man.
Gray hair. Yeah.
Yeah, about 40 of those. Yeah. Wow,
Yeah.
what a week.
Right. And you know, most weeks fly by. This week did not fly by. It didn't.
It dragged because
It was like,
wow. You know, happy
I know.
Thanksgiving past
Catch your
post
breath.
post tense and
Yeah.
you know the bird holocaust bad joke. Anyway,
I know.
God,
I announced that was my last Thanksgiving. I don't plan on cooking any more Thanksgivings.
Yeah,
really
you and
don't.
I talked about this, and everything I cooked turned out perfect this year.
Mine too.
And my stove
good.
didn't die like a couple of years ago.
Right.
When, you know, my stove died right in the middle of cooking the turkey. So
Yeah.
none of that happened, and the kids
Right.
loved every bite, and Nova was going, "Oh my God, this is perfect," and she was very happy. And of course, Shadow's my
know.
20 years, so that's a different story.
It's different when your kids are littler, and that's why I did
Right.
it for my kids when they were littler. You know, the next day I made sloppy joes, and I totally enjoyed that better than
Yeah.
you know, the mountain of food I made. That was, you know, I can't eat it because I'm like too tired, and it's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm done. That was it. That was the last one.
Yeah.
Let's check with Christopher and see how his holiday went, because I've not heard anything. I think he's ready. I see him getting set up, it looks like, but we're going to try it. I think he's sideways. Yeah, okay.
So it's doing its thing again. But
He's trying.
how you guys doing?
Yeah,
So it's
holiday?
Weird Picture Day.
Yeah.
Folks
Oh
may
my
it
gosh.
was good.
notice that I'm in a little circle now with a beating microphone pulse. With
that's
this new
fun.
profile, I had to re-sign up for StreamYard on my new profile, the new Samuel Hofman, and this is what they gave me. So I'm
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe there's a way that you could. It seems like I don't remember now. I don't remember.
There's
'Cause
like,
you did
I'll
the
have to look
picture
at it
again.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's not tell Sam how to do it. We might end up,
No.
you know,
it's fine
getting
for
him an
today.
account somewhere else or something. You know.
We'll
well,
practice
you know.
it for next
Well,
week.
there's
Yeah.
also concerns because I got some help the last couple of days from Rebecca, and now Rebecca is suffering some issues from helping me.
Yeah, I am. I know. I'm logged out of Facebook on my laptop, and I cannot get logged back in.
And yeah, and
What?
my brand new profile that I'm all speaking to you through. Well, actually, this is of course StreamYard separate than Facebook, but my Facebook file, my new one, I can't comment, I can't like, I can't post. I'm instantly in Facebook jail. So my name, Samuel Hofman, is without a doubt, because you should see what we had to go through just to get me back on Facebook.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
insane. It took 3 days to do it. So Samuel Hofman is flagged on Facebook because I immediately, within about an hour of that new profile name and pic, they locked me down again. So we're going to discuss this in the show here in a little bit, but where's Gillian today? Where's Jesus? Where's our folks?
I know. I haven't heard from it.
I was talking to Gillian earlier, but
Yeah. Okay. I've
Maybe
not
she'll
heard
be here
from
soon.
her saying that anything was, you know, a raw problem. So, but I don't
Maybe
know.
they kept her
you
late.
know,
from work.
sometimes the hours just slip past you and you don't realize what time it is. You
Sure.
know.
Now, it is possible that her internet is down because they
Yeah.
are having a huge storm going through Europe right now. So, and it is snowing in England and Scotland, of course, and I believe Ireland. And I haven't talked to a lot of people but now I have 58 friends now on my new profile. Yeah, out of the 6,000 I used to have.
Gosh,
And yeah, and
that'll change fast.
To let everybody know who is out there and a member of Facebook, Montana Skywatcher 2, I lost adminship over that with the loss of my personal profile. And so we're going to have to rethink how we do things. And I believe we're going to end up making a new site on Facebook. I still have Montana Skywatcher 1, but I'm going to see what everybody thinks about that, because unfortunately I can't go public with that one. So I might be actually creating a new public domain Facebook clearinghouse, and we've been tossing the names around, and I was thinking binary solar system picture library or repository or something like that, because the idea is to get everybody to send in from Facebook their collective photos, because that's the whole reason we're doing all of this. And that's what Skywatcher 2 was where everybody, and I had strict rules and everything else, and tens of thousands of members. And I used to have a lot of members on Montana Skywatcher, but something's happened we cannot answer. There's been a whole lot of things going on that do not make sense, and I don't want to jump across the street to, they're out to get me, it's a conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. But that is what's happening. I am being screwed with.
I tried logging in as Sam. I had his email and his password, and I tried, and because he kept on explaining, what he was seeing, and I'm like, surely there's a place where you can get technical support. It's just a big loop. It's a big runaround. It directs him to change his, and then this pop-up says, we sent you a text message to this phone number showing the last 2 digits. Well, Sam doesn't have text or cell phone. He can't get text, and that number is not his. There's no other option to click on. All you can do is start over. There is no help.
That's not good. The phone number did not match my phone number.
I tried it from multiple browsers. I tried it, everything, and I feel like it's definitely connected to his email address.
Yeah, and I got no notices from Facebook whatsoever. I had no notices of improprieties or doing anything wrong. As of Wednesday last week, I just got locked out of my personal page that I've had for 14 years, and there was no way. And I even went to, I think my the technical support, I think my account has been hacked, and I typed them a big long letter, and nothing has happened. I did not go to the email today to check that, but I spent 4 hours trying to empty my old emails and the last one I got was in 2023, but I had 170,000 emails, which completely shut down any emails. So even if they were trying to send me an email announcement handing me a code, I spent 4 hours just emptying it to get a new one, and we never found those codes. And we never found a way to get through that and around that. And then I had to go to an old fake profile. And I had made that one first before I made my real name. And I didn't want to come off as somebody with an alias name. I wanted to be honest. I wanted to be open. I haven't tried to sell a book, or we do sell a little bit of merch just for Christmas, but we'll talk about that later. But I wanted to come out to everybody and be as honest as I could. This is my face. This is my real name. Here's the information that we have. It had to do with a credibility issue. Well, seemingly this is now going against me. And we may have to come up with, I may have to come up with a different alias persona, because I don't want to, but I think I'm being forced into that corner.
I'm just sorry to hear that.
Well,
but what? This is the breaks, I guess, with this whole information that you're providing everyone. I guess it's to be expected, but 14 years of your work, I'm sorry, Sam.
Well, I was getting ready to say, though, that account that he's locked out of is still there, and everything he's ever shared and posted is still there. So that's the bright side, you know, because when I
Right.
lost my first account, everything got taken away. Everything I ever said or shared or anything gone. The second time it happened, part of it was still there, part wasn't. Anyway,
Oh my gosh.
I know, man, it
Well,
hurts.
my big worry is that the monthly site drawing file was on Facebook personal page. And I have the pictures again, but I would have to go through all 110 or 150. How many? I never counted. There's like 110 of them or more. And I'd have to go back to each one of those, take a photograph of them again, go into Photoshop, retype everything, resave every picture. So and then I'm hoping that maybe Carol Ann has that file of all of the original site drawings.
Do you just throw them out after you finish drawing them, or
no? They go. I've got a box under my desk here, and then every time I do a drawing or I take notes on small scraps of paper, I throw in on top of each other. So I mean, literally, they are categorized in. The bottom is the oldest and the top is the newest, including notes and site notes and show notes and then monthly site drawings. So I've got this box full of papers. And it's about 6 inches thick in the pile of all of those drawings. I've got everything. The only site drawing that I ever gave away to anyone was to Jesus. He directly wrote me a letter and asked me, "Can I have one of your original drawings?" And I went, "Oh boy."
Oh.
And at that time I thought, okay.
Oh.
And I mailed. I've never parted with any of the rest of them, but he's proud of it, and I wish he would frame it.
I know he loves it.
He needs to frame it, otherwise it's going to get all wrinkled and dusty and brown.
Right? You better frame that monthly site drawing, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus, go to the dollar store, buy a frame, put it in there. Because you're the only one that's ever gotten one of my original drawings. So
I'm
I was just saying, we did not do a reverse phone number search because Sam said it was under that certain email that he's always had. He's had that email forever and ever. So it took email just fine. And
but we didn't even see the whole phone number.
Fine.
We didn't even get to a copy of it. But we only
they don't show the whole phone number. But if it's not a number that you know that it's personally yours, and there's a different phone number in your own email, then that's not good.
It's like, where's it going? What text? Whose phone number is getting that right?
And how did it get there?
Normally, there would be like there would be a place where it says, if you no longer can receive text to that number, click here. There's something there's a workaround. No, all you can do is start over. It's an endless loop.
Gosh,
terrible. It's kind of like what happened to my account, because it was just like that. It was just an endless cycle. It just backed you out and you start all over and you can't get in, kind of
it's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah,
it's just horrible. I mean, especially if it's personal things. Like it's happened to me quite a few times, because I'm finally I understand like internet security and all that stuff now, because I've been hacked so many times, and it just really sucks. So what are you gonna do? But like
I'll have to
you
try
lose
that,
personal
Nicole.
items. Like I lost pictures of my grandmother and stuff like that. It's not cool at all.
Well, I lost pictures of my kids when they were little.
Right, that's terrible.
Yeah, I had a lot of pictures over the years, over 14 years, and bye, and a lot of information. And
it's like being in a fire.
Yeah,
basically,
it's not good.
But at least it's still out there.
Right.
The drawings and such. I mean, here they are.
Everybody out there, if you are on my friend list from the past and you want to reconnect with me, look me up and send me a friend request. I can't do that right now, even because I can't I can't comment, I can't post immediately. It was about an hour and a half or so after I formed my new page with my same name. They shut me down and put me in some kind of Facebook jail. I can go, but I can't send friend requests. I can't I can't post, I can't comment. And that happened, we thought, oh, hey, cool, it's working. And then literally an hour and a half later, it stopped working. So it's like, ooh, I'm obviously flagged. So send me a friend request, and hopefully I'll be able to answer it in the next couple of days.
That's right.
it's not a fun. And my new profile has me with a beard on it. The last one was me with just the dark glasses, and it was an older photo from 2010, 2011. And this new one is from me from like 2 years ago.
Okay.
And I'm not taking good pictures
I like
lately.
that
I
one.
need, you know.
I like it too. It's classic.
There you go.
Well, let's see who else is here.
YouTube,
I
the
see a
big
bunch of
they.
people. I know. Biko, me and him think just alike. So
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, they. Yeah. Hey,
The big they.
Dubaloo, I should have known that she'd be first in line today. She's always where I am. I told her the other day on my TikTok. I mean, there she was, on TikTok. And I was like, where I am, there's Dubaloo, so
Right.
we travel together. So, but hey, Dubaloo, good to see you. And Experimental is here. I know T Racy's going to be here too then. Okay. Hi, Experimental. Good to see you. And Screaming Thin Man. And he says, Trowfaz.
And Screaming Thin Man, we need to talk.
What?
So if you're here, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Trowfaz. Is that even a word? Okay. I'm curious what that's about.
It's a name.
Okay. Hey, David is here. Good evening, David. I'm happy you were looking forward to it. I have been too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's
been
always
a great
fun
week.
to see everybody. And Dennis is here.
Hi,
He is in the
Dennis.
house. Hi, Dennis.
David. Hi,
Glad you're here. Hey, it's Freezy.
Hey,
Freezy
happy
is here.
Saturday.
Good. Oh, gosh. Good. Holly Grace. That's such a pretty name. Hi, Holly. Good to see you. Hadn't seen you in a couple of weeks, has it? So I'm excited that you're here. And here's Nicole. Hi, Nicole from Colorado.
Hi, Nicole.
Always good to have you here too. And part of our Nibiru family, Michelle Cox. I was just thinking of Michelle earlier today. I was thinking about her. I was like, it is time. It's time. She has to come on the show.
Right.
So we're going to have to talk. I mean, at least for the Christmas special or something, I'm going to have her just, pop in or something. We'll figure it out.
I can't believe it's almost Christmas.
I know. I'm like, I got to get to work on that because that's going to be a production in itself. So anyway, hi, Michelle. And Esther is here from the Netherlands. I love that. You know how I am when I think of the Netherlands. I think, oh, how special we all are here right now together all around the world.
It's incredible.
And we hope you're safe and warm there, Esther. They are having a really nasty weather event occurring right now in Europe. And we'll talk about that here in a little while.
Right. Yeah, Brendan is in Europe too. Don't forget Brendan. He's in Ireland.
Hello, Brendan.
Hi, Brendan. Happy you're here as always. So good to see you. And Alexander is in Europe. Hi, Alexander.
Hey, how you doing?
In Germany. As you all know, we have a special feature from Alexander today. So lots of good stuff. Lots of good stuff.
Always.
So, always. Yeah, right. And I see you messaged me earlier. I'll get that here in a minute. So, but hi, Alexander. And did I say Dennis? How come anyway, I see his picture now. Yeah, right, he's in the house. That's right. Hi, Dennis. Oh, it's Audrey in South Africa. Nice to see you too. It's been a whole week, Audrey. She never misses a show, and she might take a nap because it is the middle of the night for her, and she might doze off a couple of hours, but she is right back on it, taking screenshots for that post. So she's the one that shares a post every week of dozens, like 70 or 80 pictures, screenshots of the show, like a recap, of all the main points that we talked about. So people can just scroll through and see all the pictures of what we're talking about. That's a genius idea.
It's great.
Audrey.
It helps a whole lot too. You want to find a spot of the show where, instead of sitting there scanning through the entire show, you can just kind of find out where exactly you want to go when you just look through the pictures.
I love it. So.
And Audrey sent us. Remember, she sent us her artwork last week.
Yes, I still have that.
She was telling me that what she drew in her artwork was a particular, like, she thinks it was a base cloud, but she doesn't know what planet it was. She's never seen anything like it before. So she wrote me a message to tell me that's what she was trying to tell us on the podcast, was that her art was, she drew this cloud in there that she'd never seen. So
I'll try to find it again.
Yeah.
I'll get it pulled back up and we'll look at it. It won't be hard. I'll find it. And then we'll recap that here in a moment. Cool. All right. Nikki is here. Nikki G.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Nikki. Good to have you here. And now we have some repeaters. Hi. Okay, keep going.
Yep,
I knew it. T. Racy's here. What did I say? I said T. Racy's here. When I saw experimental, it's true. Okay, so hi, T. Racy. Good, you're here. Good. I'm glad you're here. And let's see. We got David. Yes.
I think we got everybody.
Maybe I got everybody. Did I? Okay. Well, and then we got B Cope.
Yeah.
Hi, B
How
Cope.
you doing?
Yeah. Always good to see B Cope. We have to have him back on the show too.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe I think we have caught up. Yes. So welcome everybody. Okay. Boy, we got that knocked out quickly today.
Great.
I love it. Is that way we can just get right onto the show? Not, So, where do we even start?
Oh,
Right.
This week was incredible.
I know it was. It has
was just
been
amazing. I saw Matim for the first time this morning. It was just like how Sam draws it, and Yuri just goes all the way into as far as you can see it. All the stripes are there. It was great. It's great. I haven't had time to post it yet, but
from one side of the sky to the other, it was huge today. I did see it.
Doing the, Matim is doing the. It was out in front, and then Yuri kind of is passing, and there goes Matim behind Yuri like this.
Wow!
And you got to watch it.
Wow.
Of course, I got to get a charger for my phone because it keeps dying when I go outside.
Might be time for a new battery.
Yeah, it's a brand new phone.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's definitely helpful to have just a battery. A charged up battery.
They have one at Smith's for $10. It's like an external charger. Right. I just keep forgetting to get it when I go to the grocery store.
I know. So here's Sam's drawing, and there's Matim, and I have been seeing Matim in people's pictures this past week. Like, it actually is a round object right there, upper left, and it's not
we
very
haven't seen
big.
him in God, like
it's
6
there.
or 7 years.
I'm seeing it.
And
really
now
is.
she, you call planets she, I guess. Now she is showing up in a lot of captures from around the world. My oldest daughter was hinting to me while we were watching the stuff earlier this morning. She says, I'm still just seeing clouds. And from her point, she was raised on this. And so she's going, Dad, I'm in a little bit of doubt that this is real. She says, I don't think you're crazy, but I think this is a little bit hard to grasp for. And I said, well, you just gotta go up there and look. And I don't think she actually does that. I think she just takes my word for it here in the house and doesn't actually go up and look. But the trick to all of this is quite real. This is happening, and all this stuff that we've learned over the years. Yeah, like I love that one. Thank you, Yvonne.
Yeah.
All the stuff that we've learned over these years is real and actual. We're not making this crap up. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is fact. And we proved that long time ago. And that illumination in that, I just love it. See how that white blob, that is the lead asteroid that's illuminated. Wonderful. That white, or the bottom thereof. And then the reddish is Saturn behind the upper cloudy is Saturn's yellow moon. Nepacity has been showing up. I saw a really cool from picture from Leandra. She got it from Sal's, but it had the 3 folds of the bottom of Nepacity, and it was just absolutely undeniable. And there's, of course, again, Yuri. I forgot I did this drawing here a couple weeks ago.
Hey, Maria.
Yep.
Hey, Maria in Alaska is here.
Hi, Maria. And so you know the point with this is you know if you're in doubt and you're thinking we're just talking about clouds, you got to give it a little time, and you actually have to go outside and look for yourself. And once you see these planets, you cannot argue with it. And it's hard at first. You have to get your brain to realize that they're way bigger than we expect in our mind. And then once you open up to that avenue, you'll start to see the passing planets. And remember, look at the dark areas in the sky first, not the illuminated areas, and then work your way to the light. God, what an exhausting week this
man. Yes, it has been.
I'm zonked. I am, you know,
Me too.
I drank my extra strong coffee that was sent to me from Fort Worth, Texas, and Chris.
Oh, you have to have that.
Again. Yeah, it's like extra caffeine. It's like I only had 1 cup.
Oh.
But it was better coffee than I bought.
All cylinders go, right?
Yeah, it was better coffee than I had. Although I'm mentally exhausted dealing with this. You know, here we're trying 14 years worth of work, trying to be as honest and as open and as non-greedy as I possibly can to share this information. And no matter what, every time I turn around, some idiot, pardon the expression, some other force is smacking the crap out of me and knocking me around just because I'm trying to get this information to you guys. Now, we don't know where we're going to go from here, but we're going to go up. And we're going to go around it, and
no doubt.
And we're not going to give up. And you know, if I have to start writing out a monthly newsletter on paper, well, then I don't know where we'll go. But anyway, I'm not quitting.
Awesome. I'm glad to hear that.
Well,
Hey, Andrea.
what I got to do. I'm so obsessed. I don't think I could walk.
I know, right?
I really don't.
No, I couldn't not be a part of it and think about it and look at pictures and go outside and look. No.
I know.
I can't.
I know.
Like I can't. I don't watch TV or anything. I just do this.
I know. Forget the television. It's like, what's the purpose? I mean,
hey,
I like older movies, but I couldn't tell you one movie that's out in the movie theater. Forget the news. It's, you know, unless they're talking about the planets on the news, I don't want to hear it.
Katie Joe is here.
Hey.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
Alerts. Well, I'm glad your computer is working now. I'm having trouble on my end too.
Yeah, Katie Joe, I'm sorry you lost a computer. I'm on number 15.
Oh, man.
15.
Oh, you mean it died? Like it don't work at all anymore? I thought you meant it like, I don't know what I was thinking.
I hope they didn't get hurt.
Oh,
too.
shoot.
That's what happened to me over and over and over again.
It happens.
Darn it.
Yes, you got to make sure you got backups of your backups and,
Yeah, I'm almost thinking that there is a certain level of us having to stem our comments a little bit just so that we can skate by. And, I mean, you wouldn't believe how many times Facebook flagged my monthly site drawing as nudity.
What?
Yeah. God, 10, 20 times. I would go into Facebook jail because they said I was posting nudity, and turned out it was my monthly colored pencil site drawing. It's like, how do you get nudity?
I have no idea
out of that. And so they stopped doing that. And I guess they attacked me in a different way by not telling me I was doing anything wrong, but just blocking me. They've tied my hands. So do not be surprised if there's the possibility I might have to go with a persona rather than reality. And to me, my face and my name and my credibility is important. Although
absolutely,
I did ask for help
from my computer issues. Knows that, everybody knows.
I went to my neighbors to ask for help, and they never even answered me. So they may think I'm a nut job and don't want to talk to me anymore. Frankly, I hope that's not the case, but it's very possible.
No. Mm-hmm. You tried explaining to them the planets?
Oh yeah, a couple more than one time, and I was pointing out. I
Yeah.
mean, the one time that like a few years, like a year or so ago, the Texas Cube, or excuse me, the long box cube was directly overhead,
Yeah.
and they came out into their driveway and were headed to the store, and they said, "Look, look, look, look!" And I'm pointing out the Texas long box cube to them, and the ships parked around, and they went, okay," and then
Okay.
10 seconds later, well, see you later, have a nice day. So I think that I've probably stroked a note that they think I'm a whack job, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that could be the case, because that's been the case for 40 years. I am quite used to it. I do not blame them in any way, shape, or form, because this can make some people very uncomfortable.
Oh yeah. I mean, I tried telling my neighbor on a day where it was just totally incredible outside, and I don't think she lives there anymore. I think she moved.
Bill, we're moving. There's a
Yeah.
crazy
I mean, like
man
that was
across
the last
street.
time I saw her. So
Mhm.
yeah.
Hey, Joyce.
Run! Yeah, the 10 asteroid. Dun dun dun.
That's a great one.
And you can't make this crap up. And we'll go back all the way to the
That's perfect.
base to explain to new folks out. I don't here today, but out there in TikTok and YouTube land and everywhere else. We've watched these things for 14 years. They were much smaller when they first started coming in. We had the opportunity to learn the placement of everything time after time, year after year, sighting after sighting from around the world. We are not guessing. We're not coming up with, this is this off the cuff. This is after thousands and thousands and thousands of submissions from around the world. And when they match, they're not clouds. When somebody in Germany and somebody in Chicago sees the same thing directly over the top of their head that match, they're not clouds. They're planets with atmospheres and clouds around them, including the asteroids. Now, the asteroids, all of what you see on the site drawings are the big ones. And we're not even talking about the small thousands, if not millions, of the rest of the minute, tiny ones in between Atu and Uri underneath in their base area. There are just so many objects, but we've just tried to document the big ones.
Yeah.
So keep this in mind. We are not guessing. We watched this crap come from really tiny, really small, and then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh, I mean, 14 years in, Jesus, I never expected this to take this long.
Wow.
And yet we've still got a few more years to go till they're gone. So, I mean, this could be an entire 25-year process. We don't know. This could be a 100-year process.
Wow.
We don't know.
Right.
We have nobody that lived in 1650 BC that wrote it down and said, yeah, those suckers were there for 100 years. We don't have any of that information. However, if you do go in to look to Egyptian lore and Sumerian lore and Greek lore and Chinese lore and North American and the Hopis and all of this information starts to come in together and match. If you read the tablets of Thoth and the Emerald tablets and all of that, and the Colburn Bible, if you take into account the binary secondary star, and we don't talk about that often enough, if you take into account that there's two solar systems, two stars, it's all of that stuff that they have in their carving starts to match, because you'll see a star on either side of this and a star on either side of that, or two angels flying above. In some of the religious iconry out there, those are the two suns, and they're trying to give you a hint, because a lot of those guys in the early 1400s 1500s that did know about it, that were aware through available information that was yet to be destroyed by the powers that be, they knew the secrets, but they also knew the implications of getting public about this. And what I'm going through is another example of that. They will stifle you. They'll promote the hell out of the people that are giving bad information,
Right.
and they stomp on the people who are telling you the truth. Yeah, I love that red asteroid shot. I love this too. This is an awesome picture. And guys, you can't make this up. It's time after time after time matching for years. We would have been a rotten fish floating in a bad pond long ago if we were wrong. And people, out there, they're cruel, man. They cut me up into little tiny pieces if they ever. And I have, and I always tell everybody, go ahead, prove me wrong. I dare you, because they can't. because this is real. This is the truth. This is happening. And this is how I'm able to draw these drawings ahead of time, because I've watched them for so long. I have other abilities, which is why I was recruited by the government. But this information is proven, and I take it really, really seriously. Very divinely important that I do not mislead anyone through any disinformation. So the things that I do try to share, I am direly serious about being fact. And if I am not fully in agreement with this as a fact, I will say this is
Right.
supposition. This is something we think, we can't prove it. I will tell you if I don't believe it's a fact, and not too many people out there do that.
Right.
So I have a question. You said last summer we passed the halfway point.
Okay.
Oh,
that
it's like the
correct?
summer
I mean,
before
how do-
yeah, we are
So
beyond
how do you
halfway.
know? How do
Well,
you know that?
it's because they were coming, they were approaching at us, and then they'd sway
Okay.
in front of us and turn away. But now they're coming over us and beyond Earth into the light, where we're seeing the facial illumination.
Is that
So
what you're seeing in
yeah,
remote
so
viewing?
facial illumination, instead of us seeing the dark sides of them, when they go beyond Earth and then the sun is shining on them, they're beyond us. So now we're seeing the facial illumination of them because they're in the light, which is beyond Earth. We're no longer seeing the backsides of them. We still do in some cases for part of the day for some of the planets because they haven't gone beyond. But currently, Nibiru is beyond Earth. Attu and Attu's moon comes in, goes beyond Earth. Nepacity goes beyond Earth, and now Uri is banking into that as well. Now, by probably the spring, we'll be seeing very repetitively illuminated facially Uri in probably the northwest sky first thing in the morning. Because right now it's moving more. It's in the north at dawn, and we watched that last month and this month, which is where the site drawings and everything, and the matching sightings from around the world are coming in. And it will move farther beyond, just like Nibiru did. And now, literally, at sunrise, if the sunrise is in the east, Nibiru is in the western by southwestern sky. So be sure not just to watch the sunrise, but when you see the sunrise early in the morning, take a look at the southwest. Big, huge, and it'll be from one side part of the sky. It'll literally be from the south to the northwest, or at least the north,
Wow.
or excuse me, at least the west. From the south to the west should be where Nibiru is at dawn. So, and then sunset is important as well. The point is, don't just look at sunset, look at the 360, because there are planets around us. We're underneath them. We're swimming in the middle of them. Everywhere you look in the sky, there is a planet.
Hi, Karina.
Hey, how you doing?
And I'm kind of in awe. It's like, well, what can I tell them next if, I'm being kicked in the teeth again? It's kind of depressing. It's like, the powers that be, the people with the money, they're kicking me in the teeth again. And I mean, I almost feel like part of me says, oh, shit, well, what am I going to do? And I should sort of just tone it down a little bit. But part of me says, hell no, I'm just going to keep going until they stop me. And I don't want that. I don't want to find out what that means the hard way, because I've already done that with the government. And I have no animosity toward our government. I'm not trying to downfall anybody or anything. I'm just trying to share the information that us citizen scientists who give a shit are out here collecting. And we are not the fake guys. We're not trying to sell you merch. We're not, otherwise we'd be on some monthly pay site,
right,
Patreon and all this. Although we do need your support. I will tell you, Christopher and I were talking about this yesterday. I have like $30 in the bank. And so I'm not getting rich off of this. And yes, I do need your donations. That kick in the teeth on Facebook, I think, may have affected my children's Christmas fund. There is a Hofman family children's Christmas fund that we ask every year. People send $5, $10, $20, whatever. Or PlayStation Store gift cards is currently what my daughters are asking for.
Okay.
So PlayStation Store. There's two different PlayStation cards. So one's a PlayStation and one's PlayStation Store.
Okay.
So get the store one. And you can get them for $10. Drop it in the mail, P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana, 59847. We need a fund for these kids for Christmas because I spend a generically large portion of my money replacing equipment and paying for internet services that are quite expensive here in Montana. And we work really hard
Just
for you, and we would like you to help us out because, you know, we're sponsored by viewers like you, as
right.
CBS calls it. Yeah, and Facebook is now notifying me.
Sorry,
I had 120 new notifications. Oh, joy.
I was going to pull your address up, and then also here in a moment I'll find there's a link if you want to donate by debit card. I can drop a link in the comments that will take you to a place where you can donate by debit card. Okay, for Sam. So
Cool.
Yeah, and I haven't
yes,
talked to Deb, but if Deb, if you're listening to the show, thank you, wonderful. I hope and the problem with the hats and the
today
T-shirt donations, if we don't sell enough of the T-shirts, then everybody gets their money back because they'll only print so many at a time, and they have to sell like 50 of them. So go to Facebook, Montana Skywatcher 2, and I'm not sure if anybody else has pinned up those donation sites, but
I'll share
and
that
I'm a
too.
member of Montana Skywatcher 2, I think by now.
Yeah,
But I can't admin it anymore. So that's going to come to the point
I
where it's either going to just keep running on its own. We hope and pray it doesn't digress into hell, or we might just ask people to shut it down because I can't even go in there and shut it down. I
you
don't know if
can't.
I don't know if the moderators can or
You
not.
can't. No, I
Yeah.
talked to
So,
Andy. I visited with Andy. I just want to say hi to Christy. Hi, Christy.
and hi,
And
Andy.
and I
And
talked to Andy last night and let him know. And right now, he's really the only active moderator, but he cannot close the account down. He can just help keep the bad, the troublemakers
Right.
out, and I'll help
Deb
keep an
has
eye
stepped
on
back
it and
in.
message him.
And
So it'll be okay.
I
yeah,
thought that I had added Carol Ann as
But
admin last week, and we talked about it, and somehow that didn't go through. And I'm pretty darn sure I did it. I don't think I bypassed her. I might
I
have
remember
been.
you guys talking about it.
yeah, we were just
You
talking
know,
about
I
this.
think I went right away and added her, and she never apparently got the notification. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost. And lesson learned: if you're running a Facebook page, be sure to
yeah,
have a trustworthy secondary admin or a secondary profile from yourself, so that you can go and add yourself back if you need to. Because I have now lost control of Montana Skywatcher 2. So we're probably going to come up with a new site for everybody, a new library depository for pictures. And I have to still come up with, I don't want to make a title too long, but it'll be
right.
something like, and Nicole even suggested Binary Solar System by Samuel Hofman. But if we throw my name on that, question
Right.
is, and this is the thing that's, I'm trying to overthink this in many different ways. The question is, if I do slap my name on it again, are we going to be stalled? Are we going to be limited in the shares? Are other people not going to, are we going to be flagged? So my question is, do we come up with and I hate to say fake persona, but I don't want to do that, but I might be forced into becoming quote unquote Professor Nibiru or whatever we decide on. And I feel so uncomfortable by trying to come off as Professor Nibiru, although I am publicly the number one
Yep.
knowledgeable person that I have come across. There are other people that are. I discovered there's a whole lot of sky watching sites out there now.
Sure.
I had not seen
Sure
that
is.
many because I tried to look Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous up on the while with a fresh brand new profile, and God, I had to scroll and scroll and scroll. And by the way, Christopher, I did send a membership request to your site, which is
Okay.
Nibiru System, or excuse me, I can never memorize it quite. Is it Nibiru
I think it's
Skywatcher?
Nibiru System Skywatchers.
Oh, okay, Nibiru. Yeah, it's the systems that always throw Nibiru System Skywatcher. And by the way, I suggest everybody go join on Facebook and Christopher's site, and also go and subscribe to his YouTube channel of the same name. So, his subscribers, he needs some folks on there. So you
Right.
guys go there and do that, please. Guy
Definitely. And
deserves it.
if
He
you're
does
on
great work.
TikTok, it's the same thing on TikTok. But the people over there are just a different. I don't know. It's just a different. It's a whole different feeling. people are not very friendly over on TikTok. Like this,
Right.
there's this, particular commenter that all for the last 4 days, you're spreading lies. The electric solar system was debunked in the 50s. You don't know what you're talking about. And I told him the same thing you say. Come to the podcast, ask questions. You can ask us questions while we're live, and go outside. Use Sam's monthly site drawing, but they don't seem to want to do that. They just want to.
No, they'd rather nip at your heels and troll you rather than actually look anything up that they're complaining about. And unfortunately, right now our world is a little bit negative, and unfortunately, there's a movement going on in the United States where people have discovered that it's okay to be rude to each other and not actually base anything off of fact. It's all about the oh, good for you. You're a hater, and I don't understand this movement where all of a sudden the haters have stronger words than the truth. But in history, that has been the case.
Jeez.
Remember, the lies have wings, and to the truth crawls like a snail.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Maria's kind of worried about the Meta Facebook terms of service.
Yeah.
That has changed recently, folks, on Facebook. Some dire things are happening. She's been expressing her concerns, and she thinks that we should register our material, which takes money. I don't have. I did save the links, Rebecca. I can send them to you if you feel like investigating that. I do not have the money to actually go and do the intellectual property and all of that registration. However, my point of view is that all of my information, and in my opinion and everything, is free. That's why I haven't sold a book 10 years ago. 14 years. I could have written a book. I didn't, because I didn't, my kids are young. I didn't want my front door kicked in by the men in black, because I am obviously being watched. And 15 computers later, I've had hacker after hacker. And my daughter was discussing it, and she says, "Oh, this is just a one-pay vigil. If the government was out to get you, they'd get you every time. The moment you got a new computer, they'd shut you down again." And she had a point there. I mean, it was generic, but she had a point. So what happened was last week, Wednesday, I turned on my Facebook, and my whole profile page was way bigger. The font size was like double, and the screen color background was removed. It was all white. And
cool.
One of my toolbars on my computer was missing, and somebody had gotten into my Facebook page and changed things. And then the day after that, I was locked out of my personal profile.
It's almost like they did that to show you, look, there was something going on.
It's like they left a calling card out here. I made your screen big and noticed that I went in, somebody came in here and moved your shit on your coffee table, and they slept in your bed, and they ate your porridge, the one in the middle that was just right, and all of that, and then left the dirty spoon on the table. I'm having trouble.
Here's Audrey's drawing.
Okay. Oh, cool. So she said that it's what she drew in the top left. The top left corner is the cloud she saw.
She says, "Here's my painting. It was during a full moon last weekend." So 2 weeks ago now, last Saturday night at 3:40 north in the northeast. Like, this is what she saw. Okay, and she said, pay attention to this part. It had 7 fingers on it, not 8 like the drawing. Okay. She says.
Okay, well, it could easily be the green asteroid at night.
Oh.
Or, we do not know what the base cloud of Matim looks like yet either, because we've never seen Matim close enough to be able to observe that. Matim has moved very quickly, and I'm surprised that we're seeing her as long as we are now. Usually Matim is around for like a couple of months and then gone. And we've in the early years, we saw Matim twice. That's how we ever even learned about Matim. And there was the argument between Matim and the blue asteroid. So we were always fighting and arguing, okay, which one it is it? Where is it in the sky? I mean, it was this big brain argument before I could call anything. And there are changes that are going to happen. There's things happening at night that people need to keep their eyes out for. The illumination of the red asteroid is one. The green asteroid should be very large and showing itself right now. The tan asteroid, God only knows what it looks like at night. So be prepared to, go outside. I mean, if you're in a warm enough environment, you can do that, because it's kind of snowy and cold here. We don't have any snow. We should, but we'll get to the weather here, worldwide weather, in a bit. But anyway, I'm glad everybody's here. This is weird. I've had the rug ripped out from underneath my feet. Yes, Mr. Troll, or the magic they, whoever you are out there, what you did was uncomfortable. Message received. I have learned my lesson. And I'm just going to go on as carefully and as kindly and as nicely as I possibly can about this subject that we all are obsessed with and dearly love. And I'm not trying to be negative in any way. And I do have the right to freedom of speech. However, they are bending the rules as far as they can. The big they. And I don't want to go there, and I don't want to point fingers, and I don't want to think, oh, it's a conspiracy, they're out to get me. But they are out to get me.
Yeah.
And we saw evidence of that, on 3 days trying to get a new Facebook page, And my computer was locked up. I had to go in there and do shit and sign out of this and sign out of that, and then come in with new. We tried like 4 different brand new email addresses, and man, what a nightmare that was. It still is. Still is. Christy Curry, there's a new name.
Yeah, she says the sky has been very busy and that there's been an earthquake recently where she lives, I think.
She should tell us where she lives.
Where was it?
Don't give us an exact location, just generically. We don't want you to stick your neck out too far, but we'd like to know where you are.
I think it was Christy. Was it? Oh man, somebody had an earthquake. I know I saw it.
Been a rather interesting week around the world. A lot of volcanoes. God, I might as well just grab my sheet and look at it. It was Mount Etna really, really burped up a lot of lava. The Hawaii volcano started pumping lava again. Popocatépetl in Mexico is burping up. The Iceland volcano is putting out huge amounts of high volumes of lava. It slowed down a little bit in the last few days, but what it pumped out in the last week was amazing. That one off in Kamchatka, Russia is going crazy. There's new ones that are in the Indonesia, Philippines area, Malaysia. I even checked into Australian weather this morning. So there's a lot of scary crap. Shall we do the weather? Shall I just go on with that? We've lost Christopher.
We can. We can do that. He'll be back, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, I can do a real fast thing of it.
A video of just I can play while you're talking as well. We can,
whatever you want to do. I mean, I don't have a great deal of notes about the weather, but there are, like I said earlier, there's a huge storm thing going through right now between in the English Channel and Holland. It is damaging winds. Germany, Belgium are all flooding. There's going to be this week, Italy and Greece is going to flood really bad this Monday and Sunday, and so there's extreme Mediterranean weather about to hit. Let's see. Storm Connell is the one that hit Holland and Belgium and Germany, and they're getting major flooding from that. Now, let's not forget that last week, Portugal and Spain also flooded horrendously, and we'll give out our solemn respects to those folks and hope they're safe and getting over it okay, because a lot of devastation. Now, London, or England, I should say, flooded as well from Bert last week, and now they have a new storm called Connell, and that's going to back rotate again in an anticyclonic, which is going to overdo Italy and Greece, and that's the one that's bothering them. Australian weather, they're having flooding in New South Wales on the eastern coast of Australia, and Tasmania should experience excruciatingly heavy winds and high storms from that low pressure system, which is down pedaling out of the Malaysia area and going due south towards Antarctica and from New South Wales all the way to Tasmania. And it's a rather odd southern hemisphere low pressure cyclone, so be aware of that. It's big. It's big. Look at the green in that. And then let's see. Another thing. Last week the Russian ruble crashed. We can talk about that again. It is now worth less than a penny American dollar. It's spooky what's happened to those poor folks. Although I don't agree with Vladimir. Anyway, and another big important thing is winter is coming to the Northeast. Rebecca, tonight and tomorrow, your temperature is going to drop in Oklahoma.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to be in the 20s. So be ready for that. That's going to run all the way down to Georgia. Currently, there is winter time coming to the Northeast in Pennsylvania and New York, and they're having lake effect snow. And they expect extreme heavy snow, 20 to 60 inches in some cases. So be prepared for that if you're anywhere near a lake effect snow. And that's pretty much the worldwide weather. There's a lot more going on. I didn't even look into China this week.
Right.
But yeah,
Trusting.
what you're seeing here in front of you right now is going on worldwide. There's flooding everywhere. And now they're blaming the higher upper winds. And of course, they are calling climate change. And if you're a climate change denier, I don't think you have a leg to stand on, like these cars. They don't have a tire to stand on, and they're just being washed away because that's what's going to happen to the deniers. However, it is not sequestration of carbon like it is, but it doesn't have the levels that would cause a tip in our climate. They're far lower than that, although they're expecting higher extremes in the years to come. But this climate change has to do with the passing planets, you guys. And the Earth axis is tipped. Our weather has changed. Our jet streams have changed. The rotational northern hemisphere direction and the southern hemisphere direction of our storms and our normal weather is completely wrong. And we are now stepping into the solar maximum of the sun cycle. So we have just now added a whole bunch of new chips to the poker game. And next year, oh my God, next year, here we go, this new solar maximum, because we were in a solar minimum. And yet we still got a 9.4 X-class flare and an 8-point-something X-class flare just a few months ago. So, and then I have a YouTube recommended video that I suggest that you look up, and all you have to do is go to YouTube and type in the Carrington event, and you will find that. And one other YouTube video suggestion for the week is, and you write this down, who are the Anunnaki, Babylonian gods and goddesses? Let's see, and it says ancient. It's Anunnaki Ancient Mysteries is the people who put that out. But the video is pretty good. They do, of course, have a tendency to go on to the religious aspects and stray away from the reality of the facts. But those are good views, and they're pretty informative 2 picks. And I wrote them down so that I could suggest those to you guys in case you're interested in those topics. And that was my whole note sheet for this week.
That's right. That's a great rundown. A lot going on too.
Yeah. There's fires, there's flooding, there's volcanoes, there's these freak storms all over the planet, and nobody heard that Belgium and Germany were flooding this week. That didn't even get shared at the news. I had to go actually look it up, and because the storm that blew in and high damaging winds in Holland and everything, trees down galore, and everything, and then it hit Holland or Belgium and Germany as well and flooded them. And all that made the news was last week's flooding in Valencia, and all of that. And Portugal got outcast and shadowed. And when that storm came in, when Bert came in, it dumped a bunch of crap on them. But they didn't make the news, and Spain did, even though they're literally the same landmass, peninsula, whatever. And now that's going to happen. Italy and Greece, be prepared. You're going to have a hell of a week. So, if you have lawn furniture out there, put it away because it's going to put itself away in ways you don't want. And there will be flooding in Greece and in the Balkans and north of there and all of that. But north of Greece is going to flood as well because it's an anticyclonic back rotating low pressure. Literally, I haven't looked at the millibars, but I mean it's tropical storm strength or higher. So it's a backpedaling what they're calling it the anticyclonic low, and they're talking about a lot of those now, and those didn't used to exist. Not in the northern hemisphere, anyway. So
Christopher's back.
he's out walking.
Yeah, it must be something exciting out there.
Oh, my Wi-Fi router went out, so I just figured I'd go outside for a minute.
Did it go out, or it's just not working?
It kept telling me, come back in a few minutes. Your Wi-Fi router is not currently ready, or something like that. I don't know.
Turn it off and then turn it back on?
Yeah, I did, and then it happened again. So I figured I'd just.
I hope to God that you guys aren't going to be messed with because of me.
Nah, they don't want to do
That's
that.
the one thing I dread.
I know, right?
That me and you guys, and we've seen evidence of that with people with cell phones that are contacted with me. They have run into where their laptop just quit working, and maybe Katie Joe's an example that she's posting stuff, and boom, her computer goes bye. And I've been through 15 of them. Knock on wood. Thank God mine has not died on me again yet. And I cannot. Right now I couldn't replace it again. I do not have the money to buy a new computer. I don't have the money to drive into town right now.
Wow.
Let alone go shopping for a computer. So, folks, I'm sorry. I hate to ask. I hate to beg. And Christopher and I were talking about this yesterday. He's like, do I have to beg? And he's going, no, dude. But I mean, okay, I'll mention it publicly. I mean, do I have to beg? I need donations, people. $5, $2. I don't care. I can't keep doing this unless I get help. And I've been taking it on the chin for over a decade now, out of my own pocket for you. And do you think it's important enough? Do you want me to go bye-bye? Do you want me to vanish? Do you want this information to vanish? Vanish. This is brought to you from viewers like you. This is the only way we can do this. It's the only way we can.
I understand that.
We need help.
I mean, what everything Sam is saying, I'm like, yep. I was selling, a jacket yesterday online just to have a few extra dollars. It's like, I totally get it. I'm right there with you. So every little, like you said, even $5 from a few different people, it really adds up, and it makes it to where you can run to the store and get a few things. So
well, our nearest truck stop store is a little over a mile away from my house. And I'm looking at the gas gauge while I'm sitting there in my head trying to figure out if I can afford a gallon of milk. Because that's what I went to the store for, was a gallon of milk for my kids. And so I'm checking the gas gauge because I'm hoping I'm not out of gas, and I pretty much am, but I could make it there and back. And I mean, at the end of the month, and I pay my bills. My bills are paid, or we're okay, and we eat, but there is no extra. So the only way that we can move forward in a lot of ways is for you folks out there, $5, $10, $100, whatever you can afford. And if you're doing well and you want to share the love, we need it. Yeah. Oh, those poor folks. Even part of Africa is flooding. I forgot to mention Africa.
That's their everything.
And they are not prepared for that at all. They don't even build their houses according to that.
It's too bad.
I wonder why that guy threw that rock or whatever that was. It's like, shut up, go away.
Right?
If that was my car, I'd be crying.
Oh yeah. Gosh, yeah. I'm in the same boat, but I don't have a vehicle right now. the people that did my oil change decided not to put any oil back in my engine after I had the
It's
oil change and
crazy.
the car blew up. Yeah, that was fun.
I mean, if it's an oil
Well,
change,
I would
that
literally go.
includes oil.
I'd go to small claims court and sue them for every penny under
Yeah,
$5,000.
I was so frustrated. I called them. They told me that they were not liable because I didn't check the dipstick after before I left their property.
Well, you
They
should have
said,
asked them, did you leave my hood open when you were finished with my car so that I could, or did you close my hood telling everyone everything was okay? Which, because once they close the hood, then they're saying that it's certified okay. I would definitely, Christopher, take them to small claims court.
Yeah. Because an oil change.
You don't have to hire a lawyer for that.
5 quarts of oil. That's what the oil change money is for. Is for new oil.
And it was actually 2 oil changes because they told me the oil was so dirty that it needed to be run out twice. You know.
Well, then if not, have the manager arrested for theft of services because he took your money, but he didn't sell you any oil.
Man, it was bad.
Yeah, I would go
got
to
on the
small
freeway
claims
and
court.
I
would absolutely sue their asses off. Yeah, and now small claims court is only so many dollars and below, so I would go $1 below the maximum.
Andrea knows. I that's the last thing I would do is go check my dipstick after an oil change.
Right? Come on, I just paid for an oil change, and I could have done it myself, but it was a Japanese vehicle, and I couldn't reach. You can't reach the oil filter by yourself.
Them and you can't get in them.
Right.
I'm sorry, the human arm does not have 2 elbows.
Yeah.
Hi, Ninja.
Right.
I'm right there with you. I can't get into my car either. There's no way. It has to be up on a rack for them to work on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. Where was it that it snowed that nobody was ready for the tires? I saw that this week, and it was just like an area that snows that nobody normally ever has snow. And, I can see the point where, where they say, and the East Coast is down to a crawl because nobody buys snow tires. And up here, it's mandatory. Every September we put on our snow tires.
Right. You have to have them.
And they have to be pretty new and high quality and all of that. Otherwise, and I'm not a believer in studded snow tires, but if you're carting your kids back and forth and you're doing a lot of running around, then I would recommend studded snow tires. And then you have to take them off by May, and then put on your regular road tires. But yeah, if you're living in a region where you got snow and you don't know about snow tires, it's time for an education. Yeah, I hear these guys are walking the people to the hospital. Oh my God.
Okay, well, I know I can see the lead asteroid right now. It's really big.
Oh, hey.
It's really awesome. So you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Oh, look at that. Notice the light.
Yes.
That flaring is for a reason.
Right. The yellow moon's behind the lead object right here.
Yep.
This is the yellow moon, right?
Farther up to the right corner.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Farther up to the right corner, and then the lead object is, you can see the band
above the fence post.
Right.
That
what
white
happens
line.
when you turn your phone sideways?
I think it'll go upside down. Is it upside down?
Okay.
No, it's sideways.
I see. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, go back to normal.
Yeah, it's upside down.
Go back to normal.
See, look, I don't know why. So every few weeks, I get turned upside down for some reason. I can't fix it.
I know. Yeah. I don't know either. I don't know why you can't.
That has to do if you get in a magnetic field, it'll actually adjust your camera angle.
Yeah, I went on the settings. I tried everything I could.
Yeah. But right there, dead center next to the sun, just right of the sun is the long box cube.
Yeah, it's been out. Oh my gosh, Sam! This morning, the Texas cube was out. The long box cube was out. The Star Destroyers were all over this thing. I mean, they were coming out of it single file. I got pictures of it. I got so many pictures this week. I don't know what to
point at the sun for a second.
Okay.
Look at that rainbow rounded green red stripe in the middle, sort of lens flare halo effect just above the sun. That is importante because now we're there and then it was gone. But there is something in that flare. And now remember, Matim is just to the left of it, but then we're also seeing that little circle is Irene, the asteroid Irene. And above it, see that ion drop tail above the sun?
Yeah.
That is probably the Texas cube.
Yeah, it's been there. Okay, so we're looking southwest right now.
Okay.
About an hour before we started, Uri was in the southeast. So you can see how far it's moved from the southeast to the southwest. And, you know, Atu's moon is above Uri. Either is this the salamander group or is this Atu's?
That would most likely be Atu because Uri is farther to the left.
Okay.
Uri has moved.
I see.
In a much, you would be looking at Atu, and that right there would be the ion drop tail just at the horizon in the clouds of Atu. Atu has this funky little sort of like bowling ball fingers with a drop tail that comes off of it, which also reaches into the asteroid, which creates the snail foot effect when they're all connected in a close pass.
Oh my God.
You've got a cutoff halo going there really strong.
Yeah,
cutoff refraction going on.
I think you're right with the Texas cube. I can see triangles all over it.
Yep.
Just
and
like
it's
this,
dropping an ion
like
tail all the way down to the blue flaring, and it reaches literally down to that rounded Irene there. That little round ball is asteroid Irene.
They're everywhere. There's spheres or asteroids all over the place. This is wild. It's been like this for days.
Yep.
The detail that I've been able to see this week, I've not seen it like this before.
Well,
I got the lead object yesterday. It's here again today. You can completely see it.
You can blatantly see Matim right now sticking out just to the left of the sun.
Oh yeah.
There's very large.
I sent you some photos from like 40 minutes before we started the show, Rebecca.
Okay.
You can see Uri's stripes. You can see Matim. It's great. I have never seen Matim like that. I don't think I've seen it yet at all. So that was pretty exciting.
Nice.
I'm wondering if that is a small asteroid right there up above, just slightly to the right of the sun in that little tail, right above the flare, up by the sun. To the right.
This thing here, way up.
To the right. To the right.
Oh, to the right. To the right.
Just above the sun. See that facially rounded circle about 3-4 inches up?
Sure.
Move your hand up. Up, right there.
Oh, wow.
Now, see that circle? Is that the skull asteroid staring at you?
Wow.
You have a better
see it
view
above
of it.
the sun like that. I would have never guessed it.
Well, Atu is high above the sun and going back to center kind of again. I don't know if this is going to be a thing at the end of the month by the new site drawing, but that has a shape that is very familiar, like the tipped skull asteroid. So if it's under Atu, it could easily be, or something else like the blue asteroids around there someplace, etc. And I'm sure there's a bunch of shit out there that we haven't cataloged because they're now getting bigger.
Absolutely.
Yeah, guys.
Absolutely.
This is real. It is really happening. All I see is just clouds. Well, okay, I'm sorry, but these clouds don't repeat themselves for 14 years.
Wow.
And they don't get bigger as they come towards us. You have to remember, I was going to do a drawing about that as well. Anything above the cumulus nimbus is thin see-through cirrus clouds and, the upper misty see-through clouds. And so everything in the upper sky, guys, is planet or atmospheres around a planet. And all you have to do is just go out and think of that and keep that in mind. And you will see these dark, shadowy areas. And the dark, shadowy areas are the backsides of these close passing planets. And even my daughter was going, well, how can they all be in our outview so close to each other? And I said, I can't even answer that for you. It has stifled me for years. How can they be that close together? But they are.
Wow.
So I can't argue with it because time has shown it to us over and over, year after year after year after year. And so therefore, it's fact. It's not a supposition. And everything, the real sky color is the light blue at the horizon. And all that dark blue you're staring at everywhere with Christopher's hand is around are planets. That dark blue is the backside, the dark sides of all the planets. And they're cutting off the light. And that's why you're seeing that big star cutoff refraction. Hey, the shaft lighting on that four-way shaft lighting.
Right.
That's because there's an object that is clipping into the light, and it is refragmenting in our view.
Incredible, Sam. And there's no clouds in any other part of the sky but just immediately to the right and left of the sun.
Yep, planets.
It's just like how he draws his monthly sight drawing, and the cubes have been out every day this week. I've been able to see them every day, and the planets show up like clockwork. At least this week, it's been like 2 o'clock to sunset. They show up, and there's nothing for the whole day except for today. They've been out all day today.
You've got the red asteroid coming in from the left, just above the telephone pole. Go a little bit left.
It's like everything that
right
Sam
there,
has
that
drawn
telephone
is here.
pole.
Right. Okay.
That's the red asteroid right behind the telephone pole. See the
Wow.
angled face?
Sure.
Angled flat square face? That's the red asteroid.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Now remember, Lorraine is just to the right and slightly behind and farther away behind the red asteroid, so that it matches.
Unbelievable.
And it matches time after time after. Yeah, it wasn't there a minute ago, and it is now.
It's a lot of it's starting to show up. It's wild. It's like the effects of everything happen, and then they go away, and then they come back even stronger. It's incredible.
The red asteroid is huge.
Trying to get away from these light poles or these telephone poles.
Oh, we don't see them hardly at all. You're fine where you're at. Yeah, we're seeing this skinny rectangle picture, so I like it. It's fine. It keeps the focus down. But yeah, those are all asteroids underneath Attu and Uri. And Nepesity is behind Attu currently, which is weird.
Okay.
I might be wrong. That could be Attu just sticking its butt out. But we know Saru's back there on the left as well. So and she's getting bigger, and we could actually be staring at partially the bottom base cloud open core of Saru. It's hard to say from, behind those trees is where it would be. So
trying to get away.
Yeah, and I saw when I went to the store today, I saw Uri, and it was so big. It was like, oh my God, that thing just
I have never
one end of
I've
the
never
sky to
seen
the other.
the stripes of Uri like that. And when I saw the stripes, I just
jaw dropping.
I started shaking a little bit. It's so big.
Yeah, and when can't say it, when realization hits home.
Oh yeah.
It's just like, oh my God, look at that, and there's the stripe. Holy cow!
Right.
Look how big lead asteroid.
Man, look at that.
Yeah.
Yes, you see that curve is perfect.
Right.
Yes.
That lead asteroid was out yesterday too.
My goodness.
It's a lot bigger today.
Y'all see that, right? That curve, that round,
it's
so big.
yellow moon, or
Right?
the big rounded edges in the upper left, middle to left corner, right there. That's the side of the Saturn, and it's Saturn's yellow moon, and lead asteroid right there in the white.
And it's just
I would so go
like,
live right now if I could.
It's strange.
Yeah,
like I'll go
we see
outside
it
and
as
there's everything. Why did I choose this particular
know
time
it.
to go
We learned
outside?
Because you needed
Right?
to.
I guess so.
We're being guided by a larger thing here.
Divine timing.
Yeah. Wow.
Seriously. You'll have it, don't you? Like, you just had that feeling like I gotta go take pictures now.
Yep.
Like right now, I'm being
I
led
know.
out there to see something. I get it.
It was awful during Thanksgiving. I'm like helping cook dinner. I'm running outside. I'm going back in. I felt like a kid. Trying to run inside, grab a bite to eat. I'm going back outside again. I'll be back.
Yeah.
I
totally get it. I do know. I really do.
And
Somehow,
speaking of which, has your dad said anything recently, Christopher?
I send him pictures every week. I don't know. I don't know what he thinks at this point.
Has he watched any of your shows?
I've shown him pictures that are undeniable. I show him repetitive, effects, and I just don't know.
Have you showed
I
him the
don't know what he
monthly
thinks.
site drawing for him to compare?
Yeah, oh
Right.
yeah, I've
Is-
sent him all that stuff. My
is
mom,
he
on the other
open-
hand, she's all on board now with it, so that's exciting.
Is he open to the idea?
Oh
Like, is
yeah,
he open to the idea that there is this happening? Okay. Well, that's a start.
They don't want to have their son. They don't want to believe their son's a crackpot.
right. I think they already think that. Now there's
Yeah.
planets involved too, so you know. No, I don't think so, but
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I do not know any other way to try to convey this to everybody out there other than they actually have to put in the time and learn it.
right.
There is no quick easy button. You can't push it just to automatically get this. You have to spend a little time. You have to look at the site drawing. You have to get a copy of it. Take your phone outside, put the copy of the site drawing on, hold it up to the sun in front of the sun to block your view, and then you'll compare that to what you're seeing in the sky, and I promise you it will match. 15 years, guys. 14 years. April will be 15 years, and
Yes.
accuracy is undeniable.
Undeniable. Especially that lead asteroid with that, center band, and it's unmistakable. Once you see it, absolutely that's the lead asteroid.
Yeah,
It's
the
wild.
lead asteroid has been actually the most longest sighted out of all the planets. But that's the first thing we saw was the lead asteroid, and
Okay.
the blue and the green and the red and the spiral and all of that in one cluster. But it was
Wow.
really tiny when we first started watching it. We saw it come in on the water side of the sky in captures from around the world for so long that it kept grabbing my eye, and I kept, there's that dot again. There's that illumination. There's that cloud pattern over
Right.
here again.
Hmm.
And then so I started paying attention to that. And then I started blowing up captures of it on another computer where I could actually do that. That was back in my Windows 8 and Windows 9 days where you could actually use the computer rather than have
Right.
everything based for the cell phone, which is stupid. And it makes
I
things
think a lot of people agree with you, Sam, that that was a bad thing they did with Windows.
Yeah, they did not do them well. We are moving toward. They're trying to. They don't even put a CD drawer in computers anymore.
That's wild.
And so they're moving towards laptops, and they're moving towards the smaller devices, and they have to run different software for that. And it has actually made my computer use harder because they
Sure.
put it every time I learn something, they change it. It's like,
Oh,
no, the Darth Vader, no, and yeah, by the way, that's what I did all day yesterday was play Star Wars to try and deal with this stress ratio.
Oh.
And I'm trying not to get stressed out by this. It's not the end of the world, but God, maybe I got a little bit soft. Maybe I got a little bit complacent. Maybe I got a little too unaware of the actual danger of the topic that we're talking about and the things that I've gone through that none of you guys out there even has a list of. And I
Right.
gave Christopher a big handful of it yesterday. And,
Well, I mean, if I was in your position, I would want some time to not have to think about that stuff. And maybe you did become complacent, but that's human. It's not your fault.
well, yeah, in the game, I'm not trying to have a game, but in the game that's afoot, it is sort of a cat and mouse thing where I'm trying to share information without getting myself in trouble. But I've, all the way back in 1980, I felt it was so strongly important that man know about this. And they say, oh, people would freak out. We can't do that. But I really think if by now, if we'd known this was coming, we'd be the Jetsons. We would have been a little more careful about the environment. We would have been more socially aware that we are not alone on this planet, and there are other people coming. And perhaps maybe we should straighten up our living room before mom and dad come home.
Yeah,
And
right.
yes, those are all metaphors, but I'd like you to think about that.
Wow. Look at the cube now. Oh, wow. You guys see that?
Oh, yes.
Oh my God,
That
it's
is-
huge.
Okay, I'm going to pop Sam's picture up real quick and show
Cool.
you
I'm going to take a picture of this, and then I'm
that.
going to start walking back to the house.
Oh, okay,
We'll
Chris.
come
Yeah,
check it out
they're
again in a little bit.
moving
See what's
That
going
is
on.
what Chris is seeing right there.
Natu's moon is moving towards you.
Yeah,
a-
definitely.
As you progress overhead.
Wow.
It's
That's
getting
why we
larger.
see
I knew
those
I saw the
um,
like this morning. I was second guessing myself because
perfect squares.
I saw the Texas cube. I thought it was the long box cube at first because it was literally overhead, and then it finally went. It actually moved, and you can see these star destroyers in a line. I got pictures of it. I'll post them on the group. It's just wild.
And that's I think the big part of where we get a lot of our blowback is the moment that we mention the long box cube or the Texas cube or the star destroyers or even the Empire orb.
I'll be right back.
And yet the UAP thing is going
Okay,
crazy
Chris.
right now.
Close that out.
And iterate that the
Oh, no.
code word that they're talking about in Congress is Immaculate Constellation, and that is a very important pin name for the whole process of what's actually occurring. Yet they don't dare tell the masses.
That'll be better.
And maybe they don't want me to either, but this is kind of my thing. We've already got enough intellectual material on the shelf that it's absolutely undeniable. We've done a decade's worth of work plus 14 years. We have done a decade plus's work, and you cannot put that genie back in the bottle. The cat is out of the bag. I don't know how many more metaphors I could come up with. We've already cut the onion, etc. So the facts are out there, and it really does boil down to each and every person that is hearing my voice out there to actually go look this up. And I don't know how credible I am to you personally, but I hope I have a level of credibility as to why I'm doing this and what we are doing as the Citizen Science Project podcast about the Nibiru group and the binary solar system, 2 stars, etc. I think this information is something that mankind really needs to expand our horizons and be aware that it's not just tiny little Earth and we're not by ourselves, and we can stop, pardon the expression, but peeing in the swimming pool.
Oh,
It's time. It's time.
hey, I see somebody in the green room.
Cool.
She looks familiar. She actually belongs there. It's our good friend Gillian. She's here now, y'all.
I hope she didn't wait long.
No. Well, hang on a second. I also want to say hi to Esri Colette. I just look up and see more people are here.
Yay.
So, hey,
You're back
Esri
with us. And
Colette.
you're always on time
His name
because
is-
it's your time.
His name is Sam. Sam also. Samuel. Did you
Oh,
know
cool.
that? Y'all
No,
have
I
the same
didn't. I
name.
didn't know that.
Yeah. Esri Colette. Sam. So, hi, Sam. I'll call you Sam, like I know you. Okay. Well, all right. Here, let's go ahead and get Gillian up here from Scotland. Ta-da. Hey, Gillian.
I'm looking for the charger.
Oh, man. It's just been too quiet. There's been too
I'm sorry. I cannot believe I didn't realize what today was.
Oh, wow, weird.
Yeah.
How
Your
weird
weather,
is that?
your
How?
weather, you've been enjoying your nice, lovely, horrible storming and flooding and rain and God only knows what.
Yeah.
Just-
Yep. Well,
Oh, stop it, you two. Yeah, like,
you.
You don't have flooding in Scotland, do you? Or besides puddling.
no, we're fine.
Okay, but
It's
Southern
totally fine.
England does, and Ireland does.
Nothing's happening here.
Good.
They said that we're going to get like severe snow or something. We might get
Right.
snow between the 2nd and the 4th. And
Right.
then another one magazine that I saw, article, was panicking about the 11th of December.
Yeah, we're going
It
to
sounds
see extreme.
cyclic, Sam. It sounds cyclic.
Well, it
The
is.
buddies upstairs there are causing lots of
Well,
shit.
it's that new weather, new jet stream pattern. We've got El Nino. La Nina. I always throw that out in backwards. La Nina, which is a smaller child, which means it's a warmer, moister winter. Although we've also got some really screwed up North Pole weather and some really screwed up South Pole weather. And I encourage you to go to nullschool.com and look that up on the poles, because that's some crazy stuff going on both poles of the planet. Although I warn people, and a lot of people don't really pay attention to it, but I do suggest you look into these things, folks, because they, oh my God. And I don't know if you guys remember last year at this time, I made a prediction for the summer, and I occasionally do that. And oh my God, are we going to be hot next year? Because this solar maximum is going to make this summer look like child's play. So,
what does that mean?
Well, it's going to be hotter than hell.
It'll get hotter.
Yeah, and we're going to have some severe issues. Now, in the Bible, one of the signs of Revelation is the Euphrates River drying up, and that happened. That happened.
Yep.
And it was a year and a half ago or whatever. And the Amazon has dried up this year, folks. And there's flooding and no water in some places, and there's too much in others, and it's happening right before our very eyes. And I think that we are a very strong source of information as a collective, which is what we do. We collect the information as a clearinghouse, so that we can have this show and carry on this information, inform people, and do some of the short work for them. Because if you don't spend all day looking up worldwide weather around the world and studying it and writing it down, taking notes like I do, the national news, Fox News or anybody else, CNN, nobody's going to tell you this.
Nope.
You'd have to go to Al Jazeera. You'd have to go to the Indian people. Their national news is always very credible. NHK is Japanese and etc. news, and I check all of that for you guys, so that we can get, because we weren't getting the news that we needed, and we'd go, oh my God, they had an earthquake where, and oh my God, a volcano went off where, and I got tired of doing that. So I'm still, of course, getting up very early in the morning and studying all this information days ahead of time for all of you folks.
Hi, Sabrina.
Samuel.
Yes,
Sabrina's here.
Hi. Yeah, I accepted that friend request thing. I only saw it this morning. I didn't even know today was Saturday, because I don't know. I honestly don't know why I didn't realize. I'm saying to myself, it's Saturday, right? But I don't know. Anyway, so I was sitting there doing my thing, and the friend called up and she said, "Oh, let's do this." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, okay." But she caught me when I wasn't even really conscious, because I'd had a nice sort of relaxed morning to myself, because it's my weekend off.
Awesome.
And so this friend.
Let's not look at this as a failure. Let's look at this as a positive, that you were actually distracted by the moment and actually enjoying yourself and having a good time. So
I went to my first Kaylee.
Is that some sort of a village party?
Yeah. Well, today is St. Andrew's Day, like yesterday.
Of course, St. Andrews, indeed. What was
and here's the thing I wanted to talk to you about, hey, because in 820 something or other, some dude called King Angus was having a bit of a strummy with dudes down south called Northumbrians or something. And they all were told that to look up in the sky and see the sign of God, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So they look up and they see something that looks like a sky scribbler drawing the saltire, what they became the Scottish cross flag thing.
Okay.
It's on the blue sky, the white cross like that. And it's just so interesting that today when I went outside, what do I see up in the sky? Hey presto. It's now Uri, hey? It looks like Uri going hugely over the top.
I saw Uri was really big today.
Yeah.
I mean, shockingly larger than I saw it a week ago. And so, Uri's over the top of us. Very, very big, very close. And I'll be praying that we don't get a whole bunch of the other stuff that's underneath her, because there's a ton of it. I mean, I can't even. watch the skies. We might see a meteor shower from hell here, folks.
Sure.
But I took pictures. Rebecca, can you go onto my Facebook and see the reel that I posted? And then play that. You have got to play that. I cannot believe how crazy that sky was. I was standing out there in my pajamas, and the people are all driving past, all going to work and coming back from their shift. Yeah. And looking at this crazy lady standing there in her pajama trousers, which have big white stars all over them.
Oh, cool. I want some of those.
Yeah, I've got these. I've got other ones that have got Star Wars all over them as well. So.
I have a pair of red pajama pants with TIE fighters, and it says Star Wars all over them. And I occasionally wear those to the store.
Hey, I'm down with that. Hey,
that's the new fashion statement ever since COVID. People are out now walking around in public in their PJs. And I don't normally wear red. I'm red, and I don't. I'm a summer. I'm not a winter. Red, bright, candy apple red, and I don't mix. But I've got a pair of red Star Wars PJs, and I wore them to the store. By God.
Well, just before the lady came to fetch me, then was in the last rows of a pressed post as she rang the doorbell, and the dogs are going yap 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 yap. Oh, it's our mommy with our brothers here. No, it's not that. And I didn't really. I just threw in two little piggier things and ran.
No worries. You did what you did, and you needed to then, and you needed the break. And I'm glad I'm glad your brain wasn't completely locked into the fact that you had a show today, and you were worried about what was coming, like Rebecca and I go through every week. Like, oh God, tomorrow's show day. Here we go. I got to get this. I got to do that.
But you know what, Sam? I couldn't get my tablet or anything to work for a day and a half. And it wasn't because I wasn't getting the signal. It just nothing was working. And I got frustrated. It's like my phone seized up. If I tried to take pictures, they went to blur.
Where have you heard that story before, Rebecca?
Right.
Yeah, from Wednesday on, Gillian, from Wednesday on, everything on my Facebook did not work.
It just didn't work. Nothing would work. And I've tried to post.
Yeah, it took me 3 days to go around it.
Jeez.
And I wrote to Facebook many times, sent into their troubleshooting people, got nothing back. And there's no way in which to solve my problem because they were sending the information to the wrong phone number.
Okay. And
I don't even know where they got that, but I was locked out. Somebody went in and changed things on my Facebook, and we lost it. So I have now lost control over Montana Skywatcher Q. So we're going to have to remedy that here in the coming days. Look, it's a magic feather.
Yeah, check this stuff. I find this
that's the side of Uri.
The Uri is insane today. I mean, it's just Uri all over the place.
You're looking at the side illumination of Uri where it starts to heat up. And that's where those little finger tendrils rainbow illuminate, because this is the mist of the side of this atmospheric gas giant planet. And look where the sun's coming from. That's the side of Uri.
That's crazy.
It is an absolute giant. It's huge.
I was in awe today when I drove to the store looking at it. I just went, oh my God, no way.
I couldn't stop this morning. I was taking videos and everything when I finally got my phone to stop jumping like a maniac.
Look at
anytime that I look at that. What's that?
I don't know how Sam does it, but oh wow.
That is a base cloud of Nepesi.
Wow. That's great.
Wow.
Okay.
Base cloud. That's the open core of the bottom of Nepesi.
Wow, that's awesome.
Look where it is. Now, if we assume, pardon me for that word, if we assume the sun is to our left and it is morning, then Nepesi is in the south sky, yet directly above us, which is where we've been talking about for a couple weeks now, right, Rebecca?
Yeah.
That is the open bottom. Okay, everything on the left, the inside part of the left, is inside of the core. Everything on the right is the bottom of the planet Nepesi, and you can look into the upper right corner there, and that's where the edge of the planet is.
Right.
Okay. but there's this base cloud underneath. It doesn't attach to the planet, but this is this round, open core neomorphic thing that happens in a close pass. Their atmosphere pushes down on our atmosphere. Their electrical magnetosphere of their south pole of their planet, that blue line is where the electricity comes from on the bottom of that passing planet, and it goes through that cloud region in its magnetosphere, which is why that ring is there. That is the electrical polar open core of their magnetosphere of the smaller tiny green planet Nepesity.
Wow.
Okay. I have been seeing Nepesity just to the right of our sun, like 1/4 turn. Like if you're looking at the sun and here and you just turn 1/4, it's been right there,
and then
right
up,
there.
and then up.
Yeah, it was like right above me.
Yeah. Okay.
I wish I had it on video. I was live.
That's where she is. That's why she
took my
barely
breath
made it
away.
to this month's site
was so
drawing and
close.
everything the way it was. And I'm going to have to
Anyway.
include that, just a smidge of Nepesity on the top right corner this next month, just to show that she's there. And then it's all going to change. And I got to move Yuri way over, literally off picture. I'm going to put a smidge on the left-hand side, and then it'll be Atu's moon, and then Saru behind it. 1, 2, 3 rings. What has 3 rings?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nepesity, hello.
Base cloud of said Nepesity. And you
Wow.
can see the green illumination on the inside of the core.
Oh,
That's a close pass of Nepesity. Still doing it ever since 2018.
Rebecca, did you get my pictures?
I have seen them come in. Yes.
Okay.
I have pictures for B Cope I'm saving.
Cool.
So
Yeah. Could you see the reel? Because I just wondered if it posted okay. I posted it and left.
right.
That's
As long as it's not private, I can get it. I'll have to figure out what it.
I don't know.
Did you close up Facebook or anything, Gillian? Or did you
Yeah,
just leave it
can
running?
you see it? Can you see it, Chris?
I can go look.
Just look on my
Real quick. Hold on.
Facebook.
I'm looking too.
I can't believe these pictures. I mean, there
I
was
know.
like today
This
was
week has been absolutely
incredible.
incredible.
I've never seen Nepesity. I mean, Yuri's spokes. You know, like big arms all over the sky. It was.
Yeah, well, she's coming over the top of us.
I mean,
And,
oh man,
yeah,
I just
and
wanted to stand outside the whole day.
This was the concern about the 180-day cycle ending at September-ish. And yet,
Okay.
last year we talked about it all the way through December. But yeah, she's over the top of us now. And this picture right here is an example of that. You were
Mine's
looking
blue,
at
that's
Atu and
the big
Atu's
white-
moon, but what's coming in from the upper left, that little white fluffy cloud thing that's separate and very forward, and including some of the stuff that's right at the horizon, the reddish stuff, those are asteroids. And it's a reoccurring, repeating pattern. Well, I can't even talk. Speaking of which, I'm out of Coca-Cola. Let's do Ricola. Anyway.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and again, thank you to the folks that sent me some Ricola and in the mail. And
How about we watch
Water's on the way back.
Alexander's video?
Yeah.
I'd like to watch
All
his
right.
video. Actually, he sent me a couple of little short ones too, but let's play the longer length one.
whatever
These
you
are some of his videos that he has shared this past
you are
week.
the executive director, so please follow what you're.
Okay, I'm feeling it. I'm ready. Because
Run
I
that show.
love watching his videos. I know.
Inform those citizen
Oh,
scientists
boy,
out
it's
there
always-
that are listening to us on TikTok
So
and
this is
YouTube.
what the skies of Germany look like, everybody. Here we go.
Wow.
I love today's thumbnail. Bill Showtime.
I know. It just fit.
like the baseline.
Yeah,
The uppers, oh, love it. Did you overlay that or did he?
I did.
Awesome.
I added
Now look
overlays.
how white and illuminated Matim is.
Oh, look. Whee! Can see the wee bugger up there.
Asteroid.
Oh.
More asteroids, and it's all underneath Uri. Uri is predominantly most of everything you see in the white area, and that could be Atu's moon and Atu as well right here. But literally everything on the left is Uri, Atu's moon, and it's very large. And then all the stuff underneath it, that white illumination is most likely the tan asteroid. The red asteroid is just above the sun and slightly right of the sun. Yeah, that is the tan asteroid right there. And I keep wondering if it's a moon, still to this day. And then
Oh, they
over
were
there is where-
breathtaking. They were absolutely breathtaking today. I think everybody's going to be going.
Yeah, and on the right, of course, we know that is Saturn's yellow moon and the lead asteroid, and then Necessity is above us and to the right, and Atu is above. Atu and Atu's moon is above us and to the left. But yeah, that's where Uri is right there.
Yep, that's how Uri was today. Oh my word! I could say other words, but
And the sun is shining underneath it, and that's why you're looking at this hourglass. That rounded illumination is a cut into planet Saru behind Uri. That's why you're seeing two of them.
yeah, two of them. Oh, I've seen it as well today.
It's an hourglass illumination above the smaller sun. I saw a video coming from the internet, a YouTube thing, and it was done this week, and it was filmed in Italy, and there was this undeniable orangey round halo around our smaller sun, and you could visibly see the smaller sun and everything, and the orange illumination, and it was just so different than what we ever grew up with back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s. That I'm in absolute. The sun right there is down in the bottom by the house. Yeah, so you got to learn the illumination. When it's illuminated like that, look with
And
your
then
eye. Judge it.
Atu's moon,
That's
right
correct.
there. Right
Yep.
there. See it?
Yep, perfect.
Yes. Right
And
there,
you
that
can't,
dark
and this
spot.
repetitive cloud pattern is an absolute undeniable. That's why we do the
Okay,
drawing,
Maria.
to show you that the movement
Okay,
of the
okay.
asteroids that orbit underneath Atu's moon, Uri, and all of this stuff goes on, and it has a repetitive pattern. Exactly. And if you see it, and you see it, and you see it, and you see it, you will learn it. And then before you know it, your eye will go, hey, that looks like boom, and there it is right in front of you. And then once you start to see these
Yes.
passing planets, you can never unsee them. It sticks with you. It takes a little bit of work. But we've been doing this for 14 years now, guys. We are the number one. Oh boy, look at that. Then look, they're going a 16
What is
turn.
that?
What was that? That was like a bird.
It looks like a landing craft. The standard, it looks like it's turning really sharply.
Whoa, look at that big circle. Can you see it, people?
Oh yes, ET is here, boys and girls. Or of course, that could be a bird too. No, that's not a bird.
Yeah, I've seen some weird shapes up there.
Boy,
Like,
well, now that could be. It could be. Wow, look at that. I expect to see
like
a
a
little
flying
green guy
hat,
in the top
Sam.
there waving at us.
flying hat. Just call it a hat.
God, he's got good equipment.
Yeah.
Alexander, I don't know what he's asking about the little dark spot, maybe.
He's probably
It
wondering
looks
what
like-
the
it
flying
looks
hat
like
is.
like a lander, the pod lander, the one they land, the
Uh-huh.
standard alien
Uh-huh.
disc. But it looks like it's
Wow.
bank turning on its side. If you were to move that and flatten that, what looks like a flying hat,
That is
if
cool.
you were to lay it flat, it could
Wow.
be. It's Gandalf's hat. No,
Mhm.
I think that's a bank turning disc lander. You know, the one from Standard. Everybody talks about little green men coming down in a landing craft.
Right,
That is
the
what they look like.
typical.
It looked like a multi-decker, at least two decks. The one I went on had two decks. Some have
Wow.
one, some have two. But I've been inside of one of the landing craft that comes out of the big Star Destroyers. And yes, I've seen those big, huge Star Destroyers by eye years before they were even here in force now. There were individuals. I mean, guys, we haven't been alone for a very long time.
Sure.
We just have more of the technology now to capture it. Yeah, look at all that stuff up in there on the side edges. I mean, it makes you like all of those other triangles and white back there behind it. Don't take anything for granted, guys. If it's white and barely there, I would, like he does. He's focusing on a lot of the small stuff, and it's hard for me to call, but that could even be the Skull asteroid to the left there. Yeah, that zoom of his is fast.
Yeah.
Attu's moon, right? Yep. See, Rebecca, we see it as matching.
I know. I love it.
Yeah, because it's real. It's not just clouds, guys.
I know.
It's repetitive cloud patterns that we watched because we saw them when they were smaller. So we understood over time how they behaved. And then when they moved in big, it made it really difficult for a very long time. Well, we just kept up the work at it, and kept drawing and kept doing our thing. And so far, we're absolutely currently accurate and undeniably accurate, because this isn't just 5 people sitting in a room talking. Oh, hey, I saw this. Hey, I saw this.
Right.
These are thousands of members and thousands of sightings from people around the world, our treasured worldwide, the Skywatchers. And yeah, great job. Great job. That's exactly what's going on. There's light pinch going on. You got to watch the sun. You got to watch the lighting. It's awesome. And this is nothing like any of the sky that I ever grew up with. You know, and I was born in the early 60s. So.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, my kids call that back in the caveman days.
Caveman days.
Back in old times, like when you were born, Dad. Yeah.
Yeah.
As I was saying to Moses, kids, yeah. Right.
I just heard yesterday, if you were born in the 90s, you're old.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like, what did I just hear?
Oh no.
Right?
Yeah, you know, anybody that was born in the 80s, I always go, oh God, you're such a youngin'.
Right?
You know?
I also heard, she's not my favorite by any means. I don't listen to her, but Britney Spears is now classic.
Oh, she hit 40, huh?
Wow.
I guess.
Okay.
I heard that one too. It's like me and my wife I think we were listening to the radio, and they said, old time Britney Spears classic or something like that. Oh, you know it's getting bad when they consider it. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So if you look at the size, Alexander's in Germany. So he's in the northern hemisphere. Look at the size of that actual sun.
Yeah.
That's pretty big. Now, in my day up here in Montana, the sun was always the size of a quarter, and now it's way bigger than that here. And if you go into Christopher's area, it's much larger than when you go south. And that has to do with the outview from the planet. And the southern.
I have a visitor that I don't know. You could see this purple thing that's like a great big ball, just falling down at sunset. It was huge.
I really think something big is coming. There's going to be something that, is going to, we're already in the middle of a catastrophic weather event for everybody, but I think something even bigger is about to happen. I just have that edgy feeling.
Yeah, that feeling.
That something this way, something wicked this way comes. That's what they say. Yeah.
Yeah, I sent you a whole bunch of them, Rebecca. I can't believe that. I couldn't even stop. I didn't have enough space for my reel. I mean,
okay.
But the asteroids underneath these guys, Yuri and Attu, they've just been so dominant, more so than anything. It looks like somebody's put a great big mess up there. It's like purple and black and dark.
I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
But if you can look at the one shaped thing that was falling down the sky, it was in the afternoon, so because it's faced that way. It was like a ball with tail. It was like this, like a ball, and it had a tail like that, and it was just going straight down. But it was right of where the sun must have gone.
Right.
Because even the way that the sun's setting, it's just about meeting where it comes out at sunrise. And yesterday I seen two areas of light, and one was really orange and one was really yellow. And the yellow one was on the far right of the orange that was almost at the end of my street. You could see the orange curvy band thing in the trees. Leave the cat. Leave her butt. If I get scratched, I
just wanted to point out something real quick. I mean, you can definitely see I sat him. I can see it better on the computer screen than I could on my cell phone, but I'll back it up just a little bit. But right there, you see that distinct line.
Look at that straight line there.
You see that? That's Isatum. I mean, it just blends right in. Our two atmospheres just blend in together perfectly.
See, there's like three different kinds of blue.
Isatum is darker. Wow.
Look at it.
That's amazing.
The soft, fuzzy one, like something.
That's the sky of Isatum. That was cool.
Yeah. You're wet, Ozzy. Wow. And dark shapes like that. Just
that is look at that cut in of the light. And okay, let's just assume that those are just normal clouds, but look how largely flared the sun is.
It's insane, isn't it? Just kind of.
Yeah, something's making a cut up. Oh, hello, wind farm. Did you see the nighttime banded stream sky pics that came in Facebook last week? I saved a few of those, and I should have sent them to you. But the ion bleed off between planets, where the lights off the street go straight up into the sky. And I've always believed that's direct electrical exchange between the passing bodies, because there is ion bleed off between larger and smaller planets and moons. And we've seen evidence of that in the early years, 2010, 2011. I had this one film in Russia that I wish I would have actually downloaded, because I can never find a copy of it now. But we have direct evidence of seeing the planets at night when they were first coming in. And they, of course, were drastically smaller. And this is where some of the coolest stuff that happened. And I was always trying to show those people on Montana Skywatcher 1 in the early years. Boy, look at that little bright thing sticking out of nowhere. And it's such a pity that, you can't think gravitational, you have to think electrical. And when you're thinking about this electricity in these bodies that are, some of them are made of rock and some of them are made of metal, some of them made of conglomerates and many different kinds of rock and silica and sand and God only knows what, depending on where they came from and what they're made of. They interact between each other, and this is, we were talking about where we saw the object cluster group, which is where it got its name, because it was small back then. We saw many objects in this cluster group that used to illuminate, self-illuminate in the nighttime sky, in the daytime sky, where we first started seeing this little tiny dot on the left-hand side, and that is literally the beginnings of the adventures of Montana Skywatcher. And we progressively started watching this whole scenario change and get bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is why I do the 180-day cycle warnings about these asteroids that are underneath Uri and Atu, because there are so many of them that I do fear a direct effect.
See the gold, there's like, you get these gold flashes and it's away from the orb that's supposed to be the sun.
Wow.
Well, that's because there's objects in between. And when you see the yellow and then the orange banding just on the one side of the sun or the other or around all of them, you're literally looking at a cut-in of the sun from a planet in between us. Like, look, watch, right in this corner. Right there next to the house Eve, is the only real sunlight, and the rest of it is all planet cut in from above, beside, everything. That
You
is
can
the
see
only
the great
real
big
sky.
blue circle.
That little tiny triangle at the bottom there next to the eave of that house on the left, that's the real sky. Everything else is planet, because the top half is being cut off.
And what's making the volcanoes so active? And
The proximity of
people,
the planets, the rotation, the spin, the
see
magma,
here,
the plates moving. There's a pushing and pulling going on between these bodies. They're electrical. They affect each other. They push, they pull. They
you see,
pull
my
ions.
friend that I went out with tonight, see, she, because I had said to them about the volcanoes and stuff in Italy, they went and researched, but they're so confident that nothing's going to happen for at least another 200 years or something.
No, there's actually 13 active volcanoes in Washington State and Oregon alone. If we go back a couple of years, remember when Attu was doing the close moon pass in 2022? You go look up the 2022 volcanic activity, for example, or the 2019 even, because it was also getting very big. Now we have the Alaska volcanoes went off and started burping really hardcore a long time ago when Attu's moon was directly over Alaska. And so now Saturn's yellow moon is coming in and pulling this. And so now we're seeing way more volcanic activity, and the high volume of output of the volcanic materials, the lava, etc. And you can have different types of lavas, which is why I said it that way. But the materials that are coming out in volume is way greater than even the 2020 eruptions. So there's a definite uptick to what's going on. You know, at Kamchatka in Russia, and the one underwater in Vanuatu again, and Krakatoa is going, and then there's several in the Philippines, and Hawaii is burping, and Mexico is burping.
Mainstream media doesn't tell anybody this, do they?
Right. No, you have to go and look it up.
And that's hard for people because they don't seem to know what to look for.
And the ones in Italy right now, I mean, and the ones in Sicily, they are so close to going. It's scary. And they've got all of their people on alert. There is an evacuation for the Fligre.
Campi Fligre, yeah.
Yeah, Campi Fligre, right. It's actually, anyway, you're right. I'm inaccurate. But anyway,
no, sorry.
No worries. I can. There's more to it than that, and then there's the other volcano which is right next to it, and my brain is like, was that Vesuvius or whatever? But anyway,
what's the one under the sea there? There's a great big one under the sea. They said that's quite ancient, and
right, yeah, and that's it. God, I know that Santorini or something like that.
Oh, yeah, there's some old
one.
Yeah,
that one, I believe that one went off at the last passing of the planets last cycle, which is what wiped out. And of course, there's no records of a major tsunami in the Mediterranean, but I bet you there was a major tsunami in the Mediterranean at one point in time. From that, when Santorini blew, like the Minoans and the Mycenaeans and everybody just vanished, And everybody on the island of Santorini went up in vapors.
Oh, God!
I don't know how many people were.
I wish I could have seen the startup of where this was. That is not the blue asteroid. That looks like the green asteroid. See the dot?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I put. You want me to back it up?
Yeah, that looks like the green asteroid, and it's being cut off in light.
Oh my God!
Here it comes.
Yep.
Wow.
That could be a lens flare, but the green asteroid is so bright that it does create a lens flare. That's part of that twist on that. It is so bright that it shows up in lens flares. But yeah, that looks very much like the green asteroid. That's a great capture. Even if it were a lens flare, that is the green asteroid.
Okay. Wow.
Because it should be farther over to the right.
I can see it right now, actually.
Really? I believe you. I
It's
believe
huge.
you know where it is. So
Yep, it's passing right. I mean, you can see all the little dots all around it. It's undeniable that that's
God,
this is the green
I
asteroid.
chuckled
I
so
got a
bad this
picture of it.
summer when we got that one close up that we have been looking for what 6-7 years.
Sure.
And for the life of me, it confounded me so bad how the green asteroid could have all those little really cool bright dots around them, and why the green asteroid shines so brightly. And it just blew me away and blew me away. It's like, why? And then we got that close up this summer, and there are smaller asteroids all around
That's
it,
great.
and there's bunches of them. And it was like, duh. And I mean, I laughed at myself because I couldn't. It looked like a virus.
It did. It absolutely. It did.
Like or a dog ball with little things that you a ball with the little tendrils on it. You throw your
Yes.
dog. I mean,
Right.
holy! It's like I couldn't for the life of me figure out what the hell we were staring at. For several years, and it just confounded me. And then we finally got that close up, and I just sat there and laughed at myself. Well, of course, it's a whole bunch of small asteroids along with it.
Yeah, and the green asteroid, the asteroids around it, they're so perfectly placed. They're almost, it looks kind of like
fake.
technological or
It almost looks like it's from something, an orb from the Jetsons cartoon or
Right.
something.
It's like, they're perfectly spaced out.
Yeah, and
They're
it blew me away for
perpendicular to
years.
each
I
other. Yeah.
I commented
I
on it over and over again, like, for the life of me, I can't explain this to you why it looks that way. And then finally we get a close up this summer around June, July this year. And there's small little asteroids around with it, and there's a whole bunch of them, and that's why it looks that way. And your brain doesn't tell you that there's a whole bunch of travelers that are along, and I hate to use the word gravitationally speaking, but electrically connected to each other, and all this smaller debris that we've been trying to drastically name and write down and study piece after bigger, like from Pappy to Lorraine to the tan asteroid, the green asteroid, the red asteroid, the blue asteroid, the lead asteroid, etc., and where their placement is and why they don't crash into Earth, and all of this crap over the years, trying to figure all this stuff out through sightings. And it's amazing that there's so much more that we don't even talk about. And why I freak out and go, oh, dude, you got to pay attention to the 180-day cycle. Yeah. Thank you, Alexander. And
thank you, Alex.
There's just so much material that it is direly concerning.
I love it. Didn't you love it? I love it.
Yes, he does great work.
Thank you again, Alexander.
Nice distraction as well.
Totally.
Thank you. I'm
going to share that on Facebook here too.
I feel normal again instead of slapped by Facebook.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. What was that?
Yeah, here I've been a faithful customer of faith. Not that I'm paying anything from Facebook, but I'm not doing anything wrong. Why am I in trouble? 14 years later. And I have to admit, I've been in Facebook jail probably 13, 15 or so times. I mean, I lost count after 8. And it seems to happen to me every once in a while. And I keep posting those horrible hamster pictures.
Not the hamster.
Thanks again, Alexander. I'm happy you like it. So it's always fun to, work with his videos. So
yeah, he does excellent work.
Yes.
We kind of got to the point where we've become addicted to Alexander's work, and we kind of expect it and we appreciate it. And you're all part of the family, and thank you. I can't thank you enough.
Love it. Oh, yeah. Alexander did send me 2 short videos. Let me go ahead and play that.
Sure.
Because I know it's late for him.
Yeah.
So let's turn that. Oh, you know what? I wanted to wait till his video finished, but I wanted to tell Esri Colette thank you. I did see it. I just wanted to, give Alexander his time, but thank you for donating. That's always appreciated. So, okay, let's go back to those videos.
And I'll mention again, everybody look out for my new Facebook personal page, and So far, we haven't found any fakes. So yes, it is me.
Yeah.
Great.
And send me a friend request. I can't do that yet, and they've got me in jail immediately on brand new thing. So we know that my name is flagged.
Unreal.
Because within an hour of creating the new Facebook personal page with my same name and same face, within an hour, all of a sudden I was restricted. I can't comment. I can't like. I can't post. So I'm in sort of Facebook jail again. But do send me your request. I think I can accept those. And I'm sorry I lost 6,000 friends, and now I'm at like 58. So send those requests.
Just be picky.
Oh yeah, I'm picky. I just can't look people up. I
didn't realize there's more to that. Okay, sorry. I'm going to back this up just so I can get a better look. But I love this, how the detail.
I love the colors. Look at that. Looks like a lion's head, that dark bit over there.
That's a big cluster of asteroids.
That rainbowy bit right there is very likely Matim. Right where it's green, purple, and yellow and orange. And then that blue area, that again is Lorraine. That blue dot in the middle left is Lorraine. And Matim is cutting in. That's an interesting. I think we're going to Indian music. Flute. Indigenous. And that, of course, is the edge of Uri and the asteroids underneath it.
That's interesting.
Salamander asteroid group right there on the side of Uri. All that upper blue is Uri. And the lower sky is normal sky. Below that dark blue is normal sky. Above the dark blue is Uri. See the stripes. You can see the asteroids in front of it and underneath it. And they're always there. Well, there is kind of a cloud face there, isn't it?
There is. I mean, there really is.
Yeah, right where he's superimposing that.
Striking.
There is sort of a cloud face there. I hadn't seen.
Yeah.
Pareidolia had not grabbed me until just now. Yes, it is mystical and powerful.
I know. It's interesting how the clouds happen. Make it
actually the demigods
shape like a face.
And the planets. And now remember, the planets were considered God in some cultures.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
Isn't that neat?
I wonder what he's been smoking, but I'm joking. I'm only kidding.
Oh no, Sam! Oh my God.
Well, I had the pareidolia did not grab me until after about the third or fourth picture, and I went,
really?
Oh, that's what he's matching that one.
See, I can't help but see it.
Yeah, I know
the cheek and everything.
I think it's very creative too.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Very interesting. Distracting,
he's
but
not
interesting.
A smoker, just for the record, Sam. Just for the record.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean that in a bad way. I meant that in a silly way.
I know. Well,
it's because you got heightened awareness from somewhere. You got heightened awareness.
Whatever you're smoking, I'll take some of that.
Yeah, I bet you would. No.
Wow.
Anyway.
Right. Yeah. Yesterday I was almost led to drink. Rebecca and I were on the phone, and I was so emotionally confused by trying to jump through Facebook hoops for 3 days that I was emotionally exhausted. And I thought, my God, this makes me want to have a drink. And I said it about twice, and then later on, all I did was go play Star Wars, which is okay.
Right.
The strongest stuff I had yesterday was Listerine.
I'm like, think how horrible you'll feel tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah.
That's a great deal to do with why I after my kids were born, I just said I don't have a day to waste. with a hangover, so I guess I'm not going to do it ahead of time because I got kids to deal with. So, I'm being a single dad and one of the 4% that actually do that. Did you know it's only 4% of dads take care of their kids by themselves?
No, that's
Pretty low.
Smaller than I thought.
Yeah, Shiloh guessed 23%, but no, the actual, and I looked, it may have changed recently, but I looked this up some years ago, but it was only 4%.
Let's see.
Weird. I did it absolutely without even questioning. It was just like, she's gone, so I guess I got the kids.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
Right.
another friend. She passed away in July of this year, and rest her soul and all of that. And let's move on.
We do have more things to look at. I'm working on pictures from. Bear with me. But now,
Yes,
Sorry.
Andrea, you're correct.
and Alexander has a short video I just saw, so I'm going to get that saved. But in the meantime, let's see what else we have to look at.
Christopher is taking up the long walk home. He puts
Yeah.
on a lot of steps for us. He gets his exercise for us every week.
I mean it. I appreciate it. I
He'll
like
walk up
seeing
that
it.
big hill all the way out there to the desert so he can get a decent shot. In those grueling temperatures,
You're right.
Las Vegas.
I went live last week on TikTok. I don't know how many times because the weather is so perfect. I and the sky was perfect. I wait
Well,
all
I
night.
had screenshots from some of yours, and I thought, wow. Can't even remember if I said
Yeah,
them to you.
tonight it gets cold for you, and then it's going to go by Monday.
was so
it's gonna
good.
get
I love it.
Darn right nippy.
And my TikTok reached 50,000 followers this week.
Whoa, congratulations.
So that's exciting. Yes.
I wish your YouTube would pick up so you can get your
Milestone.
plaque. People, go
Me
subscribe to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, please. Everybody out there listening to this, the only way to get us better is if we get, better. So from viewers like you.
It's growing slowly.
There's one for you, people.
Oh yeah, God, those red balls grab my childhood nostalgia so bad. Put you in a whole different mood.
Yeah, when we were walking down the high street to go to the Keeley, they had put on the Christmas lights. It was a big thing, and they had the parade and the bagpipers and all the stuff.
It's Yuri and the Dan Asteroid and all that.
Look at that stuff.
This is 2 weeks ago. This is one of my videos 2 weeks ago.
And that's the bottom of Natu's moon right there behind you, and then back to Atu.
Look how it makes the beams out of the sun, like the blue laser beam.
Yeah, see the dark blue versus the light blue horizontal
Yeah.
sky color. And that is the difference. There's planets. We're swimming in between planets. It's just amazing because they're so large. And I think it has a lot to do with we're looking through water. So it is magnified. Our outview is magnified. But most of these clouds are around these planets. God, look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
The normal sky is at the horizon color. Everything dark blue is planet and all kind. Oh my God! Right there's the long box view.
Yeah, look at that thing. It's completely rectangular.
Yeah, it's big block of wood sitting up there in the sky, and it's just always there. And there again, that's the bottom of Nepenthe and Atu's moon. We're coming back around in the bottom of Uri. It always spins too fast for me. Wow, I wonder. Do you see that push base cloud just on the horizontal left-hand side of the sun?
Mhm.
Right there,
And stop.
lower area, that right there. See that push? That could be the bottom of Saru coming up. Wow.
Nice.
And the edge cut in of Saru and Uri is now moving. Oh wow. See that shaft of light? That's a
Yeah.
cutoff. The cutoff creates that shaft of light.
Yeah. Cool, huh?
Amazing, isn't it? Cool.
Yeah, it was a good day. I had
That could be the
Yes.
base cloud of Saru starting to be visible. That would be cool. It's about time. I mean, she's rising up too and moving closer towards us. And we hadn't seen Saru since 2017-ish, where she went back on the left-hand side and then went away. And then Yuri got in the way as it crossed in front of us from the right to the left. And then Yuri blocked the out view of Saru after 2017-18-ish. So
Here
about
it is.
early 2018.
Some pictures from B Cope, everybody. B Cope. Slideshow.
Yay.
Yeah.
Hi, Biko. Yo, dude.
Used to have a headache remedy like aspirin called Cope. COPE.
Look at
That is the bottom of Necessity. Or it could be the bottom of Atu's moon. Yeah.
Oh, look, it's pretty.
That rainbow area is asteroids. Both sides.
Yeah.
The light is flaring because it's being cut off from the left. Look how dark everything really is. The question is, there's a big bright light on the lower left. Is that a street light? I hope. Yeah, okay. Has to be. Okay, yeah, city lights. Never mind. Look
Yeah,
how dark it is,
mine's
and it's not even sunset. Unless that's the moon, which I doubt. It could be. I could be totally full of shit here. I don't know. It looks like the sun.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, it's sure dark.
It's really dark. I mean, where is he? He's in, what, Colorado? Look at that.
Yeah, that all that light pinching going on, all that flaring is from a light pinch. And look how dark the rest of everywhere else is.
I mean, that's not normal.
Yeah, again, I doubt if it's the moon, but
Yeah, look at that.
I don't
He
know.
says moon pics.
Oh, that's the moon. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was possible, but I didn't think the moon was that dang bright. Either way, it's still, it's cut. There's a flaring going on to the light as well. So, regardless, thank you. There again is the edge of. Let's see, the light is coming from. Yeah, that's Yuri and Matim. One edge is Yuri, the other one is Matim edge. Boy, Matim's getting bigger.
The one on top, Matim.
I wonder what it's going to separate in view, and where we're going to actually see the whole Matim, and then Yuri's going to move, and then we're going to have literally Matim will be in front of Saru, which is my belief of this core cloud here just above the horizon, the big white cloud at the back, middle, behind the telephone lines. It's probably the base cloud of Saru. Some are normal clouds and a lot aren't, and you just have to keep looking for the repetitive patterns that you see week after week after week. And I occasionally do make mistakes, especially if I didn't take the photograph or haven't had a chance to talk to somebody about them and get the background information. Now look at this, there's two separate light sources. Well, yes, there's a cloud crossing in front of it, but they are literally two, because one's a cutoff refraction and the other one's the real sun. We do expect to see the two suns separating anytime soon. Could be within the next 6 months we will actually visibly see it. The blue area is planet. The yellow sky is the normal sky color. Everything else above it is planet. And this is probably the white illumination in the center of the upper middle right is probably where Atu's moon is, because the real sky color, again, at the horizon is yellow. Everything above it is planet illuminated, bottom of planet face. Yep. And again, see the rounding of the white illuminated area in the middle of this picture is probably Attu's moon. And
Yeah,
again,
you get that whiteness.
yeah, you get it illuminated. It's illuminated from underneath. And it's completely contrary to any other illumination throughout the whole sky. And we know that Attu's moon is white, and it does direly refract the light.
Like a dark ball in the middle there.
That is probably one of the asteroids being illuminated at night above Earth, and that's why it stands out at the angle of light after sunset. Again, illumination of Attu's moon. We can see the purple and the blue.
And the face-looking thing in the
And the
middle.
shape, back to that pinch shape in the center, the big V in the center. This is probably the illumination light area is probably Uri. Yeah, these are totally different skies, and I go back to even 2018 and 2019, and there for years people were talking just in general topic to each other. Oh my God, did you notice that it's 11:30 at night and it's still illuminated? And why is it still like almost sunset evening, and yet the whole skies are still illuminated? And we discussed, hey, that's because the sun is shining off the bottom of planet Nibiru, and it's illuminating the whole sky because Nibiru is so huge. And then now that Nibiru got even bigger and has gone beyond Earth, we're not having the same effect, but we're having similar effects. So a lot you got to take into account the illuminations, the angle of light after sunset, etc., and go out and take captures. And once you start taking photographs for yourself and you ask questions and you get those answers, hopefully you do, you'll start to understand what you are personally capturing. And that's how all these folks learned it pretty much from person A to person 10,000. Is just by you got to go out there and do it. You got to put the workload in. You got to put the brain in gear. Put on your thinking cap, as we say all the time, and pay attention to the monthly sight drawing and positioning of the sun. Which planet is always on the left? Which planet is always on the right? Until we tell you that they have moved, and etc. Which is why the purpose of the changing of the monthly sight drawing instead of once a year. God, that would make a huge difference if I just put out one picture a year. But anyway, we can go from there. We are not guessing. And I encourage you to go to Christopher's YouTube channel, and I encourage you to go to Rebecca's YouTube channel. And they've got hundreds of videos for you to watch and catch up on. Or you can go to my YouTube channel, Sam Hofman. There's some older videos there, Understanding the Sky series. Or you can go Radio Wasteland on YouTube, Samuel Hofman, and you'll see got 87 shows there. You can even look up Fight for Our Freedom Radio. There's some information there, not a lot, but we had some trouble staying on topic. But anyway, we've done so many shows, and there's so much information out there that you guys can catch up on. That
I was going
literally
to add, I'll just throw in there while you were talking about all your shows. I've been on 2 different shows, but they're on channels that you have to be a paid member to see. Like,
bummer.
I never even paid to watch them, so it's okay. But you know what I mean? But they're out there. I've been a guest twice on one show and a guest once on another. So
Yeah, we never did get a copy of that.
no.
You should
No,
part
no.
of your deal is to make sure I get a copy of it before it goes to air.
I asked for a copy, but it was denied.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well then,
On the
excuse
first
me.
one.
I don't want to be
I
your
know.
guest. I
I-
have a
yeah.
right to. Well, I had that problem when I did. I can't even remember the name of his show. I'm not going to mention the guy's name, but I did a show for a guy, and he just butchered our interviews. And he did a few
Yeah.
of them. And after about the third one, I said, I'm not doing it anymore. And in some cases, we should actually be paid for our interviews. We weren't.
Oh, that was it. Wasn't that awesome?
That was. Thank you.
Thank you, B Cope. Sorry, it took me a minute to get to your emails. I didn't realize I They were piling up on me.
Yeah, well, you are working with
Staying busy.
laptop and phones at the same time, so
Right. I do that, so it
yeah.
helps.
Is there any furthering on the telephone caller line scenario?
I think we just need to try it. That one person I talked to, he recommended that I have a headset that has a mic, like a operator mic, and you can get those on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And he said just holding the phone up to the mic works for him just fine. And he does small time radio shows. So I think we just need to try it. We could try it without the mic and see how it sounds, and then go from there.
Or if you just hold it too
Test
close
it.
to your laptop, because your laptop microphone is working for you right now, isn't it?
Right? Let me call Taylor. Let's call him and see. I don't know what to expect. I put him on speaker.
Well, you're listening to the sound through only your headset,
I hope
or
he
is it surround sound around you? And she stalls.
Look, the
She-
Daisy Doodle.
Dialing the
Yeah,
phone.
she
is
thinks
her
too much
stall.
energy or whatever.
Yeah, she overdoes her router by making a call. When it first places, then it'll stall the other feeds.
Something.
Yeah. I don't think your bandwidth can handle it because you're locking up.
Weird. Mute. Right. Maybe I can't do it because I am Bluetooth to the phone. Let me have
Right.
Bluetooth. Okay.
Right, and you were stalling out really bad right there while you were trying to dial out.
Now,
Right.
Now try
You
it.
literally have to have a separate phone that's run off of something else.
yeah.
Not your Wi-Fi, because your Wi-Fi.
Okay.
You put too many devices on it, then you lock up.
I think that's it. I will get another phone that's not being used, like my son's phone. We'll just use a separate line.
Yeah, it's like me. The reason that everybody's looking at my picture rather than because I can't run my picture
Yeah.
and live
We'll
action
figure it
camera
out.
and microphone at the same time. We tried it; it doesn't work. It locks up, so that's why I do the still life photograph and with the microphone, and we found better success. And knock on wood, this morning. My internet was horrible and it kept locking up. So thank God it has not done that during the show, and looking good.
Nice.
Thank
Sweet.
you. Bean.
Okay.
Cool.
Guess what? Everybody is in for a big giant treat.
Okay.
This is video 3 or 4. Anyway, from Alexander. Here's a little short something. He thinks it's a UFO. Sorry, he thinks it's a UFO.
Now I saw
So-
Venus this morning, and I believe Saturn, and they were very far into
Hey,
beyond
Nibiru,
the east
Nemesis.
into the northeast sky, and it was very interesting. I've never seen Venus that far northeast before. Okay, let me blow up my screen because it's pretty
There you
dark.
go.
Okay. I'm interested in that red line. I'm wondering what that is. Yeah, those look a little triangular, but tiny. I'm wondering what this red and white or red and yellow is all about. And he was saying they were lined up like they were a bunch of Star Destroyers.
Wow, they're out there.
Wow, because this isn't anything normal that I could say would be in the sky by any normal
Right.
astrological. Wow.
That's so crazy. I wonder what they're like.
Well, we absolutely know that there are shitloads of ships above us. We've been reporting it for, many years now. We're going on our 5th year talking about the placement of the cubes. Yeah, these are very strange. I mean, they're illuminated. I don't imagine. I don't think he would photograph through glass.
No.
So I think he
It's
knows better than that.
Alexander.
Yeah, right. I believe he's far wiser than that.
Professional.
And
Right.
that is strange. I mean, those look like space tubes.
Hey, Carol Ann.
Almost looks like some sort of a space grid. I wonder if they're setting up a large autonomous running wormhole with those if they were to connect. Because I mean, they're pretty regular as the red thing, and then the tube, and then the red thing, and then the tube. And the red things look panel-like and flat. They don't have an edge to them. That is really freaky. Boy, you got me on this one.
Mm-hmm.
If they linked in a big circle, they'd probably be that red line right there. That's intriguing. That could possibly be the illuminated side of his atom, because this atom is red. That is cool. I wonder what. Alexander, type us a paragraph in the comments what you think you saw and how this behaved, please. And God, where was it and how small was it?
Looks like it. Maybe it's the progression of something that moved.
Well, it looks like a bunch of tubes with panels linked in between them. It's too regular to be. It's just weird. I don't know how big it was or how small or how far away it was by what we saw. It's hard to judge. No clue. But boy, that's a weird anomaly I've never seen before. Anything like it. Best I can do.
The only kind I ever seen is like those little tic tac. They're just little and they move really fast.
Right. Well, we
seen that
started the
a few
space
times.
tube. That was like 2019 on.
Yeah.
And, we kept getting captures of it. And it went, wow, that's new. Wow, that's new. And then we got some close-ups of it. And it was like, oh, boy, that's a space tube. It's a shipping container. And then prior to that, in 2019, we, of course, saw the Star Destroyers offload and the support craft and the fighter docking stations and all of that. And the fueling ships and you name it, and the little zipper rounds, the small, as you call them, Tic Tacs or whatever. All the smaller stuff, all the tiny stuff you couldn't really
Look like
identify.
those Tic Tacs.
But you saw these Star Destroyers offloading the cube, and they were absolutely discernible exactly what they were. And there were no clouds around them. I sat there for 2 hours and watched them offload, and it just went, oh my God. And then finally I had to go in and cook dinner.
I'm going to show some pictures from
Get a car, hey,
Maria.
I'm watching the spaceships.
And then I do have a clip of a few clips of anomalies in the sky. We'll just call it that. And we can just discuss, that in a moment. But lights, like what we're talking about, like what Alexander caught.
Yeah, there are thousands of settings coming in every day on YouTube, and everybody's putting out videos about it now. UAPs and UFOs, and of course the Congress is talking about it too. A congressional committee, and they're of course not really giving out any secrets, but they're hinting at things. And again, I will mention the Immaculate Constellation, and find out about as much information as you can scrounge out of that one. Because I guarantee, and that's part of the file that they're referring to, where they're connected to.
You're going to be talking about it, those guys.
Well, they are talking about it, and of course, the people in the know, they're not giving any real answers. They're hemming and hawing and speaking around the topic, because anybody high up enough knows that we are definitely in league and trading information, if not and commodities, to the higher races. And the more I talk about that, the more trouble I can get into. But we know it's real. We know it's happening. They've been here forever already, and it should have already long ago taken place, or it's still ongoing. I don't know. And Rebecca's back.
Yes. Okay. I could not get to her pictures, so I will try it again.
And I'm working on my second Coke, and now suffering from carbonation. Oh joy!
Oh, no.
Oh well, I'm not a pop drinker, and only on Saturdays do I have a pop. And then you sit
I'm
there and
having
you feel
trouble.
all uncomfortable because you get the carbonation in your body. Wee, this is so fun. Yeah, well,
I don't know. Try it again.
Well, it wouldn't be our show if we didn't have some
No,
technical
I know. It's like if you only knew how.
I'm working with rented
put my
lips
password
currently. Can't
in.
hardly talk.
I get that robot error. It just says that's an error. Your server cannot process the request. And there's an image of a broken robot beside it.
Oh, and no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
I know. I'm gonna take a picture of it for evidence, just in case. Because I should not be having trouble with my services. It should not just be normal, and I have a lot of trouble with. If I knew of another system to use, I probably would switch.
Right, me too.
So,
We talked about Starlink until I found out that the upload speed is even slower on Starlink than what I have, and it's like, oh no! And now that I don't have the $800 to buy the setup gear,
why is it black
$150 a
behind
month.
us? Where did our picture go?
Yeah.
Thank you too, Alexander.
Where did our music go? And you can always go to.
Well, that's down, but see, that was weird. It just went away by itself.
Oh, okay.
The background.
Yeah, well, music might also stall you out too. I don't know. I don't know how much of your feed you're recording it or not, or have to pull in. So, I can live without
that
music.
bothered me. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
By the way, I really like the thumbnail this week. I mean, it is.
Me too.
Those planets are awesome.
Right.
And that's they're a little bit too Hollywood perfect, but they're awesome. And,
right. I know.
The ones we see have more of an atmosphere around them, although there are some times that you can see the absolute side of the planet without a completely fogged in atmosphere. And that's why we know Nepesity is green and has all of those weird volcanic like activities on it, because we saw it in 2019 and 2020, where we saw from the East Coast, we saw some really great shots of Nepesity. And way back in 2015, excuse me, we saw Saturn very well. And in 2012 and 2011, of course, we saw Uri and Saru and Nibiru very well, because they were smaller and they were farther away, and you could absolutely see that they were a complete circle planet, and the light illumination showed land masses and mountain ranges and water, and oh man. And unfortunately, a lot of you folks out there have missed some of the best part of the show. Although when they leave, they will be facially illuminated, and anytime soon now we're going to get some really great views of them. And we'll keep working at it, and as long as they let me. And hopefully, knock on wood, that we don't have any more problems, but we will.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to wait on Maria's, because I have this error. I'm going to show it to you all. I'll just keep trying it. Eventually, it will work. Maybe I can't even share this. I don't know. We'll see. But I'll probably have to open a travel ticket or something. Anyway, we got other things to talk about, so don't worry.
Sure.
Yeah, it did it again. It doesn't matter. I can't get to my pictures, so we'll get there.
Joy.
Yeah, we'll get there. It's all right. On new things, I have things. Well, we'll get there. Anyway. I did have some pictures to talk about. I had some pictures from Christopher's wife, Jackie, and then Maria's. Okay. But as far as videos go, let's look at those lights I was telling you about. These are some clips I've, just found here and there.
Okay, always good.
Yeah, hang on.
New material.
Here it is. I labeled it OMG weird. So that's what came to my head.
Hey, you get some real weird ones. I mean,
That
the
is not the
purpley
moon.
looking-
That is not the moon. That is moving too quickly.
Okay, what is that?
Which direction are you facing?
All right.
That is not the moon.
Jesus, what's that?
That is one of the asteroids for sure, but
It's got another one with it. Look, there's a little one.
yeah, I'm wondering if it's the red asteroid going away from us, because remember, little sister is in front
That's
of the
fast. Wow.
because it's got a brighter illuminated one in front of it, which would lead me to believe it's red asteroid and little sister.
Dang.
And it's headed away from you. That's awesome. That's an asteroid for sure. Which one exactly, I can't tell you. That's an asteroid.
Wow.
And a smaller one in front of it. Look how fast that moves, because the moon does not arc that quickly. So
Wow,
it's
look at
definitely
that.
not the moon. Oh, wait a minute. What if that is the Skull asteroid?
Ah! Look at that thing. Whoa.
Don't look at the white dot. Look at the rest of the circle. Run that again if you can.
Back at it.
Now remember, we always have it. Not always. We have a tendency from the Skull asteroid. There's a smaller asteroid in front of the Skull asteroid in our out view generically. And that's the only other thing other than the red asteroid that has an object in front of it regularly. Look at this. Look at the shape on the lower jaw. I wonder if that's the Skull asteroid.
That right there?
Yeah. Look at doesn't it have the shape
does
of
have
the
a
Skull
jaw shape.
asteroid?
Yeah, it's
it does
got
have
the
a jaw
base
shape.
jaw
And
thing.
the eye, and then there's a bright something
I
in
see
front
it.
of it.
It's looking
Yeah.
at us.
Yeah, it's going backwards.
Yeah.
Wow.
I saw it.
It's
I'm gonna
either
put
the
a
red
little
asteroid or the Skull
picture on
asteroid.
it.
It's one of the two, but that's an asteroid. Because look how fast it's moving. This isn't time lapse, is it?
I don't believe so. No.
Right.
See how he's
Who's-
holding it. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Whose is that?
I found this on Twitter.
Okay, now I am tempted to say it's an Australian captured by the trees. I don't know, but that's my first inclination. It's like that tree looks sort of Australian. But damn, that's moving quick.
Jeez. Some free fall, that thing.
Yeah, look at
Jeez.
that.
Eh. Stars, everybody. Eh.
Yeah. Stars that fly in squadrons.
Little clusters.
Way too high to be birds. If they were birds, they'd be flying in a more V formation. Yeah, those look like aliens.
Like something under a microscope.
They could also be asteroids, but they could be
Jeez.
asteroids.
like a cluster of those guys.
Remember, we've been talking about the smaller stuff. I mean, there is so much asteroid stuff up there you wouldn't believe.
Oh, that's fun. Look at that one. But then there's these other little bumbly lights.
That's interesting. That is a rotating illuminated disc. Or two. Weird. And then they were gone. God, it's so hard to call that stuff.
I see it.
Which is what keeps everybody. You go, oh, I don't know. I'm just an amateur. And then yeah, I saw that. JD reposted that again today.
Oh, was there? Cool.
Yeah,
that shit. I mean, sorry.
Yeah, and that is definitely not birds.
Ha! No way.
They were chasing. Somebody was chasing somebody else.
A blue orb touched down right there, local for him. A blue orb touched down. I don't know the details.
Wow, look at that stuff.
He saw it firsthand.
Well, we are so close to something happening with these folks. Guys, there is a huge, massive alien presence just outside of Earth. There has been for many years now. We've been talking about it. I could be the guy in the phone booth on the Art Bell show screaming at you and crying emotionally in tears to try and get your attention. But I've been trying to tell you for years now, there is a huge alien presence. And I'm not even saying one faction. There are several factions here right now, and you need to focus on that. It's a reality. I'm not guessing. We have so many sightings over so many years, watching the Norway Spiral on to the Star Destroyers, the Longbox Cube, the Texas Cube, all the craft, the Space Tube, the Empire Orb coming through the Norway Spiral in 2009. This is all happening. It's all real. That thing is not moving. That thing is hovering. So what you're looking at is a hovering craft. It appears to be actually there because the cameraman is going from side to side. And I have not seen any Photoshop mismatch. So
it's like a triangle thing.
That's a triangle, smaller lander craft or middle fighter or something. I don't know. It's not the standard landing craft. But then we've also, in the last few weeks, in literally 3 weeks, 4 weeks now, got a whole bunch of new sightings of a whole different group of ships that we've never seen before. And I've only got 2 or 3 photos of them, so I'm going to wait till I get more to match that shape. It's soft shell crabs with the long box thing at the end of it, this tail kind, which is square. But anyway, that is not one of those. This looks like a triangle crab. This one, I love it. They're calling this, I love how it becomes invisible. This was taken in, I think, 2017. I watched this on TV yesterday as well. Over a military base. This is a release of the UAP congressional release of information. They believe that the legs are octopus-like, but to me, this looks more like an empirical probe droid from Star Wars, and I am not kidding you. It does become invisible or translucent, and then visible and translucent and visible in this capture. And this is actually a government release from the congressional files that are taking place right now. So this, of course, is making the rounds. And we even showed it like a week or two ago. This is over a military base in 2017. And they've already got a term they're calling it, and I don't remember what it was. But to me, it's more robotic. And there's 2 people seeing it was invisible, and it went right over their heads.
Iraq and Afghanistan, which I believe is originally where this video is from. This Immaculate Conception report is talking about.
That's just off the ground now. 5, 6, 8, 10, 15, 20 feet. I don't know, but and then it changes altitude there. It rises up. Drops back down.
Which uses this footage as a
Yeah, Brandon, the Texas cube has always been in front of and right next to and below Attu's moon generically. The long box cube has been in front of Satum's yellow moon generically ever since 2019. They sort of hide in the planetary trail eddies that all of these bodies leave, which create a cloud thing. It's a sort of natural hiding spot for them. And then when the planets rotate and the light changes and the angles changes, then we get sightings of it and we see the square and the rectangle. And we know when we see all the little tiny little triangular star destroyers, which shows how large these cubes are in comparison. And the stuff like these things, these are unmanned UAPs. They're unmanned probe droids that are flying all over. Now they may actually be ships with creatures or beings on them. I don't know for sure. But if we get a zoom, I can tell you for. But generically, the small orbs are robotic, nobody inside probe droids, and they usually run in threes.
Hey, Sam,
Yes.
have you received anything in the mail from Jerry in the UK?
Oh, yes, I did this week. Thank you, Jerry. I'm sorry for not
Okay.
commenting.
Well, I haven't. I haven't received. He sent something to me as well, and I'll be on the lookout.
Jerry bought me a pizza,
Remember-
as he put it. He says, "Have a pizza on me,"
Aw.
and he sent me a small note
Yeah.
donation. Thank you very much. I apologize for not mentioning it.
He,
And of course,
really
he
is a
never
very-
gives me a return address, so I can't mail him a thank you note. But
Uh-huh.
Jerry, put your return address
He's
inside
very
the thing if you don't want
secretive.
anybody else to know it. And I promise not to publish it. But thank you, Jerry, for all the wonderful help you've given over the years.
Nice guy. I've talked to him several times for hours at a time. Me
Wow.
and Jerry. So
Lucky you. Lucky you.
it's very interesting to talk to. Very interesting.
It's a rather interesting, tight knit group of friends we have, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah,
It really is.
it is.
It's more than
Everybody knows
just-
everybody around the world. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Carol Ann is here. Hi, Carol Ann.
I
Carol Ann,
know.
do you have a file of my site drawings collected?
Here she is. Yes. If not, I mean, they're still there.
Yeah, I can
Only
still get
save
one
it.
at a time as needed anyway, because that's all I would really do is go look them up
Uh-huh.
anyway. So I friended myself, if you can figure that one out. So I have access to my pictures because
Right.
I'm my own friend.
The things we have to do to get our
Yeah, I had to create a split
Work
personality.
back.
No,
She said she has it. Of
Ah.
course.
okay. Well, then that's a good
Sweet.
thing. So they're not completely lost to history. And again, Montana Skywatcher 2 has been now officially compromised because I cannot run it, although Andy's there and Deb is there, and I'm sure that some of those folks will be clearing
Yeah.
some of the naysayers out of there. And I unfortunately just added a few thousand people.
I was going to say, there won't be any more new members.
Yeah, there
That's
won't be
it.
any new members on Montana Skywatcher 2
Right.
unless they add
Whoever's
them.
in is in, or that's it.
So we're probably going to make a new site for the library repository where everybody that is new can go to and become a member on Facebook, because that's where we'll get our collective information.
Right.
That's the idea, is we have to have a place where everybody sends their material and their material only, and not a bunch of junk that we don't need off of YouTube. The idea is you get personal captures. We all get together. We communicate with each other if they let me back again. I'm sure that if something will work out, we'll see what happens. But we need another area, even if it's just a site that I can go to and look at the pictures. And whether I can comment or not, that's not what's important. The idea is that I need to be able to see all the worldwide submissions to stay on top of what's happening. That way I can do the site drawings each month. I have to stay current, and I cannot lose what's going on. Otherwise, I will get confused. I'll get lost. And I don't dare get lost right now. It's kind of
Still
part of,
getting
part
that
of my
error.
conviction thing.
is
I
it
have
still
to-
doing the error,
Yes.
so you can't post
It's
pictures
weird.
and stuff.
Here's what it
You
says.
have
It says, It
Getting
says
back.
that's an error. It says Google. That's an error. The server cannot process the request because it is malformed. It should not be retried. That's all we know. And it has a broken rail robot by it.
Huh? And this is new behavior.
It's happened. I've gotten the robot before.
Okay.
I mean, it has happened before.
Well,
I may have to
I'm drastically
again.
concerned that, you know, being that you helped me the other day, that we've got.
We're always so
remote and we
paranoid
can't worm.
now. It's like, they're getting me.
No.
I
Because
know.
Rebecca spent
Okay.
several hours on the internet with me through StreamYard, where we
Yeah.
talked about why this wouldn't work and why that wouldn't, you know, and then she helped me, and we were dealing with email addresses and all this shit. And then I hope and pray that because you helped me, that you haven't gone down the same dark well that I seem to be
I
in.
know. But the good news, bright side, is since I've had that happen now a couple of times, I basically know how to get back in.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So,
It's
you
not
know,
that hard. It's not that hard.
yeah, I don't want to jump to a false persona, because that would be, in my personal opinion, that would be fake face on Facebook.
Yeah.
I never really, I
Mhm.
didn't like people with fake personas either. I shunned them,
Right.
sort of, you know, and I always say, hey, why don't you put your own face on this so I know who the hell I'm talking to? But I might have to do that, but we'll see what happens.
Right. Okay, so I have a video of a slideshow for Tara. I was
Yay.
waiting for her to get here. So she's here now.
Will it work?
Hey Tara. Yeah, videos are fine. I have access to that, just not pictures.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you manage to see my reel? It had
Yeah.
pictures.
I had to do a screen record, so I got it, but I could, because your account is private. I can't save it. Anyway, I have to just put some music over it. That's all. But I got it, so I'll get that going here too.
Because sometimes I don't know how to make it unprivate.
I know. I don't know either. It's some setting on your personal Facebook page, who can
Go
see
into
what,
settings.
such. Yeah.
On your personal
It's
page.
just when you live around lots of people that probably don't see the sky the same way you do, that
I had to do that with my personal page 2 years ago, and now, of course, that's not switched on the way it was.
Wow.
And I even figured out why the Facebook page new one was white, because there's just, you got to go in there and adjust the setting for dark screen, and that's what really bombed me Wednesday when I turned my computer on, you know, and I go to Facebook and my whole background is white. It's like, what? You know, and then again the text was gigantic, and and they left the calling card saying they were there, you know, and then it was crazy, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and here we are.
oh, so they actually left a little calling card and said,
Yeah, because it was blown up and they switched some stuff on Facebook. It was way bigger font. I mean, it was huge, and it just immediately, you know, Wednesday. That's why I immediately typed on my page, something's wrong with Facebook. What did they do to Facebook? Because it was all changed. And I was like, what the hell? And then after that's when I started running into trouble and I was locked
My
out.
robot.
Yeah.
oh boy.
Yeah. Well, we could be seeing eruption too. Now there's lots of computer glitching going on.
Yeah.
And lots of solar flares, and of course, like we talked about earlier in the program today, that solar maximum is going to affect our service, our phones, our everything, including
Right.
our brains. We have that to look forward to next year. Yay! We're all going to be a bunch of raving maniacs.
Yeah. I prefer dark screen.
Yep.
Also, Sam.
Yeah, so you don't go blind, man. If you stare at that
Right.
thing for 6 hours, you stand up and you look everywhere else, and your eyes turn negative, and you see in the, you know, like you're staring through negatives in the old photographic film. Seriously, you get screen blind. Happens to me every time I get off the show, because we have a white background here on this show. And every time I get up and walk out in the living room, I can't see for about a half hour. I'm like, oh God, I'm screen blind. Because we stare at it for 7 hours straight. or 6 or 5, depending on how long we
Yeah,
go.
we're at 3 at the moment.
I hadn't even looked. 3 hours, 8 minutes, and
Yeah,
1 second.
3
2,
hours.
3, 4. Yeah.
So, slideshow for Tara. Let's show that.
Works
While
for me.
getting Jillian's pictures together. Okay, here we go, guys.
And,
This
I'd
is
like to thank
Tara
everybody out there for
from the
tolerating
last
my
couple
drama.
of weeks or so, and
I'm
she's
sorry.
in Texas.
Okay, I apologize for talking over you.
Oh.
I just want to say thank you for everyone for tolerating my drama of the week.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's the planet.
Ding dong.
Sky is yellow.
Sorry.
That's the planet. That's Atu
Wow.
moon. Very big. Very, very big. Wow. I wish I'd have seen that.
Just
We've
look
had-
at that thing looking at you with its eyeball on the left.
Yeah, we've
there.
had cloud cover, but next to no rain. We've had some little bit of rain, a little bit of snow, any little flaky stuff, boiling out of the atmosphere, but we haven't had, but we've been clouded over, but God, look at that. The illumination dead center is way past sundown. The horizon is the little vanished line. That again, that is the side of purple Atu right there. Look at that. That's beautiful. I love Atu. See the illumination. Atu's moon in front of lovely cotton ball Atu, dark purple.
Wow.
Hi, Christopher. You're back.
Hey, sorry guys. I finally got back to the house and then I looked out my balcony and saw the.
No, I can see what's behind you.
Lit up.
I can see it right behind you there.
Yeah. I got some good pictures of it too, but the sun's setting now. It's pretty cool.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I think you're looking at asteroids Atu and Yuri and Saru 1, 2, 3.
Wow. Yeah, it's been incredible. What have you guys been looking at?
We're watching a
Nicole, I
slideshow
think.
from Tara.
Oh,
Cool.
Tara.
You want to pause this and watch the sunset for a moment?
Sure.
Since it's
That
happening
is Yuri
right
and Saru right there.
now. And then I hate to
There's
interrupt.
Tara's
Have you been watching her time lapses?
Yes. There's
They're
a couple
awesome.
of those in here.
Oh, they're so awesome.
Okay, so we're at 2 minutes 10 seconds.
Can I do that with my cell phone as well? Make time lapses.
Yeah, I
How do you
think
do
what
that?
Tara does is she does the time lapse with her phone, and then she asked me to kind of slow it down a little bit so we
Okay.
could see them.
But
it
how
still goes-
do you make a time lapse with your phone, Christopher? Do you
I think
leave
you
it
can just,
somewhere so it does it?
on Android? I don't know. I think they're all the same basically, but there should be a button that says time lapse, and you just hit the button and
Mine
walk
says
away from
that.
your phone.
Yeah.
So what do? Leave it in the window or something?
Never
Well, we don't
film
want to
through
take
glass.
pictures through glass.
Not through glass.
Yeah, well, you know what
Right,
I
yeah,
mean.
you
I
just-
mean, I'm
You
not
just
going to leave my
it.
cell phone outside.
Yeah,
You
you
need a
just aim it
tripod.
to where you want it to go, and you just leave it there, basically.
If you have a sill on the window, you could put it outside on
Sure.
the windowsill with your back with a phone back to the glass. That way
Maybe
it'd
in
be
the
a stable spot
backyard.
that nobody would see
Yeah.
in the
The
backyard.
back.
And there's
Or you
some,
get a small tripod and you put
Right.
it on a tripod and leave it.
some of them have gimbals that'll do 180-degree turns. You can get the whole sky or whatever you want to do with it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Atu's moon and Atu right
That'd
there.
be
That's
ideal.
awesome.
And she's
Wow, look
got
at
this is
that.
lovely work. Look
There's
at
the
it.
skull
I mean, you can
asteroid
see
right
the
there.
whole thing.
Yep.
Wow.
Look up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that thing. Yeehaw. It's
You guys
even
see
got
it?
the
I think
scar
maybe that's
thing
it.
across it.
Well,
But
pan
that's
right
not-
to left or right to left. It could be one of those three right there. I don't know.
There we go. Here's the edge.
Yeah,
And I'll
that's
just pan all the way over.
a cool big asteroid. There's asteroids, and they're going
There's
away
asteroids
from us.
everywhere.
Yeah, and
Everywhere.
look
Tara,
at that.
thank
There's
you.
downward. I think that's.
Oh,
the
that's
cube,
weird.
right?
Today, Tara, all the reels that we were dancing were 8.
Is that the cube
It-
right there?
Yeah, that's where
To
it
the
was.
left
It's
of-
in the same spot it was an hour and a half ago, however long it was since I was out here before.
Yeah.
It's
You
huge.
can see the lines.
Look how
you
big
can
it
see
is.
the
It's
straight
like
lines
goes
leaving
all the way
behind.
up here, and then the long box cube is, you can see it, and this black smudge right here, I think that's part of it too.
Cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. Wow.
There is.
They're all there.
Remember, the real sky color is light blue.
Yeah.
Yes, look at all that.
Or there's some kind of open core thing happening here too. Do you guys see that?
Yeah, that could be.
I see the lead object.
Wow.
You're right dead on it.
Yeah,
Did
the
you
lead
see that?
object is right over. Yeah, I see it. I
It's
absolutely
right.
see it.
Right. I wish I could point.
Just above that
I know.
dark
I wish I
cloud
could
right
zoom in
there.
a little bit.
That little.
It's right in the middle of your green right now.
Right here, kind of. Up.
Higher up.
Finger
Higher
up.
Right there.
Higher
There,
up.
Right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
There.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
was
see
that-
it now
Yeah.
with the two
See how big-
bands.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the stripes
got
are going right through it.
It got really high.
Look at that little trippy thing there, that little
Right?
squiggle thing going down. I mean,
That is
that's a
probably,
little-
from the look of it, that is a contrail
Yeah.
because it's short. If it was a sea trail, it would be very long.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, and we don't get those here at all.
but don't you get like little drop bits, like little meteorite things? Little,
Sure.
Boy, I wonder if we're staring at Matim right there, just above. Wow.
yeah, look at it.
It's fun.
And then the Tan asteroid is above that, right there.
Wow.
The site of Uri and Atu's moon is all. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you think this?
Everything from above the light blue is planet.
Right. Do you think this
Like
long ion tail here is from the Texas cube? You see what
could
I'm talking
easily
about?
be- yeah, I did notice it goes to the corner.
Yeah.
Follow
There's
it all the way to the right. Go to the right. Follow that bottom ion tail.
yeah. I see the
Follow it. Go to
cube.
the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Go to the right. Yeah. See where it ends?
Yeah.
In that dark, shadowy inside the cloud, slightly behind Atu's moon, which is above that white area above right there is Atu's moon. And then to the left is where the Skull asteroid will be.
I think I see it now. There's so many things up here that look like the Skull asteroid. You can't.
Yeah, well, this is why
so hard to tell.
Jesus and I keep talking about
Uh-huh.
that there's so much more up there besides the Skull asteroid, and it literally looks like thousands of spirits.
Yeah, there's about 10 Skull asteroids that I can see with my eyes right now. So
The
You check it, all those old mother suckers.
Valkyrie Viking song going, you know, that
Right.
da, 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 da. You
Check
know.
it them all. Yeah.
There,
Like
yeah,
clusters
there's
of
some
them.
spooky shit going on up there.
yeah, there's some crazy stuff happening.
And that is all the asteroids underneath Uri and Atu,
Beautiful.
and you know, then some alien intergalactic gigantic massive cube and all its mini ships.
The ships
Thousands
have been
of
out
them.
here all day. They've been out here all day, and this morning I still can't believe how they were lined up. There was like 4 or 5 of them in a line. They were all aiming the same way. The clouds don't do that.
No,
They just don't.
because they're there, and you know, this is that thing that I'm so shocked. You know, everybody's been going, "Are we alone?" And when you give them proof, and I mean thousands of examples by now, and we're screaming this from the tallest chair we can stand on, our soapboxes, and trying to get everybody this information that ET is freaking here. And again, I looked at the comments section in last week's show, and zero. So I implore you, if you have questions about the Texas Cube or the long box cube, ask us on the YouTube videos that Rebecca's going to put out. It'll be out the moment we hang up.
Right.
Okay.
And
And when you
They're
make
real.
a comment, put a hashtag that says Texas Cube or Cube Crafts or something like that, and it will tell the algorithm. It'll show that's what people are searching for, and that's what they want to watch.
Yeah, there is. We have cited them for so long now. And we have close-ups of them. We have it by eye captures from around the world, going back,
Incredible.
God, 2000. See, the Texas cube got here in 2015-ish.
Okay.
And then the long box cube got here in 2017-ish. And I always try to make sure that's when we first started citing it. It may have gotten here before then, but we saw it in 2017.
Wow.
There again, there's that smaller asteroid right there, that circle. That's Irene.
This one here?
That little circle, yeah, right there. That's Irene.
Yeah.
And right above it, in the dark shadow, is where the tan asteroid is.
Wow,
That's
it's
the dark
huge.
circle behind it. Yeah, it is. It's huge right now.
Oh, wow. You guys, it's right over my head.
Oh my God.
That's
is
the tan
great.
asteroid
That
sitting off
is
the
great.
side of Uri.
Oh,
And
God.
all of that shit up in there.
Jesus, that over you right now. I suddenly
Yes.
realized, like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm
You know,
so.
it's not like it's not far off in the horizon. It's literally over your head.
Yep.
And you can see the curvature of the planet. You can see all of the asteroids they're closer.
And this is the end of the 180-day cycle that we
Beautiful.
were warning about, that we know that these asteroids are going to be so close to the fact that they're over the top of us. And the only one fortunate thing that we have going is that these planets are rising up. Otherwise, they would be seriously much larger right now.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
So we dodged one bullet out of many, but we'll see what, and there again, right there is the Salamander asteroid group.
Yes.
Right there.
It's beautiful.
You're
It's just
staring at.
incredible.
There are a group of asteroids that's at the bottom front side of Uri. We have pictures of them going back many, many years, even when they were smaller, and we use them all the time.
Right.
This happens over and over again, and we've actually named most of the large bodies and everything in that area, so we know what we're talking about. That is the side of Uri right there, and the asteroid, Salamander asteroid group on the side and immersed in the atmosphere and the base cloud of the bottom of Uri.
Right.
Now, for years, a couple of years ago, 2 years, for example, Uri was way off in the distance, and yet it was below the horizon. So we were only seeing 3/4 of Uri, and that was the 3/4 of the top of it. But now, within the last 2 years, Uri has risen up higher, and now we're looking at the bottom of it again in the base clouds, etc. So during that process of time, back in a few years ago, those close pass asteroids, when Uri did come over us at the end of the 180-day cycle, we were having much more extreme discharging lightning, freak storms, etc.
Okay.
But we still can have some of those, depending on the smaller stuff that's coming, that things that we haven't yet to see or learn about.
Right.
And all of that is going to go directly over the top of us, and then we're going to be able to document more as the smaller stuff is now becoming even bigger, and we're seeing a lot more of them. Like there's several smaller asteroids in front of the red asteroid that we barely see, but they're getting bigger. There are several asteroids that are in front of and around the lead asteroid that we never really noticed. There's stuff, now we're getting better pictures of the green asteroid. And the blue asteroid is near the sun still, but it's showing up, and I probably bypassed seeing it many times. Because if we're not thinking about it, you don't always see everything you're looking at.
Hold on real quick.
Remind yourself of what's there. Anyway, now I can come up with, I had it blown up there for the longest time. I can come back and look at the comments.
How do I get back?
I'm here.
Okay.
You're fine.
Everybody else is black. I can see
Are you
Can you hear me?
done showing? I can hear you.
Yeah.
Are you done?
I'm gonna walk back. I'm just getting a few
Okay.
pictures, and then I'm walking back right now.
Okay.
It's gonna
guys, we'll see ya.
it's gonna get dark, and we're not gonna be able to see anything.
Right. Okay.
that white line that we're staring at this photograph, that white line is probably the ion tail of a Saturn jello.
See,
Right.
I wanted to just mention that. This is Tara's picture for her slideshow, but I have seen that same, and it goes like, okay, say that's in the west, that same streak, and it does this all the way to the northeast, almost to the northeast.
That
That's
is
it
the
right there.
ion tail of his Saturn
Yeah,
jello moon
Carol
going
Ann
around
caught
the
it
moon
too.
and reaching a fully around planet is Saturn. And if you
Oh
look in the right
man.
hand corner, there is an actual reddish hue to the background blue. I'm
I
looking
also
at it.
caught that today.
I'm gonna back this up a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's see how the
Let's
tail
just
is.
start over since we interrupted the whole video.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Tara.
It's okay. No, you know what I mean, but it's all
Yeah.
good. Yeah, here we go. Because it's really good stuff.
It's the one time lapse. She sent me 2 of them. And the first one we did,
Uh-huh.
you can see there's 2 planets rotating. And their asteroids are going right in between both of them. It's awesome.
Look how close that is. It's got what, Uri or Nepicity?
Oh.
It's
Nepicity?
Uri, Atu, and Atu's moon.
Okay. It's so illuminated in that.
And you can actually see the
Scary.
stripes of Atu and Atu's moon in the upper middle right. That Atu is striped. But you can
Neat.
see the stripes of Uri behind it as well. Now that is the illumination of probably the lead asteroid being illuminated there in front of its Saturn's yellow moon and its Saturn. And they're purple because of the proximity of Atu, which is on the left-hand side.
That one.
That again is the side view of planet Atu, which is a gas giant, and it's beautiful.
It's
And
just
it's
like
purple.
wrapping around it.
Purple.
Right.
See it curving around it.
And the illumination of either asteroids or the Atu's moon, which is white, and gets very illuminated. Now remember, the real sky is that white line at sunset.
Right.
Everything else is planet. And here again, you see that trail going from the middle of the sun going to the upper right corner. That's the ion tail coming off of the Saturn's yellow moon, which wraps around both sides of planet is Saturn and is the winged planet. And it's not on the left, nor is any other cloud in the sky. So
Right. Every day.
And look at the rainbow where it's red and yellow.
Yeah.
And that is the cutoff edge, and that rainbow prism effect is the light shining through the atmosphere, and there's a small atmosphere around Saturn's yellow moon, and that's light shining through the atmosphere of the edge of a Saturn's yellow moon, and it's cutting into the sun. That's why you're seeing the 4-star cutoff refraction and flaring of the sun. But there's the ion tail, there's the ion tail, there's the ion tail. It's been like that for, God, Rebecca, what, a year and a half now?
Right.
Oh yeah.
If not 2. It started back towards us in 2019.
It's normally there.
In 2020, it got bigger. 2021 and 22, it got huge. And then all of a sudden, we were seeing more of a Saturn than a Saturn's yellow moon. And then this year, the Saturn's yellow moon got huge. From January of last year, or of January of 2024 through, we're coming up to the January and December again, so it's almost a full year. But in 2024, Saturn's yellow moon got huge, and before that, it was way smaller. So, and this is another example of a Saturn's yellow moon right there. At sunset, we're looking to the north, and the sun is setting in the west. And that most of that circle is the Saturn's yellow moon in front of its Saturn, in front of Nibiru on the right, and normal sky on the left. And again, you can see the lead asteroids dead center on the top, in front of a Saturn's yellow moon, in front of a Saturn, because the light is coming from the left. So we know this is the lead asteroid in front of a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn. The bottom of the Saturn is being illuminated, and you can see that in all the way from the left to the middle of the right.
Wow.
And there's the ion tail going again.
Yes, that's great.
That's the ion tail going around to Saturn's yellow. You're seeing that big blue area just to the right of the sun is the Saturn. And the microclouds around that planet. Now this is on the left side of the sun. And we're looking at the edge of Saru and Uri. Saru is the blue, Uri is the cloudy on the left. And again, this is the side of Uri and Saru. And the illumination dead center is the Dan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group. Just above the houses.
Oh, wow.
And edge of Uri cutting into the sun from the left, dark blue versus light
yeah.
blue. And there's more, but I just quit there.
Right. There's always more.
Yeah, there's always mirror. And look at the size of these clouds.
Yes.
These are not our clouds. Those are patchy clouds from the bottom of the atmosphere bleed in. That was probably Nepacity. Not for sure, but it sure looked like it.
Well, those speckles are all from the Pacific.
Yeah. Those, see, the size of the clouds are wrong. Even the shape of them is wrong. That's probably Nepacity right there. And then we spin over, and then
Speckles, they look like broken
that too will be
crumbs
above us and
off
over
the
there.
ground.
Yeah. White Uri in the background after sunset. Cool. Yeah, we are swimming in the planets. You cannot do a 360 without seeing all the planets now. They're above us.
It's
They're
been like
around
this
us.
every day for every day for the last 5 days.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of them. And this is why we're past the halfway point. The halfway point was when they were coming at us and we could not see nothing but the dark side. But now they're passing us, and so we're seeing them illuminated above us. And I will be right back, going to the little scientist room.
So that reel that you were talking about, Gillian,
Hmm?
it was the one with the unicorn, or was it something else?
Yeah, it's the one with the unicorn.
Yeah, it's there. I know you asked that like an hour ago, but
Nah, I just wondered if someone had seen it because, yeah. It's just,
I'm
it was
gonna get
weird.
it shared.
Huh?
I mean, I have a copy of it. I just got to put music on it. But I'm getting your slideshow ready right now.
Oh,
So-
cool. Yeah, I was like, I was just
I got
standing
smart
on
this
street
week.
corners going click, 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 click.
Hey, I got smart and decided to put them all in a slideshow for you, Rebecca, so you don't have to sit there and fumble with the pictures.
It's Ricolet. There's a thing for an adult beverage. Look at that stuff. For,
Yeah, look at that big one. Right. And asteroids in the middle. Dun, dun, dun. You know, eventually it's got to sink into the the multiple folk out there seeing this, that these patterns are going to sink into your head, especially if you get a copy and save a copy, a screen capture or whatever of the monthly site drawing. We have no other way to get them to you other than Facebook. So if you're not on Facebook, try and get a capture of it. And then I'll prompt Rebecca to post it pretty often as possible, because that is the most accurate placement, and it will give or take from where you live on the planet. The angles may be slightly different, but the planets that are on the left are always on the left, and the planets that are on the right are always on the right. And boy, look at that. Wow, you can even see the bottom of the cube in this one. The Texas cube, see that weird white sort of pizza slice cloud that we were just looking at, is the bottom of the Texas cube. Now this one, this is lead asteroid dead center, and it's Saturn. And again, after the light changed, dead center, just slightly to the right is lead asteroid in front of a Saturn's yellow moon. And you can see the ion cloud is actually wrapping out from the face of the dark blue area to the white area, which is planet Saturn. This is the left-hand side. This is, again, Uri with Matim poking its head out up there right at the top right corner. And the asteroid, salamander asteroid group on the facial right directly in front of us with Saru behind it. And here again. Boy, look at what there is. I think the lead object just to the right of the sun. It's about the proper size. I was going to say red, but the red is somewhere in the mix there. This again, okay. This is the bottom of Atu's moon in Uri. As the light keeps changing in these shots, obviously. There's time factors going on here. And again, wow, look at that. Lead asteroid, Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn. And some activity from the long box cube, which is the dark blue in the upper right corner. Hard call on the see. We're looking, the light's behind us, so this should be where Nepacity is. Oh, it could be even in Nibiru. That is Nibiru. Real big. And again, it's that yellow moon on the right.
Wow.
Uri on the left.
Wow.
I mean, do you see Matim?
We know it, yeah. That big circle right there, but underneath the 1, 2, 3, 4 white lines, just to the left of the sun, there's a big circle right by the house Eve.
Yeah.
And that is Matim.
Well, okay. You see all those? Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. There's 4 stripes.
Yeah, 4 stripes on the left
by
of
the
the
house.
And then Matim is right directly behind all of those 4 stripes. It's a dark circular.
That's Matim.
That's Matim.
Oh, wow. You see it,
You can
Christopher?
see those, yes,
do you
you can
see
see it wrapping around Matim. You can see
Okay.
the 4
You
stripes
see that
wrapping
there's a
around the
smaller
body.
one, and then there's the
Incredible.
bigger one. Like
Yeah, the 1, 2, 3 are big, and the fourth
Right.
one is small. And if you really wanted to go, you could say a 5th one below that. But
Okay.
yeah,
And just because
Yeah, you can
Matim
see
is
that
the
one.
smallest planet, there's still a lot of action happening with Matim.
yeah,
From
we
what I
actually
saw
have
today,
no idea how big it is.
Right.
We know it's
well,
small.
the
compared to
stripey
its
means
mass.
that there's the lead asteroid, there's Uri, there's
We don't know how big
bunch
Nepacity
of-
is. We don't know how big Matim
Sure.
is because we've never ever seen them up close.
Okay.
Now, Nepacity comes up close and looks massive, but we believe that it is Earth-sized or smaller or bigger. We don't know, but we know that we believe that its Saturn is bigger than Earth.
Wow.
There's no way to actually go out. We'd have to leave the planet to actually do a size comparison. Because it's really, we are looking through water, and I so often wonder what our outview magnification really is. And we see on a graduated only a 30% outview, and then it gets wider from there, which is also looking through water. So this is part of why a good portion of people can't see them, because their brain can't step past that edge. You have to take the leap of faith and say, "What if?" And then once you do, then you start to see these planets. There's a little blind faith here. It really is.
Sure.
That's the illumination of Atu's moon.
Beautiful.
Hey, Thunda. Thunda is here.
I'm done.
I see that Egg is here also.
Hey, Egg.
Really? I haven't seen that yet. Oh, and where is she? There she is.
Oh.
Hey, Egg. Good to see you. Everybody's having a nice holiday, it sounds like.
Now you guys are late and didn't
That's
hear that
good.
I lost my Facebook personal profile this week. So we are starting from scratch again. So if you have the opportunity to send me a new friend request, do so. It's me, my picture when I have a beard on this time. And you can and then I've got the black picture of me that was photoshopped years ago with me going, "You must give in to Montana Skywatcher. It's your destiny." And that's a joke as me as the evil emperor. I'm not a cult leader, but I did that as a joke. And so I have that up on that thing so people knew it was me, I guess. Well, hey, like Rebecca was even questioned when then they were going, because Rebecca put out a notice going, Sam's profile got bombed, so he's putting out a new one. So it's him. I'm letting people know. And then people went to her and go, "Well, how do we know you're you?"
Yeah.
So Rebecca had to prove that she was Rebecca yesterday.
One lady, I had to call her on Face. I called her on Messenger if she could see me, on the video call. So anyway, she believed me then.
Yeah, and I chuckled about it. And of course, we start any controversy, and then you got everybody questioning everything.
That's what I
it's
tell
they're not even
Esri
gonna believe
Colette,
it's
thank
me.
you.
It's me. It's me. It's
You're
me.
awesome.
I'm a real boy.
Yeah. After this video, I'll play you your thank you card.
God, look at that sky. Even if we don't tell you what's there,
Appreciated.
skies like this never existed in my lifetime.
Right.
Look at the curls and the twists and the eddies and the trails and the shape of that big round blue thing right there. And that one and that one and that one. I mean, and the cutoff and the illumination flaring. We never saw anything like this years ago.
That in itself should be enough, more than enough proof that, the sky has changed that dramatically.
Yeah, but they go, well, there's somebody spraying things up there, or
every day in the same spots.
And they're
No,
trying to terraform and get ready
worldwide.
for the invasion of the lizard people.
No.
No. This is natural. They don't have to do half of that crap. Planet's heating up all, but when you add a second star, things change. And it comes by every 3,654 or so years, and it changes our climate. And you can go back through history, and you can see all the volcanoes and catastrophes and disappearing civilizations, cycle after cycle after cycle throughout history. And we know for a fact that there were other civilizations that we don't even know about that used to live here, because their stonework is all over the planet. And, technology cutting stone that we don't have to this day. And they're finally stepping out of the bounds on that and starting to talk about some of these machines that used to carve these rocks. So they've taken a very nice advanced step forward. So anyway, this again is Attu's moon, and you can see there's a corner edge of the long box cube sticking out there. Oh, look, a mostly normal picture with Attu and Attu's moon in it. And of course, Yuri. And yeah, there's Yuri.
Yep, that's
And look, the skull asteroid dead center above the tree.
Yeah, look at that guy.
That is, hit pause, Rebecca.
Mm.
Did you hear me, Rebecca? Earth to Rebecca. Come in, Rebecca.
Was it this one?
Can you go
was
back?
it this one?
No.
Uh-huh.
No.
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 Okay, let's go forward. I'll go forward now. We'll get there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think it's right after this.
Okay.
A little more forward.
They're on 15
When you get the
second
one with the tree
intervals.
in the one in the tree in the middle left on the horizon, there would be a
Okay.
tree. I know that.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay,
You
hit
can see
pause.
the shadow so perfect.
They
There.
look at the skull asteroid directly above the tree.
No! Oh my gosh. I do see it. It's looking right at us. Its mouth
Right,
is
and
open.
just to the left, in the middle, at the top of the picture, is Attu's moon and Attu, and here
You
it
don't
is.
see
the skull
that?
Yeah, that is the skull asteroid. Absolutely.
Looks like
Oh,
two
yeah.
of them, like one above the other. Oh God, and he's got two little buddies next to him.
And there you go, Carol Ann. It's very
Yeah.
large, and this, get a screen capture of it while we're holding on pause.
Oh,
And
check
this
if
is
you
the
if you
skull
enlarge it, then
asteroid.
it's got little dudes. Sorry,
It came to
Sam. I'm like,
visit us from just before Halloween on, and then NASA announced that it would be visible just after Halloween, and they lied, of course, because if they would tell you that it's going to be here for a couple of weeks and months, then people would start thinking, like, what do you mean? How could it be a free-flowing asteroid in Earth's gravitational in this solar system? Because it's not. This is the only object that NASA has attached any announcement to that is attached to the Nibiru system, including the star or any of the planets or any of the asteroids. But this one they talk about because it is scary as hell, and there's probably a lot of people seeing it. As I whistle my S. I guess that happens when you get older. You whistle your S's. Yep. God, I lost everybody. It got quiet.
I'm sorry. I was putting hearts on Gillian's video and it tied up my audio, I guess.
Well, I can't
Isn't
see
that weird?
Christopher behind Jerry. I know it was.
But I am here and I'm saving her video now. So we'll get to see that in a few minutes.
I'm here.
Slideshow.
I
Sorry, Sam.
Julian's go.
And Jerry messaged me. I saw. I'm going to get that message from him. I think he wanted me to share something. I'll find out, Jerry. Let's go back to the video. And Jerry did point out Noah was 1500 BC.
Yeah, well,
So
my
if you
math
do
comes
that-
up to about 1650 BC. I don't think I'm making a mistake, but if I am, it's possible.
Okay.
The story has been in my brain for a long time, and I haven't recently done the math. But my calculation says anywhere from 1600 to 1700 BC. But I'm not always absolutely right. I do try.
Somewhere in there. Okay.
But that whole era, I mean, you're gonna see climate. We did see climate change, from the 80s on, and then all sorts of stuff. But I mean, the drastic, serious climate change has happened majorly within the last 5 years, where we see the major drama. There is literally there's the Texas cube, the long box cube is here. The Isatum Jello moon and Isatum are all in this shot. 1, 2, 3, and the long box is in the middle upper with a side orb behind it, which is odd. Kind of like my drawing, but not. Well, we know it's there. We've cited it year after year for many years now, and they're there, and they haven't really moved them. The cubes haven't moved, but the star destroyers do move. This is the tan asteroid and the red asteroid and all of that in front of Atu's moon and Uri. All overhead coming over again. This is Atu's moon beyond Earth because the light is behind us.
Isn't it amazing how it's all over the place? It's not just in one place, but everything.
Well, in the early years, they moved in, became visible, and then moved over right to the right or left, depending on which side they were on, and then vanished. And now they're going over the top of us so heavily that they don't vanish as much. There's days we don't see them at all. And I haven't completely figured that one out yet, too. But when they're here, boy, they're really here now. And they've gotten so large, it's almost impossible to tell who's who half the time. And only through huge amounts of practice and me sitting there trying to keep this 3D inside my head do I understand it. So, and I have to always check the light sources. Where's this picture coming from? Which direction am I looking? What time of day is it? Etc. Here we have sunset, and there's a planet over the top. Cutting off the light. The real sun, the real sky is down at the horizon again, and everything blue above it is planet. Same thing here. The real sky is the yellow and the orange, and underneath that big line, that line is most likely planet edge, if not atmospheric edge.
I see the lead object, I think. Right in the middle.
That center. In front of it.
The round thing with those stripes going through it.
Which is the bluish area by that black dot.
Coming in it. It's just like your drawing. It's just like that drawing, Sam.
Sure is.
Oh boy, I gotta go make a comparison. I see it now.
Okay.
I love it, Tara. I love it too, Katie.
That's where they are, and that's why my drawings match.
I know. That's why
where they are.
Let me try to get that drawing.
There's a white ball over there. There's like a white ball right here in the
Perfect.
middle, and then there's all the stuff there. There's that white
There's
ball.
lots of stuff in
Yes,
between.
I came to it.
We've been seeing a lot more of Casper also,
Not
Julian.
this one.
Casper has
Casper.
been doing a little tiny illuminated cameos because Casper is rainbowy and white. So it's right behind and anywhere near to the left of the lead asteroid, Casper will show up.
Well, here's one, but it's not. That's not the one.
That's not the one you were looking for. That's not the one you were
No.
looking for.
No, it's not. It's like, do I have it saved on here?
You want me to send it to you on Facebook?
I know. I mean, I have it on my phone. I just wanted everybody to get to see it. I don't.
Oops.
But you're having loading pictures, so I can't send it.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get it sent over, or I don't even know if I can get it from you or not.
Okay, I'll belay that order.
Okay,
Vashti, there,
here's
you
what I
land lovers,
do.
and belay that order. We're heading to sea.
Where did it go? Here it is.
Lead.
Okay. That's at 16:55. Okay. I'm going to find the drawing.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
it's
gonna
almost
be patient.
over. Wow, that's over. Yeah. Anyway, that's like a couple more drawings left, and then we'll get it. I just got Gillian's.
I hope people appreciate these shows. I'm sure wondering that our low viewership is starting to bother me a little bit, and I'm hoping that people will share this with other folks because it's important.
Thank you, Tara.
I believe it's important. I hope everybody
Absolutely
else believes
important.
it's important. I do not know how any other way to do this in a calmly scientific manner and not be the guy that's screaming and crying on the Art Bell show. And this is why we do this every week in hopes that, we get another, 5 people or 10 people or 20 or 100 or 1,000 or maybe, hit our first million and Rebecca to get that, that YouTube plaque behind her there and all of that. So
You
Come on.
deserve it. Absolutely.
come on now, guys.
Well, thank
Only you
you.
can make
Thank
this
you.
go forward. And I'm one person. And Rebecca's one person. And Christopher's one person. And Jillian's one person. And we cannot do this alone. We all need you guys to get out there and push this. Because, if you know it's true, the truth is what's important. It's not, we cannot acquiesce to the lies of 1880 Heisenberg uncertainty principle science. Thank you, London, England. The good old boys. We can't let them run our solar system and our point of view through gravity when we know that we're dealing with an electrical universe. And the example of these asteroids going around these planets and staying in the same place below them and not hitting us day after day because they've been here for years is proof of the electrical universe. They're electrically, atomically attached to their otherwise we'd steal one of their bodies, their moons, or they would steal Earth from our solar system, but that's not how it works. It's not gravitational. That star does not steal planets from us, and our star does not steal planets from them because it's a balanced, repetitive cycle. It's not a one-time pass. This happens cycle after cycle after cycle for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years. And plus or minus variations of catastrophic paradox, which some people believe that did occur within our solar system and not due to natural formation, such as the Kuiper belt and all that crazy stuff. But there's no actual sitting there and try to hypothesize how all this was formed until you understand it's larger. Our binary system is much bigger than we humans imagine, because there's more positively charged bodies that we don't even talk about, and those are planets. There's way more attached to them and to us than we're even aware of yet. And of course, maybe with the new telescopes they know about it but haven't told us yet. But there's a lot more to our solar system than what Albert Einstein told you was real.
Yeah.
There's a lot more. And if you want to learn about the planets, you can go to a website on YouTube called Astra. I think. Let me look it up here real quick. I threw my paper away. But
Yes,
I did have,
Jerry.
no,
I have a channel on.
Astrum, ASTRUM, Astrum.
Okay.
And they put out some great material about the individual planets of our normal solar system.
Cool.
And it's time for a Ricola.
Is it cough drop number 2?
Cough drop number 2. Yeah, I'm getting hoarse.
Okay, we're keeping track.
Or pony or mule, depending on your point of view.
Yeah,
Okay.
and there'll be people telling us that they went and watched a whole bunch of Anunnaki stuff and it talked about Tiamat. But then where does all this information come from? And how do you, I was asked, how do you discern between what is real? How did they get this information? The people that give us
Right.
this
Bingo.
information.
Bingo.
And-
That's the thing. A lot of it is lore. A lot of it comes from some Sumerian translation. A good portion of the early texts throughout history were mostly the ones that they're discerning well were in Greek, early Greek. And for the most part, they don't have, and we were talking about this a couple of days ago, about how the Abrahamic Bible system is all created and placed a good deal of the religion that we all pray to on planet Earth. And the question boils down, how do they get this information?
Yeah.
And some of it comes from Egyptian, some of it comes from Greek, some of it comes from Mesopotamian and Sumerian and other readable early dialects. And this is where all of this information comes from, is a lot of lore. But most of it comes from the Sumerian legends, which some of the Egyptian legends are very similar to as well, including some of the legends of our Bible. For
And look
example.
at that ball next to that missile rocket, whatever.
Oh, that would be the Tan asteroid by the size.
Huh.
This
We
is
looked
that
at this one
picture.
last week, didn't we?
Jerry, Jerry asked
Yeah,
me
that's
if
cool.
I had shared this. He didn't see it last week, so
And look at the color of it. It's tan.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that thing.
he reminded me. Yeah,
Yeah, that is
I
the
know.
very large. It's the only
Like,
rounded-based asteroid that is going on that level of the horizon. You know, that many degrees off the horizon mark,
right,
Cool.
and that
But
size,
yeah.
etc. That is
It's
probably
almost
the
1
Tan
o'clock for
asteroid.
Jerry.
It almost looks like the
Thank you,
moon, but you know,
Sure.
it would be
3
big-
minutes to
big.
1. Yep.
Yeah,
It'd be
I'll
way
play your
brighter if it
video.
was the moon.
Oh, let me make sure I got it saved. Hang
Do,
on.
do you think?
Yeah, save
Sam,
that thing.
it's a-
That's gorgeous.
Sorry. It is. Do you think it's illuminated by the sun, or do you think it's actually illuminated from the rocket?
No, it's illuminated by the sun.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Hmm.
It would be a rounder, more left-going illumination
Sure.
if it was coming from the middle. This
See
is
how
a
that
side
works,
half cut
everybody?
off. It's directly cut off
All
in
about the
half.
light.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that
the light
is
is just wonky, isn't it? I mean,
the
if
light is
you're
coming
not,
from the
if
right.
you're
so I
somebody,
knew
yeah, if you're
automatically
somebody that
where it was
doesn't, yeah.
going. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the Tan asteroid. Size
Wow.
and all says so.
Beside the fact that it actually looks tan as
Yeah,
well.
and we have to pay attention to the
Thank you.
Tan asteroid. We don't know what it's going to do because in the past, in 2018 and 19, it was pretty wicked. And it was coming discharging close to Earth and then did all sorts of stuff. And now here it again.
But then you say it could potentially be a moon. So
Yeah.
what? Let's just
partially
think
submerged.
about it as a moon, as Yuri's moon, because
It's
that thing
partially
is quite.
submerged in half in and half out of the atmosphere of the side of planet Uri. And it's part of the salamander asteroid group. It's like the hips. And it's the big round lump, but it's actually farther forward now that it's gotten to us over the years. It's been weighing on me because it's so smooth and it's so tan and it's so prominent that I keep going, is that a moon? Because
Right.
we know that gas giants have shitloads of moons. So half of these objects could be moons, and we have no way
Wow.
to tell that. I
Yeah.
try to remind you that I don't have all the facts. We could be calling some of these asteroids that are actually moons. Lorraine or Pappy could be mini moons. We don't know. And then again, how big is the Tan asteroid? So would we be calling Pappy or Lorraine mini moons when they're not? Because the Tan asteroid is so massive, it's unbelievable. We don't know. I mean, it's hard to judge or not misrepresent. But I've often wondered if the Tan asteroid was a moon.
Hmm.
Thank you,
cute.
Tara, and Esri Colette, both of y'all.
Yes, thank you.
Aren't they cute? One more time. They're
Babies.
happy. They're so
Babies.
happy.
I like the rainbow one. Look at the
Cats are
rainbow one.
And while you're at it, why don't you throw up our ways you can send donations
Okay, sure.
to
Let's
remind
do that.
people about my address. And remember, Christmas is coming.
Right. Please help.
And we ask that
please
you
do.
guys send the Christmas donation
Yes.
to the Hofman children, because that way they'll have a good Christmas. Otherwise, I'm broke. And we spend all our money and time doing this. So we need a little help.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It costs us money, especially me and Sam, for putting all it together. I know you all already know. So
Yeah, I've spent thousands and thousands of dollars in internet fees, and this is what I do this for. I'm not an internet
but we
cruiser.
love it.
I don't
You
talk
know.
on TikTok or have cell
And-
phone service. I do this for
And
this only.
normally we don't ask for help.
Right.
You know what I mean? We've done it for so many years.
In this
and never
festive
asked for
holiday
help.
season, we ask
Ex-
that you grant from your heart a little bit
That-
for the children.
Things have changed.
Yeah.
And
How'd I do, Gillian?
Yeah, not bad, eh? Not bad.
Not bad.
You said Irish.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I don't know. That was kind of the idea.
You ready to see
do not
Jillian's
forget,
video?
Yeah.
don't forget to watch Scrooge with Albert Finney.
Definitely sound like Scrooge. I knew what you were going for because I know Scrooge is one of your.
Well, every year I watch Scrooge with Albert Finney, and yes, it's a musical, and that's probably the only musical you'll ever catch me watching outside the opera, because I used to I've been to operas, the three-piece suit and all of that crap, and the tux.
Hey.
Anyway,
I'm going to my first panto on Christmas Eve. Yep.
when I was in the hotel
Pantomime.
industry, I went to the
Okay,
opera
cool.
pretty regularly in Oregon. Anyway, I digress into minor insanity.
I'll be digressing into minor insanity because apparently you have to get involved with things like that. It's called Jack and the Beanstalk. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Albert Finney, Scrooge, best version, to complete the topic at hand. Well, I completely leapt off of topic. Anyway, what you got for us, Rebecca?
Good to go.
I have Jillian's slideshow ready.
And her cat.
No cat.
Kitty cat. I wish Mittens would come over here. She was sleeping earlier. She's like,
That's
big.
Stella. I think it's raining because she's all wet. She just went past like a bottle brush.
Uh-oh.
She's a teenager now. She's a teenager. She's like 8 months old. She was born in April. So
Can't believe she's that big already. How's
I
Phil?
know. Huh?
How's Phil, Chris?
Phil's good cat.
Phil. I don't know that was
Phil.
his name. Phil.
Yeah, so I don't know why it popped in my head like that, but yeah, if you've ever seen the movie Beverly Hills Cop with Eddie Murphy, and
Mm-hmm.
he's like an undercover cop, right? And they're at this bar, and some guys are trying to rob the bar, and he pretends to know these like robbers, and he calls one of them Phil, and it's just funny. So
Okay.
Phil.
Okay.
That's how it goes. Here we go. Jillian. It's
Thank
there.
you.
It's firing.
I was wondering what I was smelling, and the girls are heating up the pizza oven.
Wow.
Oh, hello, Yuri.
See that? You guys, you all see that, right?
yeah,
Yeah, it's repetitive
Look at
over and
that.
over again. It's Yuri.
Right.
Side of Yuri on the left-hand side of the sun. Been there for 2 years.
right. It's
That's
almost
amazing.
like
man.
it's almost like
Malcolm.
took pictures right out of my camera, Jillian. These could be
Yes.
pictures. This could be Las Vegas. I wouldn't be able to tell if
Yeah.
there wasn't like trees in the way. And,
I should actually just sit down and paint this.
right?
The Anunnaki event.
I have.
Hi, Malcolm.
Lucinda gave me a bunch of small canvases and stuff.
Oh,
I should
nice.
actually-
Okay.
And I have the paint. I have the brushes. I have all the tools.
They're so
Really?
beautiful.
I should just sit down and paint Yuri just like that.
Do it.
I think we're looking at look at those straight line edges.
That was a smart. That stuff.
Well, there's a bell refraction going on here. The top of the sun is being cut off, and you're seeing the illumination on the edge of a planet that's cutting into the top of the sun. Which one, I can't tell you unless I stood there for a few minutes to watch it personally. But most likely, still Saru cutting off the top edge. And Saru is getting very big. Yeah. Wow. Yuri and Saru.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
When Sarah comes over the top of us, I think I'm going to throw up. It's just, automatic. I'm doing a deep swallow, claustrophobic feeling. Like, oh shit, Sarah's coming. He's going to go over the top of
You
us.
can feel it, eh?
Yeah, it's just it gave me a really queasy, weird feeling.
That's
Oh,
great.
But I
Yeah.
felt queasy for like 2 days, and then this stuff showed up.
yeah, I did great today. I actually managed to sleep in a little bit extra, and Rebecca had a horrible night.
Yeah, I've
That
gotten
stuff.
to where the nights before the show, I got into where the nights before the show, I'm not able to sleep very good. I don't know why. So it's like an all-nighter.
The
Right,
black
six-
dot is a bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, random birdie birds. Look at that.
That is
That
the bottom of
feather
Act
thing.
2 in front of Yuri. You can see that blue round sitting, the blue area in the dead center top middle. That's the face of Act 2, and then Act 2's moon is farther to the left middle.
Look at that. Whoa.
That's that weird yellow ring I've been talking about for weeks, where
Yeah, it's
it's
incredible.
just not right, and we know that it's entirely possible that we're staring at the red star right now rather than our own sun. I do
That's
not
not
know.
our one. I'm sure that's not our one when
Well,
we see
we
this.
we don't know for sure, but we've seen some pictures coming from NASA and stuff that just all of a sudden shocked people that didn't look like our sun.
Right.
And they're now announcing about the new solar maximum that we're stepping into.
Right.
So, you have to question it. And I was semi-aware of the cycle of the solar minimum, solar maximum transition, but I thought that had gone out the window here recently. So
Yeah.
I don't know how they recalibrated that.
Yeah, I
But
was
now
shocked too
they're
when I read
announcing that
that.
we're going into a solar maximum. Now, if you had a larger star coming at you, that would be a really good excuse to handle
Look
it.
like you can see the ball. Ah, I'm even seeing my own thing with this thing.
Yeah, Gillian, this happened the other day too. For me, I have the same exact effect happening in my skies on Thanksgiving Day. The lines over the sun, Saturn's yellow moon on the right.
And I
Look
think
at that.
it's possible we're seeing the base cloud of Saru way
Look at
bigger.
that.
Tara is asking, so Sam, are they passing up over us while also slowly getting further?
Yeah, they're rising up and they're getting smaller, and now they're going beyond us. And they're going to go over our right shoulder as you're staring at the sun.
Look at that twirly thing happening on the right-hand side of the sun. That was
They came
right-hand
from
side.
below us as you're staring at the sun off of our left heel. And they have risen up in front of us and spiraled. They spiraled at first a couple of times, and then they went right, left. And now they're going over us.
Okay.
And still rotating, but we are swimming in the middle of them. And that's why Nibiru is beyond Earth and Saturn is so close to us, because the other arm of the solar system has already gone and moved and is rotating in front of us and for us during our process as well. And that's why Yuri is now literally in the north sky, where it used to be in the northeast sky. And Atu is over our heads in the left-hand side, and Nepesi is over our heads on the right-hand side as we're staring at the sun. But Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon, which are small compared to Nibiru, are now right in our faces on the right-hand side over the top of us, just like Atu and Atu's moon were in 20 and
Look at that.
22.
What
That
is
is the side edge of Yuri.
edges?
And there are two sea trails here.
Yeah.
They're trying to break up the out view of the edge of Yuri,
Yeah.
because there's Yuri and Saru are in this shot,
Yeah.
but they're putting down some aerosols to break
Yeah,
all of
it's
that up.
incredible how they're able to get right on the edge of the planets. It's not,
Right,
it's
it's
not
like-
a
it's
coincidence
like the
when you see
pilots
it
know
day
what
after
they're
day
doing.
like that.
It's like they know what they're doing, and as they do it over the populated areas.
Scary.
Anyway, I have to go cut pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Okay.
Sam. All right. Yeah. Yep. Wow.
You know, look, you can see the surface on the left there. That's all surface. I mean, these other
That is
things are like the trails, you know,
Yeah.
scribbling.
I was just looking at a picture Christopher posted in the Daily Sun Pics post on my page, and it's amazing. I'm going to share that.
Cool.
I mean, you can see it looks like Saturn's moon, just nice and perfectly round.
That was from
Wait,
today.
you-
That was from today or another
Uh-huh.
day or
It said you posted it an hour ago.
yeah,
for-
that was from that was taken like right before I got kicked off.
Look
Okay.
at that thing. I can never believe where they get the trails right over them, you know. But even when they do that, you're like, cool, I know I have to take a picture right of that spot. I haven't even looked at these things yet. I mean, I took them and then poof, I went out, you know. But
I don't understand why they do it. I never see them try to cover anything like this, but I saw it last night. I saw two planes do exactly what is happening for Gillian, and then it's like, what's the purpose? What are they trying to do?
why are they doing
It
that?
doesn't
I mean,
last
it's the
very
same
long.
for all of
And-
us. We all look the same. It's
Oh, yeah.
replicated in each time zone.
Right. It is.
So
this
why,
is
you know,
just
I
like
mean-
what we saw out when I was just out at the church right now. It looks exactly the same. And it looks
How
like
can
it's
people
yesterday
not
and
see
the day
that-
before.
It's because they don't compare like we do. When we compare, we prove it to ourselves. But if
Right.
other people don't compare this stuff, they don't understand what we're going on about. That's what made me so excited at first when we started all talking to each other. Was it's so the same. Like it can't be like they could just fly up there and replicate the same stuff every
Right.
single time. You know, it must be something that they're trying to hide. And why would we lie if this is how we feel? We're trying to like ask everybody else out there. Don't you feel like something's going on as well? Don't you feel it? Gotta know something isn't right. You know,
Yeah, I'm
just like
surely.
why are you going to do that otherwise?
in absolute awe that people don't notice the lighting issue.
And yeah, the light is just bizarre. It's like scrunched up, and the brightness is between like a little shape like that. You know?
You know, remember those. You haven't gone there in a while, Rebecca. Those live feed camera we were watching for a while.
I know. Yeah, I was trying to do that today, get some new ones, and the
And
link
this was back
that I
when-
used to download YouTube
when Christopher
videos
first
no
got here,
longer
and
works.
The light cut off of the Saturn's yellow moon
So,
back here earlier. I think it was
I gotta
earlier
find a
this
new
spring
one.
or summer.
Look at that thing.
Anyway.
It's pointed
Oh,
down on the right there.
Yeah, the ion tail, of course, is dead center, going from left to right, and in front of a Saturn's yellow moon. And there it is again, guys. The ion tail. You can't argue with it. It's there. It's there. It's there. It's there. It's there. And on the left, it's not there.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, yeah.
and the light issue has been so wrong for so long. It just amazes me. And then years ago, and Gillian remembers this, I would put live feed from radar, and you'd see these shadows cross.
Shadows going over. That
over the
just
planet.
made my stomach drop in my toes.
You know, and then in the northwest would be in this dark shadow, and you'd go outside and you'd just go, God, the light is completely wrong. And then you go to radar and you see it there, you know, and not normal, and you watch it creep over and creep on. And then we even had pictures of the lead asteroid crossing in front of the Earth that actually left a big, huge, long shadow. And Christopher uses that photo occasionally. And we have so much evidence and so much proof that this is actually happening, and yet we can bring it in by the truckload. And there's so many people out there going, well, dude, all I see is clouds. And it's like, you got to step across and follow. But there again, right there, you know, that is an object dragging through the sky. And what is that little wispy, weird round thing in the upper middle, slightly left of middle, up top of the picture there? There's something there. And that's not just a cloud. You have to learn to look at that looks upside down.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's one way to look at it, I guess. Yeah, there's a thing going across the sky and it's leaving a trail. I guess they're showing us upside down so that we grasp that in a different manner.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
And look, a flying dog.
Hmm.
Because the dog's on the ground and this is upside down, I think. It's got to be upside down.
Just mine. I turned them upside down so I could see the things up there.
Oh, this
Look,
is yours.
you can see there's like a glowing thing inside that purpley light as well.
Yeah, okay, so these are yours. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
I
just
didn't know
amused
I was-
myself turning it upside down. Sorry.
Well, I never view them like a lot of people do, and a lot of people did. A lot of people, I remember a few in the early days of MSW2, we had a lot of people grabbing pictures and flipping them upside down. And you could see the planets a lot easier back then as well. So, yeah, I can see the premise behind it. It doesn't do much for me. Makes me a little dizzy. Asteroids, and that is the bottom of Uri asteroid group coming in from the left, going across the skies. And we see this pattern over and over and over again. And this is it upside down, right?
Sorry.
You narrate, and I'll eat pizza.
Yeah, look down and then you won't see them. Take at that guy. Like
Either
somebody
the
threw
spiral
something
or the
across
red,
sky.
or both.
Looks like something getting tossed across the sky. I don't know.
Just ignore that.
I see 2 Rebeccas. Now I see 1.
I know. I had to I had to go to my phone to get the link for the show.
What?
I can't do it on my laptop right now until I get logged into Facebook somehow. Anyway,
So
you know me,
when all this messiness goes on.
I figure out ways of getting
It should
around
be
stuff.
on your face picture on the top of your toolbar on the far right.
Okay.
That all asteroids.
Depending on your toolbar.
Huh?
The HTTP and all of that, or whatever. When I'd have to go look at it to actually remember how I did it.
I have a
'Cause
twin
I
sister
kept having to sign out of stuff and then sign back in with that, and
who
I kind of learned a bunch this week. Although I should have known it all along, and I'm sure I did. It's been so long. And we talked about it before, Windows 8, Windows 9, Windows 10, Windows 11, and every time you learn something, they change this shit on you. And it drives me nuts. And then they force you to have that app. And I know my friend Lana, she's like upset because they drug her off of Windows 8 and she wanted to stay there, and you can't.
It's all purpley, that guy. But this is all just what, like normal clouds or?
Mostly. Yeah, you
Fun
could have a
little-
red asteroid dead center, but I kind of went and burned my lip. I tried to answer you in between bites and I got burned. It's like, ow! All right, Sam, put it away till it cools off. Yeah, you've got asteroids above you. You've got Attu, and Attu's moon is directly in front of you. And now I've gone to the carnival. Yeah, all that whole area is rounded, illuminated bottom of planet that's going overhead after just as it's sunset.
Yeah, but this is like 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Wow. then the sunlight seems to be getting cut off.
It's just dark. It just went dark suddenly.
Yeah. And then that could immediately be this dead center is lead asteroid in front of a Saturn's yellow moon, because it's directly over the top of the sun right there. I thought this was sunset.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well, then that's what you have. Dead center is lead asteroid.
Yep. It's cool. Yeah. That was in the morning.
That it would be where Uri is right there. All that pink and rounded and light blue illuminated is where Uri is in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
That looked like the spiral asteroid just off the deck. But yeah, that is lead asteroid dead center in front of his Saturn's yellow moon. And a bird. And a light pole and some trees in a house.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. I'm not answering anti-bot questions, am I?
No.
No. You get in the habit, man, I tell you. Jump through those hoops, which is scary because the whole cell phone generation thing concerns me. Question: is that the illuminated core of planet Saturn? Ceres? I almost said Saturn. I did say Saturn. Planet Ceres. We don't know. Sorry. Looks like the Skull asteroid behind a couple of clouds. Or two skulls. It almost looks like those the two Harlequin faces on a stage of, one sad and one from movie palaces or opera houses. Thank you, Gillian.
Yeah, kind of wild. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
But we don't know how many demons are actually inside the great Apophis, and what life force creates it, or has been sucked up throughout history by the close passings of the object cluster group / wormwood.
Yeah, it might suck up souls up there.
Aren't you glad I don't dive into lore over science?
Sorry. I had to take care of business. I see or heard. Yes, we have somebody in the green room. I heard them sneak in while I was away.
Oh,
So,
you didn't lock the door. See, I tell you, lock the door that way nobody sneaks in.
I know.
They're going to steal all the green M&Ms and the potato chip.
Oh boy, I'm excited to talk to her. It's Carol Ann, everybody. Okay, let's go ahead and get her on here. Oh, look at her.
Yeah, see, told you.
Chippy chip chip. Hiya.
Hey, Carol Ann.
Hello, everyone.
What a surprise.
Hello.
How nice.
Thank you.
Yes.
How was
Good
the
job,
movie?
Samuel. Good job,
How was the
Samuel.
movie? How was the movie?
Oh, it was awesome. I want to see it again.
Yeah.
They
Who
dropped
won?
so many.
Who won your bulls then?
Pardon?
Who won when you went down and did the skittle job thing? What were you doing when you were being Cosmic Mama?
That one. That was Alexandria getting all when you get all the pins and they all go down.
A strike.
Strikes. That's it.
Strike.
Couldn't think of the English word. Yeah, she does really well. She's good.
You had said that a couple of years ago already.
Yeah, she's really into bowling.
Probably getting better even.
Yeah, she has improved. Yep, they both are in leagues and they do well. They do well. Thank you. But the movie was Wicked, and it was the prequel to Wizard of Oz. How the witches became who they were and how they were. So many metaphors in that thing. Holy cow. Sam would have enjoyed that one.
Yeah, my
just
daughter's
when you
already
think
been
there's
downing
no
it.
more, you get more.
I have teenagers, so they're downing everything right now. But yeah, my daughters have been downing Wicked, and I of course will have to wait till it comes out on DVD if it does.
They won't be disappointed. They won't.
Okay. And of course, you have heard about the
Heard about
fiasco that I went through since Wednesday.
Yes, you were
Yeah,
stressing. I could feel that.
I swear I thought for sure that I had added you as an admin to MSW2, but
It never came. If you did, you probably did, but you know how things are with
yeah,
the,
yeah.
you know
Well,
how
you
that
mean that
works.
mystery side of what we see as a reality when in fact it should not be?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's some voodoo going on with FB, and
Very
I
much
wasn't
so.
even given any warnings about this happening. So, as my youngest daughter said, it probably wasn't them. It might have just been a hacker. I don't know.
We
And
might never know, but at
yeah,
least we'll have fixes for next time. We'll be ready, and you won't have
yeah.
to
Well,
stress again.
we learned to loot, and yeah, and then perhaps we can also. And by the way, you can add to the name pile. If I do make another Facebook site and it will be open public, which will double my workload, which is okay.
I can help.
I'll have to monitor heavily and kick out the bozos.
Right, right.
Um,
But you'll have
but
backup.
yeah, and I'm going to run it public. That way, anyone that sees our shows can go to Facebook and automatically join.
That would be
That's
great.
the only
Yeah.
reason that I would do it public, other than
Right.
private. And that
That
way
would be
they don't
great.
have to wait for me to make them a member, because I don't know who they are.
Right.
But over time, after we get a few thousand members, or et cetera, depending on what group opinion and who that we develop and new people and everything, we may go private at a later date.
Right.
I don't know, which is what happened with Montana Skywatcher 2.
Right.
And-
But
I think that's a bad idea. I just want to say that because
Okay.
it
I
limits
appreciate that.
people being able to share this information. They like, where's the share button? You can't share. You got to send a link to your
Oh,
friend
even going private.
out there, but
Right.
it doesn't get spread out to friends upon friends.
right.
upon- it
Yeah, that is
limits
the
it.
negative going private. Yeah, exactly. I agree
Yeah,
with
and
that.
people can't see the pictures in the group until they join. They gotta wait to get in and hope they get in.
right.
Right,
just
right. That's why I
Very,
was.
very private. It's not. We want to be public.
That's why I said we
Right.
should come up with a new one. And I was thinking maybe I should retract my personal name off the top of it, and
could.
just admin it. But
Right.
that way we don't get pushed to the corner or blacklisted or
That's a
whatever.
thought. Right.
Hey, Caroline.
Hey,
How you doing?
Christopher. I'm good, honey. How are you guys?
Good.
Okay. Christopher sent me a clip. It looks amazing.
Cool.
They
So I'm
all-
getting
There
that
was
ready.
there was so
And-
much this week. I didn't know what. I just clicked on a bunch of pictures and I didn't know
I
which
love
ones
it.
to pick.
So we'll have that, and then I also have some of your clips that you made this week.
Oh, okay. I know one of them was like
So-
25 minutes long or something like that.
I know. That's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, let's see. While I finish that, let me see if Maria, if I can get to her pictures
Cool.
without getting the
Oh.
broken robot. Let's see what happens. I haven't tried it in a few minutes. No, it's still there. I cannot get to I get like pictures, most of my pictures, especially ones that I've just made today. I don't know, guys. Sorry, Maria. I really don't know how. Maybe I could put your pictures in a video. I could do that because I can play videos fine. Isn't
that's
it
what I
every
did
show I
last
have
time.
trouble
I
with
might have been video
StreamYard? I think you all are my witness. Seriously.
Yeah,
There's issues.
Seemingly.
It's a learning process
Yeah,
constantly.
definitely. Constantly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Right?
right.
It
Okay,
wouldn't
she
be any
said
fun
cool.
without it.
Good.
She likes that idea. Okay, well, let's do that. Just take me a moment. It's funny. Oh, and so what we'll do is I'll get Christopher's ready because his is short.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've actually sat down for more than 5 minutes this week. This very moment. It's just
Right.
been nonstop.
It's been busy on my end
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Those couple of days for the holiday, and
Oh, yeah.
even though I didn't do much, but I was busy.
Yeah, we went to that concert after the podcast last weekend, and the next day, it was bad.
I have fun.
I'm
No.
not in, you realize you're not in your 20s anymore. The next morning,
No.
it's like,
Really?
oh my God, what did I do? No,
Yep.
I'm not doing this
Just
again.
wait, Christopher. Just wait.
I was avoiding saying anything, but
Yeah, I'm dragging this week bad.
Yeah, but Samuel, you and
boy.
I can laugh about this.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
been there. We've been there. We paid our dues.
Right?
well, remember that I used to run Mount Sentinel every morning at 9:30 in the morning. Here in my 30s. And so
That was your radio show or radio station?
no, that was when I was bartending at the nightclub.
Okay.
I had 3 days a week off. So on those, it was like Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, I think at that time. And so I would every morning, and this was in my barely smoking days, every morning I had a rule that if I wanted a cigarette, I had to have a cigarette on top of the M here in Missoula. And it's the zigzag trail that goes up the side of this mountain. And so every day I would run that sucker, go up to the M up there, which is, like a couple of 1,000 feet up the mountainside, and light that first cigarette. And then that way I would only smoke 5 cigarettes a day.
Oh.
And because when I was at the bar, working at the bar, if you're a bartender and you light a cigarette and you put it down, you light a cigarette and you put it down, you go through 2 packs of cigarettes in one night. And the trick is not to smoke that much. And so I was trying to really, because I was mountain biking but anyway, that was my 30s. And so I understand the premise behind where all of a sudden you're starting to feel your body in ways that, after you walk up that hill, you feel it tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
You will
yeah.
feel it tomorrow. Right now, I'm sitting here, car goes by, and I feel it today.
Oh.
All right. Here's Christopher's video that he sent me.
There's no
Yeah, there's
music
no-
or anything like that. I just
Oh,
threw it all
okay.
on, just so it's easier
I
for
didn't
you.
put it on either, so we're
Whole
fine.
thing, everything you ever bumped, dented, bruised, scratched, or abrased,
Oh, yeah.
hurts on your 35th birthday.
Yeah,
It's
it all
twice as much
changes.
when you hit 70.
That is the side of God. Look at that. That's the side of Uri right there.
So this is this morning, and
Stripes and all.
I
We
know
sound
Tim
like
is here
cracked
too, so
records today. We just
Right?
absolutely sound like
Look
cracked
at the-
records.
look at the
side of
horizontal lines on Yuri.
Yeah,
You
look
can
at it.
see it.
I've
And
seen
then the
that
Tim is
too.
there.
Yeah.
And I watched
yours
the
is
Tim go
closer.
behind Yuri. It
Look
was
at this
undeniable. That's Yuri, and the Tim is there too. There's more pictures.
And this is the bottom, and these are the asteroids that are on the bottom base cloud of Uri, just sticking right out at us, right there.
I took this like 10 minutes before we started.
Look at that.
I
There's
got
Wow.
but
That's the side of Uri.
yeah.
And Matim is
Oh,
cutting
wow.
into the top of the sun, just on the upper left part of it. There's Matim right there.
Yeah, I knew it. I thought that has to be Matim. It can't be the Tan asteroid because it's going
No,
behind.
Dan asteroid is higher up, I believe.
And I saw Matim out in front of Yuri first, and then within like 20 minutes, you could see it pass behind. You could see it pass behind Yuri.
That's
Wow.
awesome.
Look at the stripes. That's the
I
stripes.
know
of
the
the
stripes
gas
did it
plant.
for me. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
I've never seen it like that.
And then you got a really good capture of an asteroid dead center out in front. Yeah, and this is that bottom base cloud full of asteroids that comes on. It has an onset. Rebecca has a drawing coming from years ago, and it matches and it matches and it matches. And of course, with that little circular red asteroid dead center, and the little sister's in front, which is making that bright illumination right there at the bottom. That's little sister in front of the red asteroid.
Oh wow! Okay.
Hmm.
Very cool.
Good job, Christopher.
That's what my problem is. Okay, so I'll get back in the house, and then like I'll take my shoes off, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh my god, I gotta check again, and there's something else happening. So I'm like running around trying to catch all these pictures. I need to get
My
one
neighbors
of-
got to the point where they were wondering why I
electric
was
bike
always
like
outside
Gillian
looking
has
up
or
too.
something.
So,
Yeah.
and then he's always outside looking up.
Sky bug bit you really
Right.
good.
I never
remember-
see anybody else like in parking lots out taking pictures of the sky ever. Do you?
I
Like
never
you
do.
get out in the
Nope.
grocery store
I
and
have
you spin around and do a few,
have
people
you
are
had
all
the cops called on you
looking-
yet, Christopher?
Do what?
I just
Have you had the
wondered.
cops called on you yet?
No, the cops called on me. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did.
But not
Yeah.
since the last time. No.
Oh, but you have
No.
one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
happened to me too.
did.
I was out taking pictures and I got the cops called on me for being suspicious.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh,
It
my
was
God.
like
In my own driveway.
5:30 in the morning, right? And I'm taking pictures, and I turn around, and he's already parked. I didn't hear him, and he's right. He's got the car literally this close to me. I didn't feel him pull up. I thought it scared the daylights out of me. And
How do they
Put your
stop
hands
you like
up.
that? Like so quiet.
What's in
and
your
everything.
hand? It's a camera. What are you doing? Put your head. He made me put my head on the hood.
That's wrong.
Yeah, he made me put my
Oh.
camera on the hood of the cop car. I had to put my head on the hood, or my head on the hood, right? That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then he's, patting me down. What are you doing in this neighborhood? Sir, I live a block away from here. I'm taking pictures of the sky. Is what I do. Yeah. Okay.
You
have a
showed
nice
him
day.
that. You showed
You're
him. didn't you?
scaring your
No, I
neighbors.
tried to show him the pictures.
They didn't want to
He
see it.
didn't want to see it.
Figures.
I mean, he must have realized that somebody called.
Well, yeah.
You know,
There's a suspicious man over there.
on the sidewalk, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not like I'm
yeah.
walking through these people's grass or their.
Right.
You know.
Oh, yeah, I know. I was in my own driveway.
Oh, God.
And the cops and the sheriff comes rolling up on me. I'm
Awful.
suspicious. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm being suspicious in my driveway.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
I mean, are you gonna pull over all like 10 million people with an iPhone? I just don't understand. One at a time, I
because
guess.
It's out of the ordinary. People don't do what people don't look up.
Right. It's
They
weird.
look down at their phone and they walk by and they're, and if you look like a stranger, unfortunately, this country, and I think these planets do have a great deal to do with what's going on with people. I think people are
Has
edgy and
to.
uncomfortable and paranoid
Has to.
and I think snappy and quick to bite each other's heads off because, I mean, there used to be, and Carol Ann knows this, there used to be people in movie theaters who would actually talk to each other and be nice. They would sing.
Absolutely. They don't
in the
anymore.
shows
Can't
back
talk to
in the
nobody.
There's
days
no
of
interaction.
musical. And when the Lone Ranger was playing, and when and Hanna-Barbera cartoons, and
No.
people used to be dignified when they walked down the street, and now there are a lot of people that live that they think they can't even go outside because they're afraid of their neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's too bad.
And on one hand, I could see where some people might, but I'm also wondering where have we been pushed to by media? Where have we been led to by the news? Have we been led down the street to believe that everything's unsafe? We have to
we've
start
been
believing again
influenced.
in us
Sure.
and America and people and opening the door for somebody when they come up to the convenience store and being polite to each other again. And I think that a lot of this planetary thing has messed with a lot of us. And so let's just remind ourselves to
Sure.
try to be on the soft side of life instead of the critical.
Absolutely.
I think that's our only future choice too, because right now what's going on and all the people losing their lives and their homes and their property and their cars and this violent weather and people who don't have enough water because all of a sudden it dried up and the Panama Canal and the Amazon.
Oh, man.
Those folks down in the Amazon, they're having to walk miles now for water that used to be in their front yard. And it's drastic down there. What's happened to the Amazon, which is one of the largest oxygen production facilities on this planet. I mean, we are strangers we're pilgrims in a foreign land here. We are in new territory, and everybody has to realize that, the world we grew up in is not the same as 5 years ago. And even now it's even worse. And, watch what happens to Italy and Greece this week. Watch Monday and Tuesday. Watch what happens to Greece. and they're going to have just what Spain and Portugal just went through. Look what's
Oh,
going on
no.
right now in Holland, Belgium, and Germany, and it's
Oh.
going on all around the world, and we're only hearing small. Okay, we talked about the greening up of North Africa. Everything's changed. Our weather, flooding in New South Wales. They've been having a drought for the last 2 decades, but now they're getting the shit
Oh.
flooded out of them, which is good for them on one hand, and that whole delta of Eastern Australia pretty much survives on that kind of behavior. This is the flood process, but they're getting way more, and Spain and Portugal got a year's worth of rain in 4 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was like 100 millimeters an hour.
Wow. That's
Those
incredible.
pictures were horrible.
Yeah, and people lost their homes and their cars and everything, and then it's
Everything. Yeah.
everything they owned a decade to rebuild. And then the flooding happened in the UK last week, and it's all over. It's everywhere,
And it's not just one time. This is
Right.
continual.
over and over and over. And now they've got cut off low, backpedaling storms that in the new ones. What's the new one? Camille or whatever the hell the other one.
A cyclone bomb
Yeah.
or something.
These anti-cyclonic backpedaling lows, which they don't dare call hurricanes, but they're northern hemisphere ice storms,
Jeez.
and they're we can't call it a tropical storm. We have to call it an ice storm. But some of these ice backpedaling, anti-cyclonic backpedaling lows are of hurricane strength. So literally, they are northern hemisphere frost hurricane.
Inland hurricanes.
Frost.
And those
hurricane.
do not exist, or they didn't used to exist. And it has to do with our atmospheric wind speeds of the jet stream 10 miles up is way faster, way bigger, way stronger than it ever was. And then I'll reiterate again that both the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere jet streams are both going the same direction, which they are not supposed to be. It's supposed to be one direction on the southern hemisphere and the opposite direction on the northern hemisphere, and that does not happen right now. And our middle troposphere is acting really freaky. I've been trying to watch the patterns. I haven't completely figured it out because every time I think I do, it changes. There is
all over the place.
There's a flow of moisture coming up from the troposphere and running into the other hemispheres and going down to the southern hemisphere as well. There is new behavior on central troposphere disbursement of moisture that is causing a great deal of the dumping when these cold fronts meet a warm, wet front, and we get what like the atmospheric river that just came across through California right now, and that huge snowstorm that Colorado had this weekend, and which is going to dump into you tonight and tomorrow, Rebecca, and then head up your coast and we get rain and snow and all of that. And it'll go into Kentucky, and then it'll run all the way up to Virginia and Delaware and all of that.
Yep.
And that'll be an atmospheric river as well. So all of this stuff has changed from normal. And we're not going to have normal anymore. And we're not going to have the water we normally have. And we're either going to have too much or too little. Farming is being affected. And then you add the possible trade embargo battle that's going on between several countries and our almost newly elected president of the United States, and boy, are we in trouble for produce.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Don't get me started with produce.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so bad.
Our food is going to be affected. Our weather's affected. There's folks losing their houses all over the place, and their lives, sadly. So we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. We are in trouble, and I cannot stress that enough. And even we had this summer, we had a freak 90-mile-an-hour storm come through, ripped the crap out of the whole county. And it started here above me. And like I tell everybody the story, when that wind front came in, by the time I could get out of it and run onto the porch, I was breathing out dirt out of my mouth and my nose. That's how hard it hit. It was 100-mile-an-hour gust.
Wow.
And it was bringing topsoil along with it. So, I truly to this day believe it was a minor tornado. But there was no, and I did see rotation go over us, but I called it in to the sheriff's department, but I never heard back from anyone. Anyway, So this is all new shit, and we don't have tornadoes in the mountains. They don't last long.
Right.
But anyway, so we are in a completely different weather scheme, and next year it's only going to get worse. And we've had evidence of that. Now, granted, we're not going to have the freak lightning storms from hell. We may still have some. We might have another Chelyabinsk event where a big meteorite or several or tons of them come in. I don't know. Something's coming. I don't know what.
Wow.
I sure feel it.
Feel it. You can feel it.
Yeah,
You can
I'm
feel
sort of.
it.
It's kind of like hinting at me that I'm not paranoid about it, but I feel like something's out there.
Oh, I'm almost paranoid.
Yeah,
I
I'm trying not to go there, but
I know, but it's
I'm-
inevitable, Sam. You
I'm
know,
worried about the heat.
oh yeah, it's gonna where we're gonna go with water next year for everybody. We had too much rain this year, and now 2 years ago, major rivers around the world dried up in the northern hemisphere, and now it's happening in the southern hemisphere. So
Jeez.
transition cycles, etc. It's cyclic. It really is, and people have to be aware that we are in an extreme situation, and you can't take this for granted. And I hope to God that we get some FEMA people that actually start listening to our show that maybe are concerned. Not that I'm individually pointing them out. I just meant them as the general type weather people, anybody who's involved in federal or not even federal, anybody who's involved in emergency management would be enticed to listen and prepare, because we are in new territory, and there's going to be a lot of casualties, either to property or to people or to pets or livestock or crops or you name it, including rivers. And we have to think about infrastructure. I mean, the repair costs of what went on in Europe this year alone,
Oh, gosh.
or
Billions.
even the United States. Let's talk about the Southeast. What hit with up there in Kentucky with the hurricane coming
Billions.
through Florida, and we're going to be recovering from that for the next decade.
Jeez.
And the question
Yeah,
is, are they going to repair? Because I mean, there were some people in Georgia and Florida and that said, "Hey, I just got done remodeling, and now I have to do it again." So
I was just wondering about things like that, because look how awful it's been in Europe. I mean, Philippines, I think, is going through something just now. Thailand. Have you seen Thailand? Oh my word.
Yeah, they've had the worst hurricane in history just went by, and they've had like 3 or 4 of them this year that did that. They were all big, and of course that never makes the news.
And Cindy Greenhill was showing pictures of all the snow that fell in Korea.
right?
Yeah, snow in South Korea. Not normal. Yeah, the weather is completely wrong. And it's planetary. It's also climate change. But it's not climate change the way they're telling you this.
Right.
All the planets, all of the normal planets in our solar system are heating up. It's not just Earth. So therefore, that would be the climate change they're talking about, that it's just Earth. It's not. And everybody has to be their own scientist. You're not going to find this information on the news. You have to go look it up.
Now, yeah, because they say like, oh, but the news didn't tell me anything was happening.
Yeah, well, they said it on the internet, so therefore it must be true.
Or if they do say something, it was 3 or 4 years ago for a 30-second segment.
Yeah,
and they
and
never
then
say
you
it
never
again.
hear about it again. Yeah.
And then you get the people that believe the AI and the CGI.
I saw the
effects and
first
stuff,
thing, and I
too.
should have actually screen saved the picture. I may have, but I saw that the new telescope. What's the name of it? The Webb
Yeah.
telescope.
The James Webb one.
Right, James Webb Telescope. They put out a picture this week on my news feed on Facebook, and they're going, "Look, it's the second moon that we announced," and it is. Remember, we talked about this like a month ago, where there were 3 crescents in the sky.
Yes.
Our moon, that weird bigger crescent, and then the smaller one slightly below it and behind it. It was a copy of that picture, pretty much, but NASA announced that the second moon was the size of Scooby-Doo van.
Yes.
Not this massive big thing that has that full crescent. And yet, what does James Webb call it? Oh, that's our second moon. And, just got you in a lie,
Right.
because the size variant is, And if people buy into that shit, it just blows me away because they, of course, are not physically aware of the actual released information that says that this thing is a 15-meter. The one that they announced was the second moon was an asteroid that was 15 meters across. Excuse me, no.
15 meters.
That's 45 feet.
Right.
You know, like like a bus.
Yeah. But we've got all these other. We know these other ones are
We
passing.
know these
by
other
that are-
bodies are being captured right next to the moon, and nothing comes out about those. And we've seen 3 now. Last month we saw 3 crescents,
Wow.
and so there's 2 other bodies that are showing up next to and behind the moon. And also in October we saw the Skull asteroid behind the moon,
Yeah.
which shows you how damn big that Skull asteroid is. It's just shocking.
Yeah.
You know, if it's way bigger than the moon, oh my God, that thing, it's like, and I still to this day wonder, did somebody get out there and carve that thing, or is it naturally like that? You know, and then here it is, the precursor to the object cluster group behind, you know, the Salamander asteroid group and all those asteroids attached to Uri. And it's like, oh my God, did somebody place that there on purpose to scare the crap out of humans for the next, 15 cycles? Because, here it is, even NASA is announcing, oh, yeah, the Skull asteroid is back for Halloween.
Right.
They take credit for it. And yeah, I'm still chuckling. It's the only object from the Nibiru group that they're even mentioned or even says is real.
Yeah.
Right.
I find that hilarious. And yet, they told us it was on a 3.5-year orbit within our normal solar system in where Earth is. No.
No.
And we immediately caught them in the lie on that one because we watched it for months afterwards after the first sighting. And we announced it 4 years before. And were you around that early, Carol Ann, when we first started talking about the Skull asteroid?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, and I didn't start talking about it till I saw it by eye.
Wow.
You saw it.
I think 2015-ish.
Yeah, a long time before the first picture showed up.
Yeah,
that's
I
3
saw
years.
it by eye.
At
and
least
then,
2 years or so.
Yeah,
Wow.
we announced it way earlier than NASA did.
I think I
They
have
only announced it like in 2019, I think.
18. I have one of your
Okay.
pictures from 18.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
All right. See, God, she's a great secretary here. She keeps
Yeah.
information, and
Don't have-
you've always surprised me that the amount of information that you have saved over the
On
years.
top
Thank
of
you.
it.
I
always
share
been-
with whoever. I mean, if you want something,
Yeah.
like Chris the other day. What did I send you a file?
Oh,
Oh, the blue tool star.
Yes.
Everything
Yes,
I
I
have
love-
from that because we don't talk about it much. But he
You probably have
needs
more
to
of that
know.
than I do.
Most
Well,
of it
we were
stuff.
talking about it on the podcast last week, and
Yeah.
it was great. You sent me
Yeah.
all the stuff I haven't seen yet, and
Just
awesome.
and most of it is
I'm surprised we
Sam-
haven't seen the tool star, being that it is
I
beyond
know.
Earth. That
right.
is surprising.
I know.
I wonder why we have not seen it. That is
It's
that
one
is
we don't
shocking.
talk about much.
well, my brain's got to work on that one. I just caught myself in something surprising. Like, why have we not seen it? Because if Nibiru is supposed to be slightly orbiting outside of Nibiru proper, and if Nibiru is beyond us, why are we not seeing the blue tool star? That does not make sense.
Well, when we first saw it, it was very defined.
Yeah,
we-
that
Very
shaft, like,
defined. The shaft with the little
shaft
tiny
light is-
white.
yeah.
There was like a little tiny
Yeah.
white line in it. And
yeah, that little shaft light is and nothing
Wasn't it?
Nothing in any photograph matched the intensity of the tool star.
Yeah. I barely remember that. That was like back when I first started.
and it is on Sam's
Sure.
drawings. He did put it in on a few
Yeah.
of those. So
Barely
And it
remember
was
that.
prominent in the early years, 2011 and 12, when Nibiru was
Which one?
visible in the southwestern sky as they were rising up from underneath us, and it was visible. Maybe
The
it's in the
blue pulsar,
northern
Kelly.
latitude of the planet, and I don't know. that I just caught myself going, wait a minute, I hadn't thought about that. And
Oh, I think about that one. That was one of my favorites. And you used to often say to me, we don't want to talk about that too much.
well, it's because it has
Well,
to
we
do
know
with
why, but
technology.
right.
Tool Star is a small being made mini star
Mhm.
that somehow supposedly keeps them in alignment, planetary.
To keep them along. Yep.
I don't know what it does, but it
Oh,
has
I
something to
could
do with their orbit and where their placement and all of this dealing with
something
their
about
star.
keeping it
Yeah,
where it
instead of
is
going, wouldn't
behind
go
the
behind
sun.
Imaru, that way it wouldn't
Right.
fall into an
So
ice
that
age.
it doesn't create
Yeah, it
chaos.
keeps it from falling into an ice age.
There
And
you
this is how their society has lasted,
That's it.
millions of years or hundreds of thousands of years. Why they're technologically advanced beyond us, because we hit reset every time these planets go by,
Right.
and that's what we're doing right now.
And
Is
we are
hitting the
currently
reset.
in reset. We are currently there.
And informing people and all of that is the part that is important about this as well, beyond the scientific.
Right.
Is that hopefully people are aware that we're all really possibly in danger from storms and weather and planets and all of this and volcanoes and tectonic plates cracking and earthquakes and all kinds of God only knows what, including, and what bothers me most is the destruction or the simultaneous meltdown of many nuclear power plants if we were to run into a Carrington event.
Yeah.
If we go down in power and we can't, which is like an example is the one in Ukraine, and those idiots are bombing around it. And if their power goes down for a week, that thing's going to melt down. And it's one of the largest, nastiest, oldest nuclear power plants on the planet right now. And it's old and it's shut down, but they're still cooling those rods. And they've still got plenty of rods sitting in containment that they haven't ever even used yet. So that whole area is a toxic nightmare. If someone was to blow that plant up, everybody on this planet would be affected and we'd all be sick. And I know personally what radiation sickness feels like. It's
Yes,
not
sure.
fun. God, knock on wood, God be praised if I survive this. 'Cause this is part of why my voice goes, because I do have thyroid cancer. Yeah, because I still have to have more surgeries, but I just don't want to yet.
Sam.
Well, I got exposed, not when, not if, but I got exposed to a great deal of radiation somewhere, somehow, and I believe it was Fukushima. Although somebody could have put something in my house. How the Russians get rid of people they don't want around. And I don't want to go there and go, oh, they're conspiracy, but I ended up with radiation poisoning.
I mean, they didn't do any nuclear medicine scans on you, like
No, I don't know what
like
happened.
that.
Not at that.
I don't
Chris.
remember a great deal of my time with the government because they messed with my memory.
No, I'm talking about when you got exposed to the Fukushima radiation.
Oh yeah, they took X-rays and everything, and she said,
So
they absolutely told me that the thyroid, it was exterior thyroid cancer, which is directly only from radiation exposure.
Right.
If you have thyroid cancer with a tumor on the inside of your thyroid, then it's natural. But mine was, I grew a lump in the side of my throat about the 4th year after I got exposed, and it was the size of an acorn.
Jeez.
With the little brown hat on top. I mean, and I got to the point where I couldn't swallow or talk or anything anymore. I had to go in.
Awful
And they
time.
said, not if, but when did you get exposed to a great deal of radiation? And I knew that it was that rainstorm because I remember coming in from the house and 20 minutes later being on fire. And I fortunately went in and took a really long hot shower. But for 4 years after that, every time I put hot water on the top of my head or any of those areas of skin that were affected, my shoulders and my kneecaps and my back, my lower back had rashes all the time because I bent over to pick up my lawn furniture in that storm, and I got rained on everywhere I bent over. My cheeks were kept rashing up on my upper cheeks right where my glasses sit because the rainwater hit my glasses and they went on my cheeks.
Right. We had a personal little private group, Christopher, at that time, and we were with Sam through that whole thing. Gillian will remember all of that too.
Oh, I was a zombie for 4 years.
It was hard.
No, I'd walk to the end of the yard and I'd be so tired I had to turn around and go back in.
Yeah.
I'm better now, and then and then the C virus got us,
Thank you, Jesus.
and then I ended up developing asthma from that.
Wow. Oh, look
You
who's
know,
here,
I'm
everybody.
joking, you know.
Awesome.
Who's here?
This is Jesus, and actually, I just now saw him sitting down there in the green room.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Let's
let
get
him
him
talk
in
for
here
a while.
with us. Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey.
buddy.
There's the
Oh,
guy.
Get on up here.
Hey.
Get on up here. Get on up here.
Hi,
Hiya.
guys. How y'all doing?
Hello, Jesus.
Good to see you.
I see you guys are kind of winding down, but God, guys, I'm just so tired of these
Oh,
days.
man. Too
I
much
know.
turkey this
I
week
just
or what?
woke up and I'm like, holy crap, it's Saturday again.
Hey, but I didn't even know it was Saturday, and I went
You know
swanning off.
It felt like it was just the other day. I remember Rebecca saying last week, and then it'll be Saturday in 2 days. So that's what it feels like.
I literally didn't. I think I said the word Saturday to myself when I was waking up and doing my thing, and then my friend phoned and she said, "Do you want to do this or that?" And I said, "No, I would." And I thought, "There's a reason why I thought maybe I wouldn't." And then it, like, oh my word! I thought,
But did you have fun this afternoon with your friend Gillian?
oh, but it was so good. We went to
Good.
choir.
Then, you know.
I thought, how did I do that? But
Did
it's
you-
like
did you get
something's
your-
happening with time.
Did you get your
I feel
hair
like something
done,
is happening with time.
You're
And
getting
other
old,
people have
buddy.
mentioned it as well. Like, why is this year going so fast?
No,
Oh, it's
yeah,
great.
we're done. We're done
Oh,
pretty much.
it's flying.
Did
What
you-
year is nearly finished? I mean, it's almost my birthday again. I'm like, oh no,
Mm.
no,
Yeah, we don't like birthdays anymore. Let's,
no, 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 no.
let's
Oh, I
slow
don't.
those down.
Mm-mm-mm.
Look,
So,
I
how was your everybody's Thanksgiving, guys? Everybody,
Awesome.
Good. How was
Your
your
picture looked cute, man. He says, like you guys had a bit of a.
get together?
yeah,
Only
my
25 days to
dad came. He surprised us. He flew in from El Paso. And,
awesome.
Yeah, you said it was your dada.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him in a couple of years, so it was nice to see him.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nice.
that's
Awesome.
great.
Fun. We didn't cook. We all decided we just wanted to go out and have a steak dinner.
Yes.
So,
Way
Nice.
to go.
All
Way
eat
to
at
go.
the same time. All eat at the same time, and all.
then everybody went to go watch Moana 2 after that, but I passed
Aw.
on that, and I came home with my dad, and we just talked, just BS there for a while until
That's
I fell
great.
asleep. But it was fun. It was a fun day.
Good. Good.
And thank you for accepting my friend request on.
You know, for a moment, I was like, I should wait and see if this is really him because you
Yeah,
had
like is somebody shitting me or what?
Right.
Yeah, you
What
had
did you tell
you-
me
you-
yesterday or something
well,
like that?
Sam, you've had the same account for so long, I couldn't imagine you changing it. I was like,
Yeah.
I wonder what's going on. But just before that, I think Maria had messaged me and said that something was going on with Rebecca's account.
Oh,
So I think she just kind of maybe had it mistaken or something. But yeah.
No,
I
what she's
think
trying
so,
to
we
tell
didn't
us
have
was about the settings and stuff, and how we
Yeah,
have to
that,
protect
and then
ourselves.
a little after she mentioned that
Mm.
that Rebecca's account or something.
Yeah, she kept saying to me,
Well-
"Try and get hold of them. See if you can get hold of them." And this was
Yeah,
like
now my
Tuesday
new
or
personal
Wednesday or
page-
something.
My new
What
personal
happened, Sam?
page is in Facebook jail now. It worked for about an hour, and it's obviously my name is flagged with Facebook. They came after this. They haven't given me any notices or warning, but my new persona, my new Samuel Hofman Facebook page with new pictures, it's just me, and I barely did anything on it. They have now blocked me from commenting, liking. This is the first time I couldn't like anything, commenting,
So
liking,
weird.
or posting. So I can go there, but I can't do anything.
Yeah, you can see, you can watch stuff, but you can't.
I can
Thank you,
myself,
Egg.
but I can't.
You know, I saw, I hadn't seen trolls in some time. They've been a little quiet, but recently I had one.
Must have been cooking up their mojo.
I've had one that followed me, got at least 5 different groups, and he was just commenting on my stuff and commenting stupid thing, and I kept, I blocked him, and then he just, I knew he kind of popped up with a different name, and I had a feeling it was him, because he, by the way he was speaking, it just sounded like the same person, but I just kind of gave up, and I was like, whatever, run it all you want, and kind of just let it go, because you spend too much time and energy on these people. You just kind of annoy
the season. This is where the Grinches start coming out, and they're miserable, so they want you to share that. That's their Christmas.
Yes, they want you to,
And they're not really there to reason with you either. Like I could have a discussion, back and forth with somebody who disagrees. I'm fine with that as long as it's done so respectfully.
Right.
But there's certain people that aren't really there to
right. They don't want facts.
To debate. They're not there to respectfully disagree. Which I'm okay with. You don't have to agree with me, but we can talk about it.
Right. It's supposed to be a healthy discussion, not what type of crazy do you subscribe to?
Yeah, exactly. So I don't really waste my time with people like that anymore.
Don't feed the trolls.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah,
I did this week.
It's hard not to.
Yeah,
it's really tempting. It's really tempting sometimes. You just want to let them have
I do. I haven't gotten to the point where I do enjoy playing with trolls.
Yeah, I mean,
It can be fun.
When this guy told me that the electric universe was debunked in the 1950s, you're spreading lies. I'm like, oh God, here we go.
Bye.
Yeah.
I was gonna say thank you to
my
Egg.
favorite comeback is, and I always say this to everybody, according to whom?
Right. Right. And then it's like, I had
then
another
you
guy
hear
tell me
crickets.
space isn't real. And then,
I know the firmament, man. Yeah.
Right, but and then he's also talking about the sun, the fake sun. And I'm like, well,
yeah, right.
If space isn't real, then how is there a fake sun up there? And
Well, because that we're in a Dyson
it's
sphere and
like,
we're being moved on a holographic
yes.
holodeck, just like in Star Trek, to another planet.
Well, and then how would you explain our winter orbit tilt on a flat plane? They never talk about that.
Plane, I don't know. Does it tilt?
Outside the window adjusts the thermostat on the AC.
Jeez.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I'm not laughing at that. If people
the firmament, the flat Earth, the Dyson sphere, the holodeck, the sun sim, all of those are just.
There's so many. We got like a big long flip out
Yeah,
chart.
but the sun simulator kind of died down. I don't see a whole lot of people.
God.
I mean,
Not much.
I come across people, but I mean, it was really big for a while, and then it kind of just went away. Now you just have a few people here and there that talk.
Well, I would always ask them why we needed one.
Yeah,
exactly.
Christopher had a post that mentioned that, and what did the guy say, Christopher, about the sim? There is no space.
Yeah, that's the one he was talking about.
No,
He said there's no space and
no space.
The
But
sun
then
isn't
sun
real.
simulator, and Chris hounded him.
Oh God!
Well, then
Well,
why?
you guys remember the joke? The blonde newbie Skywatcher tells her other semi-learned Skywatcher friend, "Oh, by the way, they're going to go and they're sending a space mission to land on the sun." And the other Skywatcher, who kind of knows things, says, "Well, how are
it's
they
too
planning
hot,
on doing
what?"
that?" And she says, "Oh, it's easy. They're going at night."
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
There was an actual
God.
video that they were interviewing people on the street, Chris.
Yeah, that's great.
And the guy said something about doing that, and the girl said, "Oh, well, they're just going to go at nighttime. When they turn the sun off." And she was dead serious.
They
Well,
are.
that's
They are. It's
here's the
crazy.
thing. Here's the thing, Carol, is that that's kind of what we're working with these days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
that's the level of education that we're working with sometimes, and I gotta remind myself sometimes that you have to start really small when it comes to this topic.
See,
A
now
lot
you
of people
guys know
barely
where
know.
I am.
A lot of people barely know what a
Came out of the
CME.
science textbook in grade 1
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah,
No, I always
and
say,
most people I know don't know the difference, don't know where north is.
Oh,
right.
And that's you
Yeah.
would think that's basic knowledge, but
Wow.
the truth is that very few people concern themselves with whatever happens
Right.
beyond our peripheral
Beyond
vision.
here.
From here up,
Mhm.
everybody seems to ignore everything, and
Right.
it's. I mean, looking at the sky is for crazy people. Remember, it's.
Thank you, American educational system.
Tinfoilers.
Right.
It's for the tinfoilers.
How
Yeah,
many times did you guys see me posting, here, I'll give you the housewife version? And they
There you
get it.
yeah.
It's like,
Oh.
No, we have to remind ourselves, guys, that even though like we most of us here I've always had an affinity for the sky and space and stuff.
yeah,
A lot of people don't at all.
it's like going to
And
school.
it's a strange.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
strange.
It's
Like
like a
starting
foreign.
kindergarten.
It's like
How
a
can-
foreign language to some people.
Absolutely.
Somehow, I don't know how they thought they were all going to learn to read,
And when I
So
started
even
doing
those
this,
that have the keyboard phonies, or they all
Right.
need to learn what the
when I
ABC
started
looks
doing
like.
this, when I wrote my paper when I was like 17, I thought everybody, I really, I
Oh,
thought everybody, special. I
Uh-oh.
don't know any more than anyone else does. And I made a really naive assumption that everyone knew this.
Yeah.
And, hysterically as I did, because I figured it was accepted.
He's talking about his paper and he's
Yeah.
cut out.
Even my chemistry,
Yeah.
You're cut out.
you chopped
Sam.
out. Would you say that again, please?
You're,
Oh, yeah,
You're
it was me
getting
chopping
chopped
out.
out,
Oh, I was
Sam.
answering.
yeah,
You're
you're
a
doing the
robot.
I was
robot
talking
thing.
about my paper.
Yes,
Yep.
First time tonight, I'm talking about
Yep.
my paper, and they're chopping me out.
immediately.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, to round it out, I thought everybody knew this stuff.
Yeah. Well.
I really did.
Not
Now you
all
know
the
better.
everybody's. Not all the everybody's.
No.
No, but it was
Yeah,
difficult.
not all the
for them.
everybody's right.
Well, I thought that everybody knew that the sun rose in the east and set in the west, but God, I'll tell you, it's not common knowledge. It's
But
not.
it's not.
Wow.
I can tell you for
Scary.
a fact it was not taught in
Let,
where
let
I was.
alone what you were doing in high school, Sam.
Well, it fit. It
does.
logically, it made sense to me. So I wrote, and I took it on as a joke starting, because we had to announce our final semester term paper ahead of time,
Okay.
which gave us supposedly quote unquote time to think about what we were going to do. And so as a joke, I went, I'll take on an Einstein equation. And then the more I sat and wrote that, it was more that I didn't agree with the gravitational well and the orbitation of Earth and the dinner plate and how we circle in the same spot year after year, when that's not how it works. Not only that, chemistry-wise, atomic chemistry-wise, according to what I saw in my head, told me that this, for example, the winter orbit, the fact that we have a winter orbit, an aberration in our orbit that tips us into a different orbit every few cycles, says that there's something out there that is not part of us that is affecting us, which is where the Planet X theory all the way back in the 70s came from, that same premise. So therefore, I wrote what I saw in my head, that we had to have two stars, two sets of planets, to be a balanced solar system. And that is turned out. And now remember, again, they don't come in and slap a 17-year-old kid with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for writing a paper in high school
Yeah.
that should be completely ignored by the rest of the planet unless you're right.
Right.
They don't come and slap you for being wrong, only if you're right.
You definitely rattled some cages there, Sam.
Yeah, well, my
Yeah,
my
it's not-
professor saw me solve equations he couldn't believe I did. And then he wrote it down in a hurry, sweating, scratching the pencil. I could still hear that pencil scraping. He pressed on it so hard that pencil almost broke because he was so amazed, but he didn't tell me. And the man was sweating. And it took me probably about 3 or 4 years to figure out why. Because he's watching a teenager solve an equation that Einstein couldn't finish. So he turned it in, and that got within 3 months, all of a sudden, I come home from high school, and the NSA and the FBI are sitting in my parents' living room having coffee. And then I was handed a business card with the Air Force logo on the top of it, and I was to meet them at the fanciest hotel the next day for a meeting, and the rest is history.
Wow.
So,
thank you, Carol.
You're welcome.
And they don't come to you if you're wrong.
No.
And so and I waited the full 30 years to say anything to anyone, including my family. And I've always believed that we had 2 stars. I've always believed there were 2 sets of planets. And you cross-reference the Egyptian lore and the Sumerian lore with the planets and the passing events of the Nibiru system, and take all of that into account, and the other races and the demigods and all that lore, and it all fits. Cool. And there are no holes in this. And so, and then us watching it happen and occur for the last 14 years. I mean, like, go ahead, argue with me. I dare you.
Yeah.
It made it worthwhile to you, Samuel. You know that?
I don't know if I'll ever. I don't know if I'll ever regain the hell and fear I've gone through for this.
You won't forget it, but you.
I don't. But then this is also a learning tool, so therefore I can't discount it or hate it.
Right.
Because it is fashioned who and what I am, and it is
Absolutely.
the coolest goddamn thing that ever was.
I have zero regrets, regardless of what happens to us.
Right.
Or
I agree.
Whatever. I have zero regrets. I wouldn't change a thing about it.
Yeah.
It has come with a great deal of stress. I would be lying if I said it's all been pretty and
no, it's not easy.
It comes with a lot. You fight with yourself. There's not a day goes by that you don't question your sanity. People look
and
at
the
you
sacrifice, the absolute sacrifice.
It is. It absolutely does not come free. But God damn it, would I not change it if I
wouldn't. I mean, look at the family that we've got now. I mean, I wondered what. It's so priceless, that this what we've got. Other people don't have. We can come to our friends and say, "Oh shit, look what's going on," or "This happened to me," and they won't judge you. They'll just say, "Like, okay, it'll get better. You'll see."
And Samuel shared his story. We've shared ours, and it's given us such a tight camaraderie between us. It's priceless.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's priceless.
It's made us all grow, because we're all here for a reason, and we haven't seen that reason yet. We just really haven't seen it yet. Whatever else is
we're seeing it every day, though, Gillian. Like, I know that sometimes it seems like we're not making as much progress, but we're getting the ball rolling regardless. It's we're starting this, and whether it happens in our lifetime or not, it'll be something that generations from now will be spoken about and will be accepted finally, because as Sam said, which I was really inspired by, it has to, because it's real.
Yeah.
So what Sam said inspired me too, about how a Pleiadian, somebody from the future, had seen that we do it.
Yeah,
and I thought, I don't know if I can do this, and then he said, "No, but we all do. We're all doing it.
Already did it.
That is also really helpful when I get a little bitter and really wish that this could go a little faster, to a broader audience.
Come on, man, show me a planet, dude. Just want to see a planet and a shuttle going past, so I can go to the other ones and go, yeah.
Oh, we already do.
Be
I
humble,
mean,
Gillian.
just watch
Yeah.
the startup of this show. I mean, Rebecca's done a fantastic job
Amazing, yeah.
of
Oh,
putting up
what,
all
lady.
the full circle planets, and we could, you know, I mean, if we did a real collective from
Thank
all of
you.
us, I bet you we could come up with 100 absolute captures of the planets that are just
Oh, yeah.
beyond doubt.
Oh
And
yeah.
we, you know, we work off
I
the
know,
cuff.
but they're sneaky wee planets, Samuel, and they hide. If you're a chaos factor like me, you know you've got a 60 zillion photographs, but where is that zillionth photograph that you go, oh, sure, but I just want to show them because I know if they see this
One more
picture.
good capture. Yeah. And Jesus, you know, his magic index finger is a strong turning point, even. And yeah, and I love,
Goes like
you
this.
know, by the way, did you know videos that Rebecca put out where she's got the screen behind her where she's running, you know, with the TV behind you, and you're
Yeah,
Oh,
you should
I
do
need to do
more of
that.
that.
Rebecca
I
uses
will.
finger now too.
Will.
I am very.
Rebecca's
I,
whole hand goes
I,
up.
Yeah,
I
see,
love. I
She
love
goes,
how
Look at that.
how the show has progressed and how
we'll
it's
do that.
evolved.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Oh,
for the-
you're welcome. You're
Thank
welcome,
you, thank
sweetie.
you.
You're welcome.
The show has
Yeah.
been constantly progressing and getting better, and I am very proud to be part of it.
Right.
And
Yes.
Rebecca,
It's so 90.
Rebecca, we can't thank you enough because I know
90.
you're the one that does all the prep work for this and all.
Right.
She's
Yeah, no, it's been priceless.
Yeah,
It's given us a gift that we didn't have before. We all thought, oh, I have to fly to America to be with my friends, but
Yeah.
No,
it's
no.
all right. I
Pretty
can
good.
every
Thank God
Saturday.
for technology. Thank God for
Yeah.
technology. You know, you guys are in my living room here with me right now. You know, here in my room. You know, discussion. You know, that's
There's the
great.
thing. There's the thing with our cuppas.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, and I am drinking out of my heading to the mountains cup, and I must go.
I'm glad it worked out for you, Sam. I knew you're a mountain man, so I knew you would appreciate that.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, I lived in Minnesota for quite a few years in Little Falls, and I look back on it now and I go, oh my God, it's so flat. Oh my God, it's so flat. Every time I see anywhere, you know, Minnesota or you know, or Iowa or you know, Indiana, Illinois, and it's God, it's so flat. I couldn't leave the mountains. I mean, the mountains are in me. And my daughters are going, oh, thank God I was born in Montana because I'm from the mountains. And it's like, yeah, true. Although, you know, they grew up with thinner oxygen and than you guys have. But
you know, I love. I miss my New Mexico skies. I do. Amazing. I think they're so unique to the rest of the world. Really, like, but I gotta say, I am in love with the mountains here in Utah.
Utah is unbelievable.
It is an amazing, beautiful place. And
Northern Utah, right when you head up to the north part of Utah, the geology gets unbelievable.
Absolutely.
And
You know what I'm hearing right here, right now, is like absolute love for this little planet of ours, and that's so cool because that's what keeps us together.
Oh,
Like,
then
we're
you're lucky.
doing this because of our
You're in
planet. Because
Scotland.
of
I mean, you're in
people.
heaven over there, Gillian. I mean, Scotland is just awesome. And Ireland, I would love to go to the UK. I would love to.
Yeah, me too.
But I never dreamt I would be in two hemispheres, and it's because of people like Carol Ann that I'm here. It's a miracle place. But you know, who would have imagined? I mean, I just said to Anne, the other lady that took me to choir tonight, it's like she showed up, Carol Ann, and said, "Right, let's go." Yeah, okay, here we go.
Just go. It's like what we did.
And I did it like it's like like you said, you're going to go, and I'm like, no, I can't do that. I can't do that.
Yeah, she gave me a hard time. She did. Nancy and I had to push a little bit.
You had to push it.
The one
and Nancy
night,
had to pack my bag for me.
Nancy helped her over video pack her bags, literally.
This is how you. Do you know I've still got that PDF downloaded on my old phone on how to pack your bag, and how to wear layers.
And I stayed
all
with
the way from
her
that
for how many days?
Nancy's
3 days.
From when I met
our mama, our other mama.
she's a doer. She's one of those people that's gonna get shit done. And
yeah, you could imagine her being one of them trekkers that got off the boat from wherever and just like, right there, well, how are you going to get there? That's all right. This is how you build one of these things, and then you get on, and then you go.
That's Nancy. Yes.
Yep. And then you go. Doesn't matter if you're a woman. Oh, all right, right. Get them trousers on. Pull up them big girl pants and let's go.
I told you that many times, didn't I? Pull up those pants, Gillian. This is what we're gonna do, and we did it.
Look at how I don't know. Look how close everybody has become. What a tight family we've become here. I think about that all the time, and
need to get Nancy up on here as well. We need to get her on the platform too, because she was like she found all of us almost. It's like,
well,
magnetic.
This is also in her blood. Her uncle wrote a book. He's the one that did the one on the halos.
Yeah, those halos and yeah. Halos and rainbows and stuff. Those shiny things. What's the word?
There's another word. Rainbows, halos, and
sundogs.
It's a sweet word. It's I have it on my hard drive.
I know that's not fair. Nancy, where are you?
I really wanna go raid your hard drive, Carol. I wanna go raid your hard drive.
Yeah, I know.
Jealousy going on here.
I got lots of things on that hard drive.
Carol Ann's computer that it may never crash.
Yeah, so
the first one did, and that has a lot of those old videos. The Understanding the Sky series.
They do make tools that you can take it and separate the hard drive from the entire computer. And then
I have
download
tried
it.
several times.
Take it to a computer guy, and then they can actually directly hack a
You're looking at the computer
drive
guy.
onto a thumb drive.
I am the computer guy for many years.
Oh, okay.
That's what I taught.
Oh, well, God, I need you over here.
Oh, really?
Right? Falling behind.
Oh, we'll be standing in line now for your consult. Yeah.
I know.
Well,
but
we
I'm
did,
old now. I can't remember
I'll
the
call
words.
you next time. We did 3 days to get me back onto Facebook.
Yeah, I'm into the old stuff, Samuel. This new stuff is Rebecca knows. She's the boss on that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
The way she's in everything. I know the old stuff.
Hey,
I almost made it to a Black Friday sale for a laptop, and then everything was like, what's more important?
It was a ghost town over here. I went out to work for a little while thinking it was going to be busy. No,
nothing.
Everybody's
got any money this year, man. It's like it's eating into everybody's pennies.
This is the second year in a row that it was like that. Usually it's one of my very busy days where I'm hauling TVs and whatnot for people. And
guys, on Thursday this week, our Thanksgiving,
good everything but nothing.
Yeah.
Wow.
The Russian ruble crashed.
Oh.
They stopped. They halted Russian stock market trading until after the first of the year.
Wow.
Oh.
They stopped the downfall. The Russian ruble, which is standard to the American dollar, used to be, is now worth less than 1 American penny.
That's not good.
That's not good.
So, our market is going to feel a pinch off of that. The Chinese market will feel a pinch off that. Regardless of the sanctions that are existing, we are connected interglobally in markets. And not only that, new sanctions have kicked in for Russia, where prior to that, there was a grandfather scenario that was allowing Russia to pump natural gas into like Slovakia and Czech Republic and all of that. Well, now those sanctions have gone and kicked in, and they've cut that supply off. So therefore, that is partially responsible for the Russian crash. So we are going to see and feel, and the Chinese market will directly reflect off of that. And if the Chinese market goes into a downfall, then that will affect the American dollar. And that has to do with how often they're buying our currency, et cetera, as well. It's a smaller percentage, but it will affect us. So we are seeing the tumblings of a world market change.
Wow. I mean, imagine your dollar.
This is why we didn't have Black Friday sales, because everybody is broke.
Yes. I don't know how people are doing it at the grocery store.
I heard
don't get it.
I heard somebody on TikTok say something that I was completely agreed with. Why don't we have a Black Friday sale in the grocery store where people actually
Yes.
need it?
Yeah.
You
Right.
know, why TVs and crap that we just
Yeah.
don't need?
On
Why
the price
didn't
of
the
things
grocery
has
store
dropped.
have a Black Friday sale? You know, that would have been a lot more helpful for people. You know,
Televisions at Walmart are far cheaper than they were even 6 months ago.
Yeah.
because they want us entertained and
Yep.
Right.
yeah,
Absolutely.
Like
everybody,
you inside watching the telly so you don't see
everybody
what's
take
going
your
on outside.
TV so we can further program you.
Right. And they're cheap because they know they're going to break in 3 months anyway. You're going to have to buy a whole
Right.
new
They have
one.
a lot of
So
that going on too.
I'm like Rebecca. I barely watch TV these days.
I don't either.
Barely
I don't
watch
either.
it.
It's so
can't.
weird.
The thing is
I
that I
stick-
can't.
It's
can't-
like we all broke out of a spell or something like that.
Yeah,
I
I
pick
mean-
what I want.
I can't stomach. I think once you know the truth, you start to
Yeah.
see all the
Oh
lies.
gosh, yeah. Especially
And I just can't take much of what I see serious anymore. It's like a kick in the
It does rob you of some of your
it's like a kick in
some
the
of your
gut,
media
you know,
comforts. Yes.
because you know that you're being lied to constantly, and it's infuriating. So I can't watch TV anymore. I just can't.
Nope,
Sometimes
I pick
come
what I
home-
want.
Sometimes I come home. My younger brother, he loves watching The View. I hate that show.
oh
Every
man.
time I walk in the door, he's watching The View, and I'm like, more
Oh,
trash
God.
TV, dude. Seriously.
What's
And-
the view about?
It's the feminine side. It's a current events, political, fashionista, Hollywood. 4 or 5 women get together.
I was going to say, is that where the women sit around the table and
yeah.
oh,
Right.
We won't name names.
And Sharon Osbourne and
you're right,
Whoopi
Brandy.
Goldberg. And,
Okay. Whoopi
Yeah,
used to be awesome, right? Well, I
Well,
don't know
yeah,
what
she's
happened.
yeah, I think
Wait.
she sold her soul.
Man, she sold something,
I don't like that show. I mean,
right? I mean,
sure, I do feel that they are politically correct, more or less. I guess. I mean, it's better than Fox. I'll say that.
well, she's getting sued.
But
for cupcakes or something.
but I just don't like mainstream news because it's really not news anymore. You know, it's Taylor Swift and the Kardashians and
Oh,
what so
That's
and so
crazy.
person had for dinner, and I just and then what little news does make the airtime, it's insignificant. It doesn't really paint us a picture of what's really happening.
And it's downgraded in severity or urgency
yeah.
or whatever word.
Nobody's
little
talking
bits,
about
little bits of.
yeah. Nobody's talking about our weather extremes. Nobody's talking about how we enter our winter orbit way early. I was trying to explain that to a few people the other day, how they're saying that they have this is one of the years where they just cannot the time change. The
Right.
darkness has really kicking their ass.
Yes.
And I said, yes.
Yeah,
It came
big
like
time.
almost. It came 2 months early. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It came 2 months early. Where we should not be in our winter till way almost the end of December.
Right.
Yeah, 21st, isn't it? About the
We're in our
21st
winter
more
tilt,
so?
but I'm still getting cooked out here. Like
Yeah.
today, I'm
Well,
out in the
actually,
sun and it's
NASA
burning
just
my face.
announced. I saw NASA just announced that we're 35 inches tilted. We're tilted 35 inches. Give me a break. 35 inches. Get the hell out of here.
No, we watched.
They give us little tidbits of truth.
We've watched the
Wrapped
magnetic
in-
North
wrapped in
Pole in the
bullshit.
last decade alone move from the North Pole out in the ocean to somewhere in the middle of Siberia.
Right. Okay.
We're way off. We
Wow.
are.
Way
Yeah.
off.
We're
Like,
not
really?
at 40,
Inches.
I think we hit 40
Inches.
degrees off. We are
Well, and that's
completely off.
that's full pole
And-
shift,
and-
they think.
To tell us we're 35 inches off, first of all, that wouldn't even be significant enough to make the
Right.
news. Why is it making the
Mm-mm.
news? And second of all, like
Exactly.
it's way more than 35 inches.
Now, if you take into account the electrical universe, our axis tip has to do with our magnetosphere,
Yes.
and that is this
Yes.
invisible, comes out of the top of the planet, comes out of the bottom of the planet with the little weak wave in the middle of the planet, and that is this like electrical armor outside of the planet. That's the same thing that holds our atmosphere inside. It's why we have oxygen, why it doesn't drift off into space. That same electrical bubble keeps our positively charged electrical oxygen here. There's a minor leak off. It can be pulled by objects as well. Anyway, that axis tip directly occurred in 2011, the change.
Wow.
Now, I don't believe that it's been constant. I think we've been wobbling like crazy every time one of the bigger planets come closer, because they also have a magnetosphere that's larger and more powerful and would shove us out of the way, which is part of that electrical interaction that we see evidence of with the planetary discharges and the shaft lighting that goes up into the night sky, goes between the planets. The smaller planet will bleed off ions, accelerated ions, which is why they're self-luminescent. Those accelerated ions will drift off to the larger body. So and that's sort of it's an active passive electrical exchange between the bodies. At a distance, it pulls it away. When they're come close to each other, they repel each other, because they can't not do that, because they're opposite polarity, we believe. And that's why their planets aren't stolen by our star, their star doesn't steal our planets, because I believe they're electrically opposite polarities. That is why I do not believe in a full rollover pole shift reversal.
And from what we see, Sam, and you pointed it out, and I always, to me, that you bring up these things to me that just kind of really make sense. It's why I'm still here, is because you mentioned it, and I always noticed this, but I never really clicked in my mind how their moons are always on the lower hemisphere.
Right.
And you see moons in our solar system, not just Earth, but our entire solar system, where we have our moons on the upper southern hemisphere.
Yes.
Well, we see their asteroids on the southern poles. We see their moons on the. Look at Attu's moon is, from what we can surmise, it's on the lower hemisphere as well. That would tell you that we're different polarities, and I think. Right. And I think the whole, I'm not going to say design, but the whole, how it all comes together is just absolutely incredibly amazing and so unified. Everybody's looking for
they all dance in a partnership that is eternal and it's perfect. And
everybody's looking for the unification model and separating Earth from space, like it's all separate. It's not.
Unification model, Hofman, 1978, and we have to be half of another something, because we all knew that back in the 70s, this Planet X aberration that was affecting planet Uranus way off in the outer parts of our galaxy, our solar system, was somehow being elliptical orbit in an egg shape and therefore being affected. So therefore, there has to be the Planet X out there, dark, unknown object affecting our orbit. And that's exactly correct. And that's why I sat down and I was, reading everything Isaac Asimov ever put out back in the 70s, because it was on our coffee table. So I read it all the time. And, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, all of that crazy shit, everything my father would hand me, I read. And then, of course, in subatomic chemistry, I just knew. And Einstein had that thing. He could never balance what was going on out there versus what's going on here versus the gravity. Gravity, well, I never agreed with. It's like, nah, that doesn't make any sense. That our sun is sitting in a hole and we're rolling in the circle.
I find that so stupid every time that I see it.
And yet there's this dark matter that pulls us and holds us back.
I hate the gravity well explanation. I find it so.
Our planet is placed around our star.
It's just
atomic structure. Protons, neutrons, in a chemistry compound of protons, neutrons, and electrons around two atoms, and a central electron holding the two atoms together in one compound. That is what we are. We are a chemistry equation in space. We're not just rocks that crash into each other for 8 billion years. And There's more to it, and then we're part of there's a smaller part of us, and then we're part of a larger it that we're part of. That we're a subatomic mass to a larger dimension.
Right.
And people don't think of dimensions; they think they're it's next door, like walking from one room to another. But dimensions are different sizes.
Yes.
One connected to the other, connected to the other, connected to the larger one, connected to the larger one, connected to the larger one. And that's referred to in science as shirt sleeve syndrome.
Yes.
Look it up. It's on Google for free.
For free.
My new. It's on Google for free. That's my new phrase, man. Go ahead, look it up. It's on Google for free.
Sam, can you answer Maria's question? I think that's an interesting question.
I haven't seen it yet. I do
it's
apologize.
interesting what's going on with her glasses.
Where is it, Maria?
Can you talk about the UV index as compared to what it used to be? I have photosynthetic glasses that have not been changing color when outside.
There's a way higher spectrum of UV that's coming in. Yeah. A few years ago, the call was like 73% more UV, and they were all warning this is part of global climate warming and all. And they're but the thing is that our God, Earth to Brain, come on, grab the name, Sam. Our atmosphere is healing from the ozone layer holes that we used to have, because we've gathered a handle on the release of freon into the atmosphere. So our ozone layer has gotten better, not worse. So how do you account for 73% more UV light? Let's go back to the basics.
Yeah, there's only one thing that can do that.
Right.
Yeah.
What?
There's only one thing that can do that. Is either our sun grew in size overnight,
right,
or we got extra brand new light bulb in the room. And our sun at that time, our sun was in front of the other sun. So the 73% increase was a 25% reduction of the extra 100% increase.
Wow.
And we've seen for the longest time, we saw that our sun was in front of the other one for forever. We don't know about that now. We have no information that says it's not, but yet we have information that says that it's separating. So we still have to see yet and see what happens. Until I see it personally by eye, separate, far enough from each other, that I know for a fact that those are two stars in front of me, or we have enough submissions that match from around the world. I can't jump across the street, but we do believe that the two stars are separating, and the second star is coming towards us. And I'm a little concerned, and we want it to leave on the right-hand side over our shoulder and go away and not fry the shit out of Earth, but it's still a possibility. I never talked to anybody personally that went through it in the BC era, the 1500 or 1600 BC era.
That's a scary thought. That is
beyond a scary thought.
Well, they are talking about apocalyptic Armageddon-like scenarios, and if you go and you do read some of Revelations and the Book of Enoch and the tablets of Thoth and all of this, if you read some of this stuff, there are pieces that are good and pieces that are bad. So
we were talking about how our tilt, Sam. It's spoken about that in the Bible, that the moon will dance like a drunkard.
Right.
The moon will dance like a drunkard, which is what we're seeing now. We're
We've been seeing it for 5-6 years now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the south, and then an hour later, all of a sudden, it's in the northeast sky. It's like, what? And our moon doesn't do that. When I was a kid, the moon rose in the east, set in the west, straight over the top of our heads.
And the shadow,
due east, due west.
The shadow was up and down. It was never.
Yeah, we saw that with the crescent. We saw the quarter moon. We saw the half moon. We saw the three-quarter moon.
Well, they called it God's fingernail at one point.
Yeah, and then no moon. Yeah. And we haven't seen normal, 10 years now, Jesus?
Nope.
We haven't seen normal moon cycles in over a decade.
No. I point it out to people sometimes, and they don't seem to know what I'm talking about. That We
Well,
shouldn't
you would be
have
amazed.
moon shadow across.
You would be
It's
amazed
foreign.
that people,
It's like I'm speaking a foreign language to some people.
Yeah.
if you take a
Um,
picture of the moon and you flip it upside down or 3/4 or 90 degrees, whatever, and you show it to them, they'll think it's normal. They don't even know the direction
yeah,
of the paw print.
they won't. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nothing has changed. To some people, no, there's been no changes, and I just will never understand that. You would think farmers. You would think farmers.
Yeah.
Farmers, yeah. Well, the
Farmers.
Eskimos,
You would think all these people would
the
say
Inuit
something.
in 2011 were screaming to everybody that something's wrong with the sky. In 2011, this is the Inuit in Alaska, and they're
The moon-
screaming on video. They're breaking their cycle, and they're actually putting it on film, and they're sending it down through YouTube and into the rest of the world, going, guys, something's wrong with the sky. And I mean, they've got no ice, and the polar bears are dying, and the caribou are dying by the thousands, and nobody's discussed that, nor the forest fires in the great North Canadian regions that are supposed to be covered with frozen tundra, that are now in frost melt and dumping CO2 galore into the atmosphere. Does anybody talk about that? No. It's
Polar
all going
bears
on.
are seen more and more away from the Arctic Circle. We're
Yes,
seeing
it's
polar
sad.
bears in where they're adapting. I mean, that's kind of good, I guess.
Well, they're talking about shipping lanes in the
At
Great
least they won't
Northwest
go
Passage.
extinct, but they shouldn't be in these regions where they're starting to see polar bears now.
Yeah, there's no pack ice, and so they're ending up
the
on
pack
shore.
ice where they get caught on and they just float away.
Yeah.
And it used to be solid, and now it's turning into islands. Now it's not even there at all in some cases. And this is why we had the sightings. Rebecca even remembers this a few weeks ago. There were sightings of like a herd of polar bears on one island. And they don't do that. Polar bears are separatists. They're individuals.
Right.
They run in packs of 3. It's usually a mom and 2 cubs, or
That's it.
maybe if they're lucky, a male and a female, or 2 females, maybe 5. But this was a herd of polar bears because the ice melted away and they had nowhere else to go.
That's sad.
Yeah, and some of them gone so far south that they're mating with other species of bear.
Yeah.
That's like unheard of.
Yeah, we're gonna start seeing new species because as we're seeing these animals migrate, we're gonna see a lot of new stuff. We're in a mass extinction die-off right now. We're seeing a lot of animals. Birds are not I'm not. I should be seeing loads of cranes right around now. I'm not.
No birds.
I'm not seeing them. I will see a little pack of them every now and again. Maybe 10, 15 cranes at a time. When I used to see hundreds of cranes doing their winter migration. Now I barely see them.
I saw Canadian geese this time.
It's always my
time
sign that winter is coming when you start seeing those cranes.
Yeah.
Not anymore, and it's kind of sad because it's one of those things that I grew up. You see, it's a constant. This is why it bugs me how people don't notice these changes, because these things are so constant in our lives, in our everyday lives, and when something changes, how do you not notice? I didn't know. What got me in the beginning of all this was our moon. Like, I started noticing that the moon was just. I was going days without seeing the moon. It was doing the craziest thing. I went 1 week without seeing the moon.
Wow.
I don't know if it was our tilt. I don't know, but that's what got me started. Was I just noticed these subtle things that made no sense. That I was like, okay, something is different here. I mean, subconsciously, it should click, even if you don't know exactly what it is. If something changes in your immediate area, you're used to the same thing. Right. Somebody puts a purse in your car, right? You're gonna notice because that purse is never there, right? You should notice it. Why is nobody noticing these things? Why
they haven't been looking up the whole time, and now they don't see the subtle changes that aren't subtle to us, but they're just not paying attention.
And that's why I started Montana Skywatcher, so that we could have every day, we could actually account for recent current pictures. Because at the time, if you go, just farming or fishing out there on the YouTube or the internet or whatever or Facebook, you get pictures and they're weeks old and they're not reliable. And that's why I started the clearinghouse, so that we could compare,
The
Belgium
clearinghouse.
to
I love that.
Michigan to Florida to
Yeah.
Australia, all at
And
the same time.
daily, Sam, and I love that also. You always said personal captures because that makes a skywatcher.
Right.
I see a lot of other sites where they're posting stuff from secondhand people, right? They're posting stuff that's secondhand. The difference in Montana Skywatch is that we are real sky watchers. We're really watching the skies. You cannot replace any files, any literature. You cannot replace that by actually watching the sky yourself. You can't.
Yep.
If you are physically capable, watch the sky. If you're not watching the sky daily, you're not seeing those patterns. I don't want to hear you talk. I just don't want to hear you tell me that I'm wrong. If you're not watching the sky as much as I watch it, if you're not photographing the sky, if you're not time lapsing the sky, if you're not constantly watching the sky, I don't care where your information comes from. You're not gonna teach me anything, right?
Yeah,
We have
they can't
spent
touch our
hours.
information.
We have spent hours. We have thousands of hours of video. We have thousands of hours of watching the skies, and that nothing can replace that. If you want to be
And
a
thousands
good
and thousands of members from around
you
the
have
world.
to actually get out there. You have to get out there. Nothing is going to replace that.
And we have to remind the people out there that if you are on Facebook and you're a member of a sky watching site, because I joined 20 this week that I hadn't seen before, or I tried to. I don't know if they accepted me or not. I don't know. Do they know who Samuel Hofman is? Anyway, and you'd like to contact us, we'll get you on the show, even if you're a newbie and you don't know what you're, pardon the expression, your ass or your tea kettle.
Yeah.
If you don't know anything but you want to come on the show and add to the sister site effect, once you start and we get to know you, and then we'll see how serious you are, we'll add you to that and we'll start sending material your way, and then you get a copy of the monthly site drawing. We're not going to charge you any money for that, and I should be paid for that.
Yes.
But, I mean, the placement of these planets every month.
And don't feel like I know that sometimes we and Nicole used to bring this up, and I think she had a point. Sometimes we forget that we have been doing this for years, and sometimes we talk like everything's common knowledge. Don't feel we were very limited. A lot of us here were limited on knowledge as well when we came here. We knew the basics. We knew maybe north was north, etc. The sun comes up in the east, sets in the west. But we were limited on knowledge as well when we learned
as you go.
So don't feel intimidated. There's no such thing as dumb or stupid. There's just learned and unlearned, guys. So don't feel intimidated at all. We've done this for years. Chris hasn't, but he's a very quick learner.
The only dumb thing is not to ask.
That's right.
You just completed your first year here with us, I think. So.
October. I can't believe it's been a year, all over a year now.
So it doesn't matter your level of knowledge, guys. Just come. We'll teach you. We'll teach you the ropes. We will.
If I can do it,
we will not do it in a manner where we'll belittle anybody, because I hate when people do that. I hate when people help you but also make you feel stupid at the same time that they're doing it.
That's not gonna happen.
No. We understand that this is very limited.
We have a lot of practice.
The source of information is very limited to Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Sky Watchers and its sister sites. It's very limited, guys. But
promote your site, Jesus.
If you really are interested and you really want to learn this stuff, come. This is a perfect place for you.
Right.
Come. We will teach you. We will. We do expect some level of doing your own homework. We don't hold your hand the entire time, right? But we will guide you, and we will point to where the information is at very least. But we are expected at Montana Sky Watchers to not be hand-fed or spoon-fed anything. Questions are welcome, but you will have to do your work. That is That goes be without saying, and it's why Montana Skywatchers has been so successful is because there's a level of self responsibility, along with helping hands. So it's a great place to learn.
Yeah, and grow. Yeah.
And now that all I have left is Montana Skywatcher 1. I am adding more new members.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah, here we go. I threw out 3 trolls this week alone. And
got some little trolls, did you? Oh,
yeah, they kind of, if we spill water on the ground, they kind of grow.
Okay.
Okay.
They usually come in threes, like in sets, like box sets.
Well, I had somebody type me, says, God, I've been on your waiting list for a year. Would you please add me to Montana Skywatcher 2?
Okay. Somebody
just totally guilty.
Somebody reached out to me also recently and said, I'm still waiting on my acceptance to Montana Skywatchers. I'm like, I'll see what I can do.
I added literally like a week ago on Montana Skywatcher 1. I added another 2,000 people.
Okay. Wow.
And I'm going to add it. My new count is up to like 150 requests. And I went through today and I added 20 or 30 people. So I'm going to continue to go through. And then, of course, that means my workload's going to double. Then I have to be there every day and boot out the wackadoos. And I will not tolerate anyone downing anyone. And, I've been doing this long enough that you can read between the lines on people. And not only that, I'm a damn good remote viewer. So, if you really want to play, I can look into your home. Ask Gillian. Can Sam do that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so don't mess with me, man. No, and, we run off a vibe, all of us. And that's why the group is the group that we are, because we're good people. And we're here for a reason. And if you're here just to yank our chains, then we'll see that right away as well. We've all been through the trolls. But yeah, don't spill the water on the ground, and don't feed the trolls once they come up.
Well, I love that about this group is that we're all drama free. We're not constantly fighting and picking fights.
We grew past it.
I love that. Personally,
I never allowed it.
That doesn't exist. We have like the nicest people possible.
Yeah.
Having a minor degree in sociology does help.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
We have all become professors in our own right.
I cannot say even though when I'm quiet, I'm always reading posts, comments and stuff. Even if I don't comment or even but I'm constantly I'm always watching.
Right.
There's not anything that I can say, oh, Rebecca shouldn't have said this or this. I never seen none of us involved in anything that I wouldn't be involved in myself, And
the moment the drama does happen, what do we do?
Right.
We nip it in the bud.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Talk to each other.
Okay, remember, we talked about this last week where there's people that are running down my page going, Sam never answers you. It's like, what? These people that they jump to conclusions, and just because I didn't get to them personally, I may not have known them, I may not even have seen their message, but I do try to answer everyone out there that I do find. I'm sure there's a bunch of shit that goes by me that I don't see. So therefore, don't chalk me up as arrogant or crazy or any of us.
Well, and there's a lot of stuff that it just isn't worth engaging with. Sometimes too, sometimes I'll get comments that are just so outlandish that I'm like, "You're on your own, buddy. Like I just can't, I can't help you."
Rebecca?
Yeah.
Sorry, Caroline says that she got booted. Can you please look for her again? She's looking for you.
Sorry. Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
I know. YouTube gave me an error notice.
Yeah, go on.
Well,
me too. I had one too. I got booted.
Your internet.
Yeah.
Okay. We got to get ready for disruption of internet, because if we are entering the grand solar maximum, that there's going to be more disruption to our internet services, electrical services, earth rhythms, the core of the earth, our bodies, our brains, all of it.
Right.
And I'm still
As if
chuckling.
it's not bad enough already.
Now, remember that 9.4 X-class flare that hit Earth about a month ago actually sent a lot of material through our magnetosphere. And this is why the East Coast lit up electrically on Saturday. They were announcing to everybody that the ground had become electrified. That is... that's an important event that we, because that is part of a Carrington event. And remember, do you guys remember when
it's not getting the attention it should be?
Right, and remember when Hoover Dam a few months ago, 6 months ago, had an electrical turbine blow up?
I do. I remember
that was also during an X-class.
Well, when was our flare? We had a flare just in the last couple of days.
We had 2 in a row. We had a 9.4, which was huge, and an 8.2 or 8.6. I can't remember exactly what the numbers were, but we had.
Have we had anything this week?
I have not checked. I spent the last 3 days trying to get back on Facebook.
I don't know if people remember, but during Obama's administration, he said it publicly that we need to prepare for space weather events.
Yeah.
He did say that, and
that also includes Nibiru.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, but nobody.
It's a little one,
Again, not something that it was spoken of. It was a really maybe like a 5-minute thing.
Offhand, I said this on the side of the end of another sentence. Yeah.
And nobody brings it up anymore. Nobody talks about it.
Well,
and honestly, I kind of forgot about it until I came across it recently, and I was like, oh yeah, he did say that. That's
yeah. Right. Certain presidents were told, I'm sure, about the existence of aliens and the coming. We know that the DUMBs were built because they knew that the planets were coming. We know that HAARP was built as a repulsive device because they knew the planets were coming.
Wow.
But when they built that, they were under the impression, like most everyone else, that the quote-unquote destroyer would be gravitationally catastrophic to us, rather than the electric universe and the electrical solar system, and how most of these asteroids that were on the way that they knew about are actually electrically connected to Uri and Attu, and therefore less dangerous, although they are dangerous to Earth and Earth weather. They are less dangerous than catastrophic mass meteor impact and destruction of the Earth, because it's cyclic. This isn't a one-time event. And they, at their infancy, when they spent millions and billions of dollars to study their fears, and then took me on, then I told them my paper, and then they didn't want to hear it from me because they got mad at me. And then they let a bunch of other idiots run the country for another decade or two. And then they hopefully finally got some of their shit together. Because, my electrical universe information was the same as it was in 1978, with the minor exception that I've grown in knowledge since. And it all has to do with a lot more than that. And if you talk about Tesla, we could talk about 440 hertz and sympathetic harmonic interaction as being one of the secrets of the universe, including a hyperdynamic equation or two that I have in mind. But anyway, that's a little piece of carrot on a string there. I have a hyperdimensional equation. No, cool. I don't. Oh, God, I shouldn't have said that. Now they'll kick in my door. Shit.
What does that mean?
No, you have 102.
Yeah, why did they block me on that one?
Wow.
I gotta say, internet has not been very reliable for at least 3 months. It's been so spotty. Even my Wi-Fi here at home, which is usually pretty high speed, it's just been so terrible. Yeah, it's been so terrible. So I do feel it's definitely affecting things. I suspect that's the reason for was it Tesla's satellites up there, because they knew internet would be interrupted. Tesla's, what do you call those
Starlink.
satellites up there?
Starlink.
Starlink. Yeah, I feel that's why they put them up there, to keep safe face, and make sure that there's no weird things or nobody loses their internet, because people would freak out. But I wouldn't be surprised that's why they put them up there, because they knew our normal internet was going to get interrupted.
Bet you it's all connected to that Dark Knight satellite too.
Others could be 20 possibilities even beyond that. They're probably twice as nefarious. Like I've said as a joke many times, I wonder if Elon is running DoorDash pizza service to the guy.
I'm really curious what his end game is, because he's been making a lot of moves lately.
Yeah. Well, remember, he's not an American citizen.
And I'm really curious to know what his end game is, because honestly, I don't like the guy. He gives me the creeps.
Bingo.
Gives me the creeps.
Hey, if you have more than $1 million in any account,
you didn't get it, honestly.
How the hell did you get there without walking over the skeletons and the bones of the people you climbed on to get that pile of money?
Right.
And that's me admitting a little bit more about my personal opinion than I would care to. But if you have $1 million and you don't reach out to the people around you and share some of that, then sorry, but you're not a good person.
Yeah.
I don't like you.
Exactly.
If you know what I would do if I had $1 million right now?
What would you do?
I would invite all of you guys to come stay on the Montana ranch.
That was exactly what I was thinking.
I knew that.
You knew that. We're all remote viewers because we can all see
all
what
together.
I would buy land that had half a decent year-long river,
do our
no matter
little
what the terrain is, and we'd build a whole shitload of hobbit holes.
Yeah.
Nice.
And we'd learn to
go off grid.
We grow our own food. We'd hunt our own
Grow
food.
off grid.
Raise our own animals.
Don't
I would love that. Yeah. If I ever hit the lotto, guys, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna round you all up, and
I saw the coolest little automatic electrical generator. You know, an ice auger. You know what an ice auger looks like?
Sure.
Those little red bladed things that you spin and it cuts through the ice.
Yeah.
If you take the ice auger apart and you just use the red area that's an auger, and you put that on a chain sprocket and you put it in a small canal and you wire it up to a generator using minute little rod stock and a couple of screws and sprockets, and you've got free power.
It would work. Yeah.
Yeah, because that screw is a free manufactured screw that you don't have to make your own water wheel. And if you run 5 of those damn things together, then you've got a super generator.
You're right.
Maintenance.
Oh, well, yeah. But, I mean, you're walking by it every day anyway to get water.
I know.
God, people, we can, free energy. You can live off grid now. We have the technology. People should just really, really rethink. Live half underground and a sod roof, and that way you don't lose it in these windstorms that we're about to have. In the early years, I studied some of these things where they were telling us we're going to have 215, 275 mile an hour crosswinds here, and that nobody's house is going to be left if you have 200 plus mile an hour winds.
Well, look at our history, Sam. Look at what look at the building. Was it Turkey where they
moved underground?
They built underground. You have to ask yourself, if you want to know where you're headed, where you're going, where we're going, you have to look at our history.
Yep.
Look at all these during, as you say, during the Bronze Age, the Mycenaeans, the Minoans, all that time period. Very interesting time to research, guys. I love researching our history because it says so much about what we're currently living right now and what could it be. What most likely is going to happen, and we have
the transition of northern Africa from green to desert. All of that happened within these same time periods. And then if you go back another cycle, then you go back to the Noah age, which is what Jerry was talking about, I think earlier. Noah was 2 cycles ago. The last cycle was the breakup in the Bronze Age. And then prior to that was another entirely different story as well.
So Noah
And,
wasn't the most recent one, then, Sam. Interesting.
Excuse me, say that again. You
You say
cut out.
Noah isn't the most recent cycle, then?
Noah was the great flood was 2 cycles ago.
Wow.
And that was transitory, having to do with the last meltings of the last ice age, 12,000 to 10,000 years ago. And then there was a huge
Which would it
upper.
be? Would it
Okay,
be
everybody,
around-
ask yourself where the water came from for the Great
Well, that's
Flood.
what I was about to ask Sam. Would you think that's around the same period that Graham Hancock is talking about, with the scablands and all that? You think that
Right,
was
yeah.
Noah's time?
Well, now, scablands, 15,000 years ago or so, this is approximation according to general science. The Great Lake Missoula, which is where I live, I would be 200 feet underwater right now.
Wow.
The Great Lake Missoula that sat here 15 different times, emptied because of glaciation opening, an undermining of glaciation. The water will eat and super cool and won't freeze, and it actually becomes below freezing because of the hydration pressure, that it doesn't freeze, and it will undermine these glaciers. And what it did is it ate its way through the Canadian glacier between here and Idaho. And when that gave way, it dumped an entire unbelievable large mass of water through, which created the washaway of these massive tsunami on land, great flood that went through Idaho, Scablands, Washington State, all the way down the Columbia River.
Washington State.
Carved the
is
land
wild.
in a matter of 2 weeks, Sam.
Right, and it did that 15 times.
Yeah. The evidence for that in Washington State is
Overwhelming.
It's there.
Oh yeah,
You
I've
can
taken the
oh,
tour.
it's wild.
I did
You
the
can see how far
geological
the
tour
water
with
goes
the
into the
university.
sea.
If we look at it from now that we have NASA, the satellites up there, if you see a satellite
LiDAR.
of that whole area of the Scablands, it's insane. Like the the size of what happened there, the scale
Ricola.
of what happened there was just absolutely insane.
Rebecca, excuse me. Gillian was kicked off, and she's in the chat room.
No.
Rebecca.
Chris, there's an episode with Graham Hancock. I don't know if Rebecca's
Oh,
hearing.
Yep, she's waiting.
Sure
Is it
enough.
so?
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if
Yes.
Chris, this is a
You're
great one.
welcome.
You should
Sorry.
watch. There's an episode with Joe Rogan and Graham
Okay.
Hancock. Well, he has like 3 different ones. I'll send you the link.
Oh, come on,
Oh,
come on. We
okay.
can do a better reference than that.
Fascinating ones. You will see.
I have a question.
I feel that every time that I watch it, I'm like, I
All
have
right.
so much questions that I have
Yeah.
answers
If
to.
you really want a good source of information for the Great Scablands and all the floods and everything, go type that in Southern Washington University.
Oh, I bet.
Right.
And then you will find one of the best speakers of geology and volcanoes and tectonic plates I've ever seen. And I watch Southern Washington University information just about once a month, if not more.
Thank you.
I have a question. Well, it's more like a thing that happened back a while ago,
I
but
forget the doctor's name, by the way. Yeah, go ahead, Gillian.
I remember having a dream back when I was in South Africa, but it also kind of connected to something that, again, what Nancy was doing about a place to stay. And I had seen like a vision or something of your mountain, like it was like you were high up, and then to the left of you, like it must have been towards Washington or something, there's all this water was there.
Right.
And it's in the future, and
Right.
this big circular UAP came down on the top of a mountain,
Right.
and we were waiting for everybody to join us at a table.
And for that, I would recommend that you look up Gordon Michael Scallion future maps or the U.S. Navy's future maps.
I
They
think
are
you have
available
those
on
maps,
YouTube.
Gillian.
Mhm.
Pretty
Gordon
sure she
Michael
has
Scallion.
them.
I hope they're all wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if the big crack does happen and our ocean levels continue to rise, they're going to seep in to areas that were like. Did you know that Salt Lake used to be an inland sea? Did you know that the The Central Valley of California used to be a very massive lake. It was drained
But
in
I also have something else
30
to say,
and
but there's also passageways underneath all of
Yeah.
us.
yeah, that too. Yeah, there's underground waterways galore that we don't even know about. The aquifers, etc., in the Midwest that need to be.
And underground tunnels somehow that we were all
Oh, yeah,
connected
that's
underground
there
at
is a
one point.
tunnel
There must have
from
been.
modern day Turkey, like Jesus mentioned. There are cities underground that run all the way to England from
Jeez.
Turkey underground, and this is documented.
Oh yeah.
And they don't want to tell you the true story. And I pray and I hope we don't go through the scenario where we are so hot that we have to live underground. But I want you to keep that in mind. And I wanted to leave Montana. I wanted to move to Arizona, and I was told directly not to.
Wow.
I can't
And because,
imagine.
and
It would
I'd
take,
love to live
how
in.
many years would it take to build an underground city, though? Like, how long would I have to wait to get
Imagine.
to a place
Depending
to
how
be
much your
underground?
ass is burning,
And
how
How
how old is
many
Petra?
shovels I have?
How old is Petra? You know Petra in
What?
Oh,
Jordan?
Petra's incredible.
Petra was
Yeah, it's like
lively. Petra was
they were
lively
more
just after
advanced.
the Bronze Age breakup.
Is it different to Cappadocia and places like Gobekli Tepe and that? It is, isn't it? Because
Go
is it younger?
Tepe was
Farther away,
about
12,000 years.
10,000 years. That was like 2.5 cycles ago when that has to do with transitionary periods. Now remember, the Garden of Eden is supposedly in that area, and remember that it is scientifically proven that wheat does not come from Earth,
Right.
and it was placed here by the demigods. And let your imagination go to Google, look that stuff up. It's free. Little hints.
Well,
There's a
the
lot
wheat we
to
have now is supposed to not be the wheat that they had in Egypt. It's like completely different. It's all changed, and it's
Hybridized.
it's too hard for us to
Hybridized wheat is
digest.
We're
what's
thinking
making
that way.
everybody.
Hybridized, yeah.
It's hybridized what's making everybody so sick.
Yeah.
Ever since I cut out
GMO.
all that stuff,
Germination
yeah,
process
yeah.
Yeah.
changed.
Everything doesn't resemble. Even our fruit and vegetables don't resemble what
They
they
don't
were.
taste like they
They
used
don't.
to
They don't.
either.
Yeah, no, they
They
don't.
don't because
It doesn't
that
satisfy
carrot
you.
thing that I cut the other day, man, it had like a weird kind of inside to it. I
No,
thought,
Tomatoes.
wow.
I haven't. I don't go to Mexico as often as I used to anymore because most of my family is already in New Mexico. But I remember the last time I went was when my mother passed. But I remember having dinner at my uncle's house, and the food, the meat, everything. The vegetables were like half the size. First of all, the meat had a different color. The fat on the meat was more yellow because that's what it looks like.
Right.
The meat was a little bit more, I would say, like a purple color.
It's what they're
Um,
feeding them
and,
too.
and it was from the butcher. It was from, like, we know the butcher that killed the cow just the day before or that same morning. You know,
Mhm.
has a different taste. It's a little gamier, but it's
Oh,
it's so much more nourishing. I remember eating. Not only was I getting fuller right away, but I stayed fuller fast long.
Mhm.
It's just we
That's
have
how I
stripped
cook.
all the nutrients and from our food in the name of making it quick and profitable.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we are seeing the consequences of that now. Diabetes is on the rise. Overweight, is being
Oh boy.
overweight is almost normal now. I had to learn the hard way. Had it wasn't because I saw my mother slowly deteriorate of diabetes.
I hear that.
I had to make some changes, and then I realized once I educated myself that the food that we have, especially in America,
Oh, it's bad.
you have to be really careful. You have to be careful, and you have to teach yourself Forget what the FDA says. Forget what the
Right.
American Diabetes Association says. Especially, don't listen to the Diabetes Association because they're wrong. They're
That's
completely.
absolutely correct.
I saw my mom do everything the doctor told her to do and still get worse and get worse
Yeah.
and get worse.
Diabetes treatment is very
wrong.
difficult. I mean, it's not easy to be diagnosed with diabetes and then be sent home with all these drugs that you have to take. You have to test your blood sugar. You have to do
Well,
all
that's
this
the
stuff.
thing is that they don't teach you that
No, they
by
don't.
changing your diet. Instead, what they want to send you with is just a bunch of pills, but they don't start at the root of the problem, which is diabetes is just a carbohydrate overload where your body just can't accept it anymore. You have to get to the root of the problem.
Absolutely.
I don't believe that it's inherited. I really don't believe that. I think it's inherited because our eating habits are inherited.
I totally
The food
believe
is
in the
full of
grapefruit
sugar.
diet.
But once
that's good.
you understand certain things metabolize and carbohydrates, some people can tolerate them better than others.
Sure.
I can't. The moment I start now for Thanksgiving, I had pie, I had flour, I had these things, and my shoes, I had to loosen my shoes just
Oh
the day
no.
after because
Like you're supposed to.
I have to I have to really toe the line with what I eat, and I love eating.
I believe that citrus diet, the more orange juice you drink, the more grapefruit juice, especially. If you increase your citrus intake, it will wipe out some of the carbohydrate issues.
Yeah.
It really
And
does.
I can't do
help.
that with kidneys.
Yeah, right.
If
and,
you're on any kind of
It all
medication, you
depends,
gotta be
right?
careful with grapefruit.
Well, my uric acid or levels have been one of the things that I am having the worst time with bringing down. It's taken me like 3 years just to get them back. I'm almost where I want to be,
Right.
where I need to be, but it's been difficult. But what I do now is alkaline. I try to be a little bit more alkaline. Water, lemon, and a little baking
Just adding
soda,
the baking soda.
salt. It's great for alkalizing your body, and it's also very good
But what kind of alkaline water are you drinking?
Well, I just get regular water, not faucet water, of course, because that'll kill you.
There's bottled waters out there that say alkaline on it.
I know.
They put
Well,
in sodium bicarbonate.
I make it myself.
There you go.
Water. I add baking soda, lemon juice, lime juice, or lemon. Each one will work, and then some salt.
Okay.
It's gonna make you very thirsty. It'll make you very thirsty.
Add a pinch of sugar to that as well.
You could do that as well, but because
that way the body will absorb it faster without wasting.
Because I avoid sugar, I don't. But you could add sugar
saline rather than
if you don't have
all you need is like a grain.
Yeah. But we
wild
live in a time now, guys, where you have to educate yourself on everything because you go to a doctor, they're just going to give you more drugs, which is, probably the most profitable institution in the world.
Look, they own the food. They own the food companies that manufacture the food.
It's a $1 trillion a year business.
Yeah.
You have
You
have to question these people and their motives. You have to educate yourself, and also, not all diets are universal. Some people have different needs than others. I can't tolerate carbohydrates very well at all. I have to limit them, and honestly, I don't. I like eating a low carb diet. I love it. It's
fulfilling.
It's fulfilling, and it keeps.
It is. Yeah.
And you do eventually get used to any diet you're on.
Eating garbage, junk food,
Right.
But you have to be
I can't do acidy things. I can't do acidy things.
Yeah, exactly. Reading
tomatoes. I love tomatoes, and I can't do those anymore. Sorry, I'm random.
Reading the literature they gave us when we were in school, the food pyramid, all that.
That's a bonus.
Throw all that shit out along with everything, and start from zero, and start teaching yourself
and cook fresh.
Yeah.
fresh.
Don't buy
works.
frozen. Don't buy canned. Well, canned is okay, but
just cook real food. Cook food that doesn't have a long list of ingredients, guys. That's
Yeah.
If you want to just start there, that right there alone will make an enormous
If
difference.
you can, then grow some stuff yourself as well. So.
If you can, absolutely.
we may have to before you know it. And God
Right?
forbid that we have a Carrington event where we get shut down because, the worst thing that if we do have that period, we're going to have all those nuclear power plants all over the planet are going to go
Oh
off.
my God.
And then
Yeah,
then
imagine.
90% of us are going to die from radiation in our atmosphere alone. And I mean, I get, I'm right back to that where I'm holding my head going, I can't believe they started the first one. Yet we got, how many thousands of nuclear power plants do we have on this planet?
I have
No, there's over
1 hour to
70
myself.
All right.
They're
I think we have
talking
over
about
75 in
restarting
the
it.
U.S. And that's scary. I mean, they decommissioned one in San Diego. It's called San Onofre, and they keep all of that used spent nuclear fuel on this site. It's decommissioned. They don't run it anymore, but all that stuff they use is still there, and they
And it's
keep
hot.
it in these like concrete because they don't have nowhere to put it. They got rid of Yucca
Right.
Mountain, and that was like $60 billion well spent, and they don't use it. What are they going to do with all that?
Well, people
It's all
protest
over
when
the
they
place.
transport it across state line because they
They
had.
transport it across the ocean. What
Well,
are
we
they-
had
they-
material from Hanford coming through here and headed toward, I think, South Dakota is where they were putting it. But we had regular through Missoula, regular truckloads on a diesel semi trailer, material from Hanford that was being shipped to the Midwest through our town. And currently, they used to park those rigs on stay over at night where our local Burger King is. So they're selling hamburgers where they used to park the radioactive trucks.
Right.
Oh, lovely.
And
Your lucky little arms don't grow out of the meat.
I'll take a
their
neon
whole block
burger.
is empty, so the nuclear radioactive trucks
Glows
would
in
go
the
over
dark,
and
that
do
stuff.
at night. And I found out about that because I walked up to it one day, and I'm walking up to a truck, and I'm seeing the radioactive signal sign, but the writing on it's very small, and you had to walk up really close to read it. And it said radioactive, and I went, "Oh shit! I've already walked too close."
Hope it's thick, man. Mm-hmm.
And that's where I learned why they were parking there. And then I looked up where they were going and where it was coming from, and it was from Hanford. Now, Hanford is a nightmare with rotten 80-year-old ceilings that people have fallen through and gotten exposed. And it is very close to the Columbia River, within football fields length away. And we're in trouble. And I hate to keep saying that all the time, but we've had such a huge ticking time bomb going off right in front of our faces for so long.
I knew you were going to say
Yeah,
that.
tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
And we are
every day that we're here is a gift, guys. Like I don't think that we really think about that. It's probably better that we don't think about it constantly.
Yeah.
It'll mess with you.
Oh, I know.
But every day is a good day. Every day that we wake up and we get up and
every day you see the two suns.
Yeah.
And I don't think that people really realize that's a thing right now. That every day is a gift.
It is a gift, big time.
By night, what happens? We don't know. I mean, God, tomorrow, what could happen? And yet, there's so much to this topic and subject for us to all get into. Right. We don't want to make anyone go running out the front door and off the nearest bridge, but we don't want people to get paranoid or freak out or go do any charging of your credit card to go hide off grid someplace.
Yeah, it's awareness. You need to be aware.
Yeah, we're not teaching fear, guys. Just awareness. We're not saying things won't. Things can happen. Things are happening, but it's not about fear. Oh well, she looks like a happy cat.
It's one of the babies.
We had our daily dose of mittens.
No, we haven't.
I know.
Hey,
where's
buddy.
Mittens? Come on, man.
Hey,
We're
buddy.
seeing Stella's tail, but Stella's gone now because.
Hi, Samuel. Oh.
No.
fuzz
Oh,
fuzz.
that one's been a snuggle bunny, mommy.
This is
I'll start
Moji.
sneezing anytime now.
What's your name?
I'm joking.
I know
have
you're
one.
gonna make Sam sneeze.
Yeah, I have a cat. I walk into the house, I can't breathe. It's like, oh my God, I have to tolerate that animal. But it's my
What's
daughter's
Rosabella
cat.
doing?
Rosabelle is very fat and very spoiled.
Oh,
Rosabella's better now, eh?
The world's most expensive cat is now a big, very, very
Yeah.
happy.
That cat was a sick kitty, hey,
Oh,
Christopher.
she was.
Curvy
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah, you know, we
This
had
is
3
the one
different
that
doctors
has
tell her
the
to put her to sleep, but
23
nobody
and
did
a
not want to
half
lose her
toes.
baby. And she
She's-
did, you know, she
Oh,
spoon fed her and with an eyedropper and put food in her mouth and made her chew to gain some weight after the surgery. And
oh,
she brought her back to life, and you know, got sleep from there. But
Samuel's probably a vet nurse by now. Oh, look at that baby. Oh my God. I'll fall down, mommy. Ouchie.
Rebecca is attempting to get Mittens. Mittens
Yeah,
doesn't
I
like
don't
to
know
be
how
picked
I
up.
let another.
Mittens doesn't like being held, so
No.
probably
No.
she's probably
I
having
don't-
fun with that.
Mochi, look at this is the one that has all the toes. He's an Egyptian Mao. He's a polydactyl. He has 23 and a half toes.
What?
Yeah, polydactyl.
Yeah.
He's
Not a
polydactyl.
pterodactyl, a polydactyl. I called him a pterodactyl one time.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I swear to God, telling
Big
you, she's
cat.
back.
What? What?
Wait.
Oh yeah, he's big.
Wait. Hold on.
Is she going nuts?
Cat time.
Mittens.
I mean,
Hey, calm down. Calm down.
Mittens.
Hang on. I'm going to make the picture big for her.
Look at her
Here.
nose.
Cat
There
time.
she is.
Nose.
Yeah, cat
There
is-
she is.
Look at her.
Yeah, you know, stand
She's
up.
not impressed.
Yeah, no, but that's what she looks like, and that's how big she is now.
She's beautiful.
She's perfect. I love how the whites like go down the front of her arm or back of her arms.
Her nose.
Anyway, it's like these. Anyway,
Yeah.
She loves how her arms go.
She does not like being held.
Lost my headphones
No.
twice.
she came out.
I see
Your
yours
arms.
is a lot more holding friendly.
Yes. Oh, wow, it's funny. Like if she
Yeah,
comes
you
and
have a cat
sits in my
too.
lap, I'm lucky. What's that?
Two.
You said I knew you had a dog, Gillian. I wasn't sure if you had a cat. But
Two dogs and two cats.
It's family kitty time.
yeah.
Yeah.
See,
I can't
they've
believe I'm letting
got
another
like
animal
5
into my life
kitties.
again.
Like say, like Carol Ann's got the 5. Rebecca's got one soon. And I've got 2 of each. But yeah, I think we're catching up with each other with fur life. You've got to get one now. Come on, Jesus.
Right?
Talking
Yeah.
kitty.
you know, we've talked about getting a
Two.
pet here, but we
See, Chris is in the kitty club. You could get a fish.
But what everybody
It's
forgets is
big.
Yeah.
cat box. That's the clincher. I did not want to have another cat box in my house,
I am.
but now you know.
Oh, I've got to show you something. I've got to show you
Tidy
something.
cat, you know, and all of that.
Something
Hey,
that you
brought to you by
definitely-
Tidy Cat and Kitty Nums.
Oh, it's gross. Oh,
Yeah, I can tell you my nose is definitely itching.
Oh no.
Just watching all of that cat fur, you know, like there
Double cat
Yeah.
cover.
you go.
what's that, Jillian?
It's a backpack.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. This prepper can take her babies with her.
Is that for your pets?
Oh, you keep your cats in there?
Yep, you can stick 2 cats in there, and then you can get dogs on the double dog lead.
Yeah.
And yeah, then I would have a backpack, you know, with shit in the side. So
Off to the park.
Oh, that's great.
well, I was thinking more along the lines of in the apocalypse or a fire or
Right.
something. At least you're.
Yeah, at least you can get them in there and go.
Yeah, we have a
That
pet
makes a
carrier
lot
for
of sense.
emergencies, yes.
Yeah, like Sam was talking about, you've got to have a pet carrier if you know what's good for you.
Yeah, you got to.
Yeah, and just in case you do, nobody wants to plan bug out, but having a knowledge that all your gear is in one place, you don't have to run around in circles for 3 hours to gather everything is also important.
Right, and where are you going to go? That's the question.
There isn't.
That is
Apparently, the cairngorms. That's another thing I wanted to say as well. Was like in that map, we were talking about what end of Britain is sticking out the water still, and by some bizarre fluke, it's the bit that I'm on. That's the bit that's sticking out the water.
Well, good.
Well, be aware of where your tectonic plates are. Be aware of where your volcanoes are. Be aware of the wind and the rain systems and the weather. And of course, high ground is always better. I always say old rock.
Yeah.
And not area that's going to move or get swallowed or get major sinkholes and things like that. And then remember water, number one, and fuel. If you move up to the high mountains with no fuel, well, you're going to be freezing.
Unless
so you have to have an area that has fuel.
Cutting the wood,
Yeah, cutting the wood, having the ability to cut wood.
Yep. I think I'm in an ideal spot because I have all that.
Learn how to make your own natural mortar.
Absolutely.
Cement. And outfit yourself with the basic needed tools, the old-fashioned ones that the chisel, the hammer, the saw are good. Now they make some phenomenal woodland backpacking saws nowadays.
Okay.
That technology has really come a long way. Don't buy the cheap ones.
I am prepared.
And a good backpack.
Caroline's face.
I am prepared.
Learn about freeze-dried food and what foods keep, and look into the Amish dried food story.
Right.
They have food packed away for years, and they eat it regularly. They live off of it.
We can.
And then you have a bug out possibility in your mind. And then we've talked about this many times in the past.
Medical supplies.
If you really want to have a family conversation about this, one day,
right,
turn off your power in your house.
Yeah.
One day.
That's nothing for around here. We all.
We went here just a couple of months ago. Yeah. We went 3 days without power.
We were fine because we have the solar generators.
Okay.
Yeah, that was when that storm went through.
We have regular generators. We cut our own wood. We have wood
I am not rich and don't have my own generator. Sorry. I want one. I want a Generac.
I'm older than you, Sam. We saved for a longer time.
Yeah, and you had 2 incomes.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and I'm a 1 income guy, and I'm retired the hard way.
Son, trust me. After I divorced,
go to a charity shop.
1 income, God, it makes a difference.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. When then add 2 kids. Yeah. Then you try to buy clothes for teenagers.
Yeah, they thankful. I mean, nothing against kids, but
thank God we all have what we have. I'm
turned out that
for
way.
everything I have.
They can guzzle them money.
Yeah, but then you retire, you lose the majority of that income, that even the 2 incomes.
Right, you're true. You're right.
That's
coming really soon for me.
You have to prepare for that too, and I did that all my life.
In 2 years, in 2 birthdays, I lose a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, I know.
I'm in trouble.
It's not as bad as what a lot of people tell you.
Well, that's when I write a book. I think I don't know.
Well, you'll have
I think so. At least I don't know. Maybe there's
audiobook
pictures or something.
Hey, I'd like to go viral before then, people out there,
right?
If you guys wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe this thing could take off, and maybe
I feel like how about we try to get Sam on as a guest onto a bigger shows.
A platform
a bigger.
I don't want to go.
Like we need to
I'll do a phone
interview. But Sam.
I'll do a phone
interview.
I
know of a few. I could do some checking around and see who's, the
one thing we do that,
try to get him on to a bigger
I have
audience.
stayed on Facebook to try and stay as low key as possible. That way, you don't
want to go big time. You don't want to go to the sci-fi show.
Well, there's nothing subtle about going viral, Sam.
Well,
I could always do the shadowed person where they film me and I'm sitting in the dark. That I would do.
right?
Rebecca can
Get your
be there in
voice all
person
muffled.
while you're there on the phone, and you can work it together.
Yeah,
She's got the presence.
or I
She's
could
got
Uh-huh.
to be present.
totally go into hiding and become Professor Nibiru.
I don't know, Sam. There is safety in going public. You know,
Come here.
Say that again, Jesus.
Yeah.
there's safety in going public. You know.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
I have tried to be, you know.
There's another one.
Yeah, right.
Oh
Hello,
my
kitty.
gosh.
Oh
How
wow!
white that baby is.
Look at her.
The white
Wow!
man.
Oh,
It's a boy.
man.
Like she lit up the room behind you.
It's a boy.
It's a
Looks
boy.
like
That's
a girl.
Bianco.
That is Bianco, yes.
And
Bianco. Yeah,
He was
that's it.
born during a hurricane. His mommy crawled in the window well, and the rest is history.
Sweet.
Yep.
Sweet.
Bianco. He's a
Yeah.
big boy.
He's 13 years old.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
They're all
That's
lovey dovey's. They all
yeah. How sweet.
I
You've
see
got
her on-
huggy buggies. You've got huggy buggies. I got terror
Yeah.
buggies
God,
that like
you're all
stick
babies.
their tails in my face
Yeah.
and flounce off if I haven't got a sachet in my hand. And they leave you like with a bunch of hair in your nose.
Oh,
Ask them.
Yeah, this is our Nibiru family.
Hey, Anissa Arabians is here.
Hey, Sam.
your microphone
Hey.
is muted or away
I have
from your chin.
lots
There you go.
more.
No, no.
You want more babies?
Sam's itching enough.
Yeah, I'm getting a dose reaction. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh, Sabrina, I don't know.
Micro-
Facebook, I think, is here to stay. I mean, look at they're doing Meta now, and
Yeah.
they're
Meta.
investing a lot of money into that.
I think that would
Facebook
kicked in.
the
I think
rules,
Meta
right.
kicked in. Some new rules kicked in over the last couple of weeks,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
other people are
Yeah,
saying
that's
we
the
can
ones
change-
that are going to be final in January or something, and that we have to watch out about the copyrights and
Congressional
trademarks.
discussion about TikTok is still going on, and that comes to fruition in December.
wow.
Whether or not they're going to
It's
ban
January. Okay.
Well, that's what I like about posting just stuff that's my own that I really don't want. I
Yep.
mean, you know, I've been having a hard time with the music that I'm using. It's like they
Yeah.
offer music to use, but then I get a
Tell
like
you you can't.
but they tell me later
Copyright.
that I can't, or that it's sharing revenue with somebody else, and I'm like, I'm not seeing any revenue. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right?
I'm not
There's
seeing
no
that
sharing
revenue.
revenue.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, their
So I've been
revenue.
having a problems with that, but aside from any of that, like I only post stuff that's my own, so I to avoid problems, you know, and because I love taking my own stuff, but
Yep.
yeah, that'll save us some problems too. Try and know where the source of whatever we're posting comes from.
Yeah.
Is something we're really gonna have to be more careful with, guys.
Right. That's why I don't go out and farm off of YouTube or farm off of multiple sites off of Facebook, and I stick to our collective, sister sites, and I will occasionally use other sky watching sites if I'm a member and I find something highly interesting. Then I'll collect it. But generically, most of our information has been gathered from Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Montana Skywatcher, or Jesus' channel, or Christopher's channel, or Gillian's
sister
channel.
sites,
There's a
etc.
few other people that we talk to regularly, and that is why we stick to personal sightings, and that way what, where, when,
Yeah,
how,
and
why.
if you have questions, you could answer them, and it's authentic, and that it's not AI generated, because we're seeing a lot of problems with that. I feel that they're pretty obvious still, but there will come a time where you won't probably be able to tell the difference. So it's good to do personal
But
things.
AI cannot copy planetary placement unless we were to tell it.
I agree. I agree. But it's
So if we
always
see
always
something
good to do
in
your
the
own.
wrong place, we know it's not right.
Yeah.
If it's the wrong size, wrong
And
color.
also the way things are illuminated, the way those kind of things. There's always a tell. But the thing is that there's a tell for us that are a little bit more experienced. There's a lot of people out there that wouldn't know the difference.
True. I didn't look at it that way.
Yeah, we all see things through an elevated point of view, and there may be people that are getting mad at us because we talk about something way up here in this topic rather than go back to the beginning basics. And like where did the planet names come from? Why is this? Why is that? And stuff that we already know, we automatically just go around and avoid talking about. And I try to keep that in mind, although I am regularly guilty of it.
Well, I'm starting to fade now because it's like, I don't know,
Hey.
3:45 in the morning. Or
Go to bed,
like
Gillian.
No, I'm not going to bed. I'm nearly there now, man.
Oh, okay.
Are you having a long weekend?
A marathon.
Are you working
Saturday
tomorrow?
and Sunday off. So
Well, then I guess you got a few extra hours today, I guess.
Yep.
I am
do
gonna
my,
have to short
do my other job tonight.
My dad is downstairs, and I haven't. He'll be here till Monday, but I'm gonna have to spend. I have to, spend some time with him because
So how do we collectively get the new folks to roll into this adventure with as much zeal as we found when we got here?
We have to start from the beginning with a lot of people. So
Yeah.
I think is a trick. I think I really think that's the trick. Is you have to start small because we're so ahead in a lot of what we do and say that. I think if you just come out and start telling somebody about the cubes and all that, the stories and all that, I don't know, you might lose a few people before you can get them on this side, But
yeah, because they think, okay, well, Star Trek freaks.
Well, I always start with, have you noticed that the sun started coming up in the northeast sky all the way back in 2011? That is where all of this began, visibly from Earth, without having to go into the SETI Alpha project or me from 1978 through 1980. And by the way, Carol Ann, when your microphone is under your chin, we can't hear you. It's got to be there. We go. Now you're.
Thank you.
Because you said something a minute ago and I couldn't even.
Yeah, well, the cat, and I forgot.
Anyway, no worries. Yeah, we do have to. We have to point out to people all of these. We talked about the moon earlier. The sun started rising in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm.
People have forgotten what high noon is.
Yeah.
Of course, this time of year, it's not the proper to point out. But if you look at the sunrise tomorrow morning and you see how far southeast that sun is,
Yeah.
You're going to go, what?
It's more south than it is east.
And then if you also look to the northeast, you'll see Venus. And Venus is not supposed to be in the sky. It's supposed to be due east.
That way.
Yeah, it's in the wrong place.
I think it's lighting up the sky in the wrong
Saturn's
way.
right there too.
I've been walking out there at night, and I'm like, I feel like I don't recognize their stars. I'm like, what's going on?
The Milky Way has moved as well. It's actually Earth. It's our solar system. It is traveling along with this second other star and this other solar system, and we are going to the northern ecliptic of our plane of our galaxy. And this just started happening as of 2010 through 2012, and that's what the Mayan calendar graph is all about. We are moving galactically as well as between our other larger solar system, and we're trading places as we transition through this unbelievably massive movement in our solar system at this time that we're so aptly and enjoying and proudly living right now. One of my daughters said, "You mean I was born at this time when all this really cool thing could possibly happen?" And I said, yes, it's exactly what it is. You're born at the perfect time to see one of the greatest shows that ever were within the last 4,000 years.
Wow, that's awesome.
And the biggest secret and the biggest lie. And I could go on, and which I do. This is why we've been doing 90 shows. The 87 shows before that, and the 30 shows before that, and the 32 shows before that.
Number one.
90. I know.
90.
90. It was just one the other day.
It was.
I know. And it probably took Sam a year. We talked about a show. He was like, we could do a show. And we just sit there and just, daydream about a show, not knowing what it would be like or anything. But yeah, I couldn't imagine it for a long time. No. No.
I think it
Neon.
turned out awesome. I never.
Yeah.
You had
And look
asked
at
me
you
this a year
shine,
ago.
girl.
Right.
Look
You had
at
asked
you
me this a
shine.
year ago.
Thank you.
Yep.
Who would imagine that we would have actually done quite so many and that it takes
I
a year
know.
to do 90?
Right.
And wow.
And you
Thank you
know,
all.
most
Thank you all for hanging out with us. You guys have been such a consistent and
I
awesome.
know the people listening to us.
I was talking to Thunda the other day. She PM'd me, and I was like, it's we have I think quality over quantity.
Oh yeah.
We have a very consistent.
Mm.
Not the it's well, I mean, 50 people is a pretty sizable group, but we have it might not be the biggest group, but it's the quality of the group is awesome. It's all
Yes.
amazing people that are always here with us, and they're always engaged and commenting and asking questions, and that's awesome.
Yes.
And they hang out with us the entire show. I mean, that
Right.
I can't say enough about that.
Mm,
And
We
thank you
do
for
5,
tolerating
6,
me.
7, 8
that's
hours.
so nice, Anissa.
And to you guys to
Thank
hang out the
you.
entire time. I mean, you guys are really awesome. Just want to say,
Hmm.
Oh, I love
um,
you guys.
thank you all. You guys
You are
really.
my medicine tonight.
How they do
Awesome.
it? Like, see, like.
I have a hard time with that.
Right, right.
Mine
Me
looks
too.
No,
more
I
like
don't normally do that,
a
but
Yeah,
pumpkin.
point the
It's
thumbs
cute.
down.
Ha, I
oh
can't.
no, Karen.
Mine looks like a pumpkin.
Yes,
No,
that is.
I
I
can't.
know it takes practice.
My wrist is black and blue from here down to here because I
Oh
was
no.
Yeah.
I was doing
Katie.
yard work and I
Hey,
overdid,
there's Aaliyah.
Oh.
so I'm
Hi, Liam.
blue.
Blue.
It's tough,
Is it
right?
okay now, Caroline?
At least my rear end don't feel so bad anymore. I was putting
Okay.
we rebuilt our trailer and I had stained the boards when we were done putting it in, and I went to jump down off the trailer and it was dark and there was a great big metal plate that had 2 long rusted bolts, and of course I came right down on it, went through 2 pair of
Oh.
pants.
Whoa.
I'm dangerous, but I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay. What
Sure.
can I
Thought
say?
that was just me with the e-bike going to work in the snow and the ice and stuff.
Oh no, if there's an accident somewhere, I'll find it.
Are you accident prone?
Yes, lately. I'll tell you, once I hit 70, it got worse. It's
Really? I did that in my younger days.
like,
I got myself into a lot of trouble. I have scars.
Oh, yeah.
And
I have to slow down.
Yeah.
I'm just trying
now
to
in
do
my
it.
older years, I'm really calm because I know how things can hurt when they happen.
Oh, it hurts a lot worse when you're older,
Yeah.
and you
well,
don't heal
you
as
know,
fast. So you have to be
I
careful.
yeah. Well,
I
when
know,
was,
Katie
when I
Jo.
was
I know.
probably 12 years old, I broke my arm, and then 2 weeks
Ouch.
later, I broke my leg.
Oh.
Oh
now,
no!
now I really feel it. Like I really feel
Ouch.
it as it gets cold. My
Yeah.
arm, my leg, it's
Wow, isn't that
The old
crazy?
weather
Feel that?
monitor.
they don't stay the same for sure.
Yeah,
Yep, weather's coming. Ow! Yeah, I know
you
that
feel
one.
it. Yeah. When I was
I
little,
had heard about that. When sometimes your bones start getting achy as
they
weather
do.
rolls in, but I know that for a fact now that it's definitely a real thing.
When the barometric pressure goes down, trust me, I feel it big
Mhm.
time.
Yeah.
But when I was little, I jumped and I fell on my tailbone. So I have 3
Oh, I did
herniated
that
discs
too.
in my lower
Ow.
back.
That's
I had operations on both wrists.
Yikes.
that's rough.
Yeah,
That is
breaking
rough.
your
Other
breaking your
other
tailbone is
things.
that's
That's
no
not
fun.
fun. That's
Mm.
not fun.
Quit. Stop. Don't go there.
I
Yeah,
know.
right. I was
Oh,
babysitting these
ouch.
kids, and
You have
they
to be
made me get on a
careful.
skateboard, and one kid kicked me off of it, and I landed on
Oh,
my ass.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, it was
Skateboards,
fun.
they're a ticking time bomb, man.
Oh
They're
yeah,
next waiting to
especially
happen.
when yeah,
What
Tell
about
you, just so you know,
trampolines?
it
What
looks
about
so fun.
trampolines?
It looks so
those
fun.
are dangerous too.
those are
They'll
very
knock the wind
dangerous,
out of you so
Gillian.
hard. Oh,
I did that. You don't want to. Trust me.
If you're easily shocked, please turn away.
Right.
Yeah, but we're laughing about
What did
it.
Skywatchers do to their bodies?
Right. Oh,
Well, that's dangerous too, because I know somebody that walks down the street with his camera like this and walks into telephone poles.
Oh, uh-oh.
Yes, that's
Woody.
also why we say park your car before you take photographs as well.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we want you to park it in a pole.
Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
Nancy's here. Nancy's
Hey.
here.
Hi, Nancy.
She says, I cannot imagine a Saturday without my Sky family.
Well,
Oh,
that's
that's
how
cool.
we feel about them too.
I know.
Mhm.
Yeah, we
Wouldn't
don't
trade
often
one
get
of
to
them.
sit and talk like
Yes.
this, but sometimes you just need to.
Yeah.
You
Sometimes.
Yeah.
just need to.
Yeah.
You need to talk to your family.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I love you guys.
I
Mm.
know.
This is like the Waltons now, isn't it? Where
It
you go,
will be.
night, night, John boy.
Night, Julian. Night, Jesus. Night,
It's
Sam.
true.
Night, Ian.
It's true.
Rebecca. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Mary Ellen. Oh, I remember that. But they did it in Afrikaans in South Africa. So everybody was talking in Afrikaans, and that's how I learned Afrikaans, because how else are you going to learn what they're talking about? So I would sit there with my tweetalige woordenboek and sit there and figure out all the different
Right.
words. But it was a great way to learn how to spell as well. Well, I was only 7, so
Yeah, you didn't have a tablet back then, did you?
there's my tablet.
Speaking of that, our friend Wally, is that Ola Wally?
All the wall.
Oh,
Ola.
Wally.
He had some issues with his phone, so he's been on MIA for a little bit, for about a week now. So,
Oh, okay.
Again.
yeah, if anybody's wondering, yeah, he reached out and told me to kind of hold down
Okay,
the fort.
all
for
right.
me, so.
Where-
It's good to
Yeah.
know.
If
We're
you're
all
watching,
having
if you're watching, buddy,
odd
hopefully,
issues.
hopefully you get that phone thing taken care of. I know.
He had that problem maybe about 8-9 months ago. He
Mhm.
cracked his phone, and it was horrible.
Yeah, he was talking.
Yeah.
About I was like,
Bummer.
sorry. Yeah.
Well, we hope he
Crazy.
finds a way to get that fixed.
I hope you
Yeah,
weren't hacked.
I know he's addicted like us too. You know, he lives for this stuff too. So just thought I'd kind of mention him.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, so is that us? Have we covered everything? Is there more big pictures or?
Well, there is a little bit more, but you all tell me. I mean, I have a video, a
We
slideshow.
could wrap it up for the next 7 minutes and hit 7 hours quite easily.
Well, you know
Mhm.
what? Katie Jo's video is 7 minutes.
Well,
Oh, there we go.
You want
Well,
to
you know
end
what?
with her
We'll talk another
video?
half
Well, we
hour
can
after
end that
that
in
anyway.
Katie Joe. I love Katie Joe's work.
Let's watch it.
Let's
I know
watch.
she's here watching tonight.
Go,
so,
go, Ghostbusters.
uh-huh.
We know
Okay.
what's up there is by watching, by learning.
Yeah.
So let's learn.
Okay, cool. This is a video. I'll just say this. She sent me a slideshow. These series of pictures, she put them together and it was going really fast, like 2 minutes or so long. And I slowed it down to like 7 minutes almost. So
Okay.
anyway, I thought it turned out really good. All right.
What a perfect way to end.
I do that a lot. Like when I don't have time, I'll record just real quick, and then I'll just slow it down and post
Yes.
production. So, yeah.
Ooh, I had one like that.
A lot of boxy stuff there.
Light pinch.
Yeah. Pinhole sun. Look at it.
Yeah, and it's not a sundial because there's no halo that is coming below the horizon line.
Yuri
That
has
is a
been
atmospheric halo from a light pinch.
Yuri has been pretty much blocking the sun the last week or so. Something
And look what's coming in from the upper right too is this
Morning.
phantom yellow moon coming in with, and then the lead asteroid is dead center in this shot. And look at all that light refraction and all the stuff that's up there.
There again, lead asteroid dead center in front of it is Saturn yellow moon. And over and over and over, yeah, lead asteroid. This is the thing that we keep in embracing. Well, it's just clouds. But excuse me, just clouds can't match over and over and over and over again.
No.
Especially since these are not clouds in our atmosphere.
Right.
Because there are barely any clouds currently in our atmosphere. It's kind
Look
of
at the curve.
the weather.
Look at the curves. They're right above the sun.
Start at the dark areas, work to the light, not the light to the dark. Do it the opposite way of what you're used to, and you'll see these passing planets. And think sky pillars. That's the biggie. We're all taught to look for planets, and they're little tiny things like Venus and Saturn right now. These white dots in the sky, and everybody goes, "Well, I don't see a planet." You know, well, right above the sun. The blue
look at what we
asteroid.
have for. I was bringing this up in one of my videos one of my lives, I think. Look at our context. Our planets in our system are really small. So is our moon. So that is a context that we have. We don't have a context.
Right. Plus, our planets are spread out, way spread out. These planets are between Earth and the sun, right?
Yes.
So
all of them.
All of them,
you know,
and they're going to be
for
huge.
example, I believe Jupiter, I could be wrong, it's like 240 or something, or 400 million miles away from the sun.
Right.
And that's just, you know, Saturn and Jupiter and all of that. And these things are all stuffed in an area. Now, there's a lot of room in 93 million miles.
There is.
Between us and the sun. But
Well, yeah, we could fit all our own planets in the distance between Earth and the moon. We can literally fill all our planets back to back. Our solar system planets, not theirs, of course.
Together, if you stacked them, the moon is 265,000 miles away. It is blowing us all away for many, many years how close these things are to each other. But then again, it boils down to outview. We're looking through a big bowl of water. So the outview is magnified, but you know, they're
See, that is what I still to this day I get confused and I just can't. My brain still fights with that outview look. Is how close are they really when we have that magnification? You know, that fishbowl effect. Things look so close, but yet they're way further than you would imagine.
Well, we did see now last week we had that NASA footage where they're, you know, taking the filming the side of the planet Earth, and then within 3 frames out pops Atu, and Atu is huge. It's a gas giant, so therefore it is quite a distance away from us. It could be 1 million miles away from us, but we don't know. There's no way to measure this.
Good night, Chris.
Boy, I tell you, tonight I scrolled down. I'd fallen behind in the comments. I think we have the longest list of comments I've ever seen. So that's
Good night,
good. I'm glad
Chris.
you guys are talking. So my phone has plugged in the wall. Jackie told me I'm going to pharmacy before they. Good night.
Night, Christopher. We'll see you next Saturday.
Oh, I never finished reading that.
So Emma,
Yeah,
big brother or sister, Sam? Thank you, Rick.
Nibiru is an electron cluster gas giant that is a massive. It's a mega gas giant, and it holds the 2 stars.
Thank you, Sam Recollect.
Wow.
For getting
Much
these.
appreciated.
It's
That's
an
you're
unlit
awesome.
star.
Thank
Gas
you.
giants are unlit stars stacked up, ready to at
Really
some point in time,
appreciate you.
100 million years from now or whenever our suns die out, that probably will ignite as a central
How do you do
unistar. I don't know what to describe what it would be, or we could compound into a third star or whatever. I don't know what's going to happen with chemistry wise, but it's a chemistry equation, and the electron cluster that holds the 2 atoms together. One solar system is 1 atom, and another solar system is another atom, and we are joined by Nibiru. And it's so big
that perhaps scientists have never realized they're staring at a blank area in space, and it's actually a dark brown dwarf mega gas giant. And that's why we don't
I
normally
heard you
see our
say, Sam,
star.
in one of the interviews that it takes up half of our solar system.
Oh yeah,
Jesus,
it is so big. It is it's probably, we could probably fit more in the size. Nibiru is so massive that it is beyond and there's no way to prove this, but it's
that is insane. But I mean,
Yeah, I remember when you showed us that silver disc thing with the pips on it, and I still wasn't actually getting it. And then I realized, like, holy Toledo, he means like the whole circle is it.
I believe that's where that 1980s information, where they started talking about brown dwarfs and all of that, with that Claude guy, his information, or I forget what the guy's name is, and I really should memorize his name. But there's a basis of information out of the 80s where perhaps they actually did see it in telescopes and then kept it classified. And this is where his information, where he's talking about the brown dwarf system and all of this. Well, many in 83 or 85 or whatever, it would be very small and very far away, although we are attached to it. So
great stuff, Katie.
It's really hard to fathom all of this and how it works, but we know it's cyclic, and we know it happens over and over again. So therefore, the distances can't be that great. It's not in some, like, we're passing once every 300,000 years or anything like this. We were pretty close. So
especially in cosmic terms, it's really 3,000 years is not very far at all.
Very short period of rotation. So, and the only thing that we can fathom is that, that we were placed on this planet to do factory planet Earth, and because of the reoccurrence of this, it is a feasible scenario where we hand tribute to the gods every cycle, which fills into just about every religion we have on the planet, where we are, to pay respect and tribute to the gods, and the passing of the gods and the coming of the gods, and thy kingdom come, and all of that. So most of this fits, and it sure explains a hell of a lot. When you put all the pieces together, you kind of go, wow, this really is possible. And it is.
And everything that we're seeing, Sam, like everything falls into place. Like, when you pay attention to what's happening, or weather patterns, or even when I see close passes, and then I'll wait maybe just a few hours, and then you start seeing events happening all over the world. Like, it's once you are actually paying attention to what's happening and you're noticing these planet passings, you'll see the destruction that they're leaving behind. Like,
right.
Volcanoes,
storms, back rotating northern hemisphere anticyclonics and all of that. Yeah, discharging. We documented those passes of the discharges in 2020, 2022. And we compared that, and we watched it go across the country and destroy people's homes electrically with these freak storms that weren't on the radar, that came out of nowhere. And we saw examples of that behavior this spring in April and May in the Midwest, with all those freak tornadoes and this reoccurring weather, which has persisted all the way through to today. And it's hitting Europe now. It's hitting Asia. It's hitting us. They're having freak storms in South America. Remember, here just a few months ago, during their winter, our summer, they had a big freeze, which froze animals in place. None of that's normal.
And I know that's really making the major news. None of it. Those freezes, those people freezing, those animals freezing almost instantly, that should have been mainstream news. It wasn't. Why?
It happened in the North Pole as well. There were entire herds of caribou that were wiped out
up in northern Canada a few years ago. All these, hell, the forest fires in Canada don't even make the news anymore.
It's that flash freeze, and they don't talk about bizarre things like that.
Yeah, they are limiting the connective information for people because they don't want people to put two and to get two together, which equals four, which means we're in deep shit. They don't want people panicking. They want to. Okay, Audrey, what's going to happen in the 2025 Nostradamus prediction of destruction? It's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening. It is. We're seeing it right now. Look at Italy. Look at what. Okay, in Italy and Greece. Today is Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Watch what happens to Italy and Greece.
Sam, before I forget, and before we wrap this up, I've been meaning to ask you a question. I don't know if maybe this is a little soon to answer, but so I know Yuri's going as they go past us. Say Yuri's asteroids are mainly underneath and behind Yuri. Are these? Do you think these discharges are going to get any worse? Because I've seen some crazy discharges that are hard stoppers. I haven't seen them here so much. When I was in New Mexico, I seen a few that would just they are bone like they will scare you down to your core, like very scary. Like
we know that
I'm not scared of weather. I love weather. It's rare for me to get scared, but these discharges that I've witnessed are very scary, and it's something that me and your old partner used to talk about all the time. Is that people don't think he was worried about discharges and how big they could actually get.
Yeah,
I mean, look at Mars. Look at the Grand Canyon on Mars. That really looks like an electrical discharge.
Right, discharge pattern. Yeah, absolutely. Question is, are we going to have one of those events? Could we have one of those events next year? Yes. We don't know what's going to happen when this atom gets close and goes directly over the top of us for a period of time. It's just scraping in front of us now, getting large and larger. And if you remember back when Attu's moon was really, really big over us in 22 to 23, it caused a lot of really freaky stuff to happen too, including earthquakes and etc.
Yeah, I remember that.
We're loaded for bear on Japan's tectonic plates on the west coast. Tectonic plates. There's one going on in the mid-ocean drift. Of course, we know Africa is splitting apart near Madagascar. Any of those escarpments throughout the world, including the escarpment in Texas, any of those could change from the discharging from the close passes. The volcanic activity could occur from discharging. We know that herds of animals are dying from discharges. We could still see more because remember we saw that also beforehand from when in 2017 and 18 when necessity came for her first close pass. That's when we saw the first big, massive planetary discharges. So there, on the halfway point, we're still a couple of years away from going past halfway. So yeah, it's entirely possible we'll see more. It's within the realm.
As they make their way over us.
We can't discount the 180-day cycle, nor can we. Last year it went till December.
But I've noticed, Sam, that now what I'm seeing is a lot of asteroids right before I see Yuri. I'm seeing a bunch of asteroids.
Remember I said,
and then comes Yuri, and as it moves over us, there's a whole
December and January could be really nasty.
And it's concerning because it seems every time seems to be bigger, and every time it seems to be more destructive.
Look how big the Tan asteroid is. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's those discharges that really do scare me. That if we get one of those, the asteroids ain't gonna hit us. At least not the bigger stuff.
They repel.
But those those magnetic electrical storms that they create is
Yeah,
something to be of concern for sure.
the Red Sonja storms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fearful of those. I keep saying we could have another Chelyabinsk event. That's the one where the asteroid came in over Russia and blew up over the atmosphere and blew out, 20 miles worth of windows and thousands of people were injured. So we could see that again. We could also see electrical discharging that can do something like that, where the power itself snaps, that burns the atmosphere, where it creates.
Isn't Marquez in Holland?
Excuse me.
Sorry, I was reading something because my eyes fell in it. But yeah, you're
that
talking
new
about the
storm that went
Chelyabinsk.
through Holland caused a lot of damage, and Belgium and Germany are flooding also, and that's barely making the
So,
news.
guys, when you're out there watching and you start to see these Red Sonja kind of lightning, be careful. Try to don't get too comfortable. Things are very close right now. Things are very close. So try and be a little bit more conscious while you're out there filming or taking pictures. Stay away from trees.
These huge sideways storms that go through here, and the wind gusts where you can't even see across the street, and you're flying down the street along with your lawn furniture. And that's what it can be like when those asteroids come in and pass. All of a sudden, you have a mega storm with 120 mile an hour gusts of wind out of the blue that you couldn't even explain, and it wasn't on the radar, but boom, it went by. And that has been happening all over the planet for quite a few years now. And,
yeah, I reckon that's why they're trying to tell us, oh, well, we're not sure. Somewhere between the 2nd and the 4th, we're going to get snow and rain and hail and wind and stuff.
The
lows.
The weather report is so off. It's so unreliable now. It is so unreliable.
It's random. I think they're just going, well, they probably know kind of cyclic things that they're watching as well.
But they don't look above 35,000 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't take a lot of what is really happening into consideration. They're just looking at local weather, really.
Highest consideration for weather has to do with air traffic control, and that's 40,000 feet, unless you're in military, and the military flies up to upward of 65 to 75,000 at the max. That's pretty much the ceiling of where they go, and we still have some atmosphere above that, but it gets pretty thin. But then all of this other stuff is going on way above that, and I often ponder, what is the length of that lightning bolt between that planet and our planet, and then it must be thousands of miles, and it must be massive, and you'd think it would wipe out entire regions, and yet it doesn't. But then if you take into account, the electrical burn patterns in the face of Mars, I think that's more catastrophic. But we have, and okay, look at the Grand Canyon. We don't know how it was formed, and there were other miraculous, huge volcanic craters and washout Grand Canyons that are no longer in existence because time has eroded those. There was one literally from middle United States that went all the way through Arizona, and they have a volcanic string that's been eroded away over millions of years. So there's a lot to geology that we don't even understand, and yet the escarpment between Canada and America is ignored, and that, in my opinion, that's the North American plate that cracked, and I don't think they take that into account. But I think that was the formation of the Great Lakes as well, and other people may view it differently, and glacial melting and deposits and tectonic plate movement and all of that. But yeah, there's a lot we don't know. And subduction through separation of plate tectonics is a huge part of it, and I don't think we view that often enough. And that is exactly what's going on the east coast of Africa, near Madagascar, and as a matter of fact, the Mid-Atlantic Drift, where underwater the planet is slowly spreading out, and sink wells and things drop in there, and the new land is formed through volcanic activity. So there's a lot of activity that we don't. Everything's linked. None of these people, the geologists, don't link with the weather, and et cetera, back and forth. They don't cross-reference that everything is connected.
Right.
Long story short.
Another thing with the weather, Sam, Anissa just brought it up too. Since I'm small, thunder with lightning. This lightning, there's no
No,
thunder.
that's right.
There's
That's
no
right.
warnings,
That's right.
and people are looking at and seeing the lightning, and I mean it's really scary.
Yeah.
But they're not even questioning. Well, why it should be thundering as much as it's lightning? Because we used to always count it off. 1/1000, 2 1,000s,
Right,
and then it would crack. You know,
Right.
Yeah, I think
Well,
here
if
is
it's
thunder snow as
if
well.
it's in
Thunder
space, we
snow.
don't
They
hear
talk
it.
we've
about.
Oh,
we've
and
had
let's talk
thunder
about
during snowstorms.
let's talk about the harmonics of the Earth, the
Okay.
sky sounds. Rebecca, do you have that video?
Mm-hmm.
Since we're
Let's get
going
it.
on and on, this is
I'm
so
in it.
this is so important to
Wonderful
everybody
time.
who's religious, from Revelations all the way to everyone who's a scientist. These harmonic sky sounds.
For
The hell is
everyone.
2011.
For everyone.
This is my favorite one. Can you turn it up at her?
Uh-huh.
Is that coming from the clouds?
I don't know, it's somewhere up there.
Weird.
What is that sound?
That happened when the planets arrived.
That's amazing.
You can hear that, right?
This is a few years later.
That is so creepy.
And right there, that's Attu and Attu's moon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at how dark it is up there compared to the horizon.
We're up with Bonnie Down.
You can see the big planet up there.
And if you question it, go to YouTube, type in Sounds of the Planets.
Certainly hear that.
Look it up. It's for free. I said it again.
And again, I'm gonna quote the Bible, but those are your
Oh, yeah,
trumpets
trumpets.
right there, guys. Those are
There's
your
your
trumpets.
trumpet sounds.
There's
Yep,
trumpets
there's
of
trumpet
Revelation.
sounds. There's even one in Jerusalem that is incredible.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. I did enjoy
Uh,
that one very much. It
Oh,
was very
somebody
loud.
sent that to me.
Yeah, I love this. I'm even turning up my computer here.
You know, once you know this stuff, it's a lot
Or,
easier to
or
interpret a lot of our history and a lot of scripture and Bible talk. There's a lot of it that can be
That's scary.
that could be understood in a different way with different eyes once you know this.
Right.
Once you take into consideration the binary system, there's so much answered questions and others that other questions arise as well, but so
Right.
much makes more sense when you take that into account.
It's a lot of metaphors.
there's the Jerusalem one.
I remember this one. This was in my early days.
Yeah. I nearly freaked when I heard that one. Ah.
I gotta say, I'm nostalgic about those early days where I was still trying to figure things out.
That looks like the base cloud of Saru right there.
Look at that thing. Yeehaw.
Strange sounds are being heard around the world.
That one made it to the
In
news.
Sweden, this sure sounds like a trumpet.
There you go.
In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
The one at night. That's freaky.
I've never heard one myself.
I mean,
on
No.
on YouTube, type in "Strange Sounds in the Sky," Missoula, Montana. There's probably 4 or 5 of them. I heard it.
I get earaches, so I'm guessing I subconsciously must hear something. But I get my ears start to bother me, right?
There are days that it
Usually
drives-
right before a close pass, my ears start to really bug me, it's been happening since yesterday, so maybe something will come by soon, but
Yeah, I feel it in the middle of my stomach.
yeah.
It's like a.
That's where the seasickness comes from. Inner ear.
Yeah, and I was
stomach.
really seasick today. I thought, oh, I better tell Sam that one. I feel like something's coming.
Like I said earlier, today I felt great. A couple of days ago, I was just like, "Oh my God, what is going on again?" It was only one day this week. Like
Hi.
2 weeks ago, it was like 4 days.
Hi.
Baby number 3.
Yeah, I believe it's the atmosphere is rubbing together like a finger on a crystal glass, or tectonic plates underneath us moving because of the planet's pull. You know, like scooting a chair on a linoleum floor.
It's
It
amazing.
sounds like steel. Sometimes it sounds like steel being dragged. It's really gets on your last nerve and goes.
This all started after the planets started rising up underneath Earth within proximity 2010, 11, 12, 13.
God, that would creep me out.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, that would creep me out.
Oh, there you go, people. Something to go to bed with in your head.
It's
No,
okay.
I'll have that image in my head now. But
Sorry. Yeah, no, it's like.
well, I'm
Well,
gonna
this
cut
is
out,
just
guys.
another one of those things.
I'm gonna go hang out with my dad for a little while before I head
Sure.
out to work.
Okay. Give him a hug from me.
I definitely will.
Okay, Jesus.
It was always nice hanging out with you. It seems like 2 hours flew by, but I was thinking. I tried to open my eyes earlier, and I was like, "There's no way." Went back to sleep, and I was like, "Hey, I think I'm gonna catch them still on." So I was gonna hang out with you guys for a couple of hours.
Glad you were here.
So glad you did. Good to see your face, Jesus.
Good to see you.
Love you, buddy.
Always gonna hang out with you guys. Love you guys. Have a good night.
Yep. Have a good
Everybody
one.
in the audience, thank you for hanging out with us. Always thank you for being such a loyal and kind audience. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys. All right, Sam. You have a good night.
Bye,
Talk to you
Jesus.
later.
Bye,
Bye.
hon. Talk soon.
Albert's here.
Hi, Albert.
Hi, Albert. And Marcus, I'm not sure where Marcus is. Like Netherlands.
Marcus is in the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, it's morning for him, and he's excited that he got to wake up and see us still on. He was just, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's 25 past
Excited.
4 here.
Hey, there's Shannon Davis. That's a new name, kind of.
Hi there.
Hi, Shannon.
Hi, Shannon.
Hi, Shannon.
So,
He agrees. Magnetic fields rubbing against each other, right? I agree.
Yep.
I've always been tossed because it also could be tectonic. Well, you know, if they're grabbing, it could be both tectonic plates and our atmosphere rubbing together, or creating a shift between the connective two. I mean, anything. You know, the finger on the glass. That's the harmonic.
Harmonic.
And you know, when they were happening, oh my God, there were several years where they were running in cycles, and everybody was freaking out about it, and I was pretty sure I knew why. And it did happen up here in Missoula, and I went out many times and sat and listened to it.
Morning, Marcus.
In winter, especially that first year, it was like, yeah, I sat outside listening to it and even froze my butt off, but it was so worth it, you know, because you could bear it.
I remember hearing weird noises in South Africa during a storm where there was 3 different colors of light marching across the sky. I think it was around about that time I started talking more with Caroline and Nancy.
We can have that discussion. Do you know that we never ever used to have purple lightning? And people automatically accept it as normal now. Purple lightning started in 2010
Yeah.
and 11 also.
Because this
And that
was
has to do
purple and white and green and red.
Now, the color of the lightning has to do with how high it comes up from. The different, and you can look that up on Google. It's free, you know, or YouTube. But yeah, the purple lightning comes from way out in space and above Earth, the outer extremities of our atmosphere. That's where purple lightning comes from, and that all started at the same time as when the trumpet sounds and when the sun started rising in the northeast sky rather than due east, and when the moon stopped doing its normal cycle of crescent, half moon, full moon, no moon, all of that changed, including where the sun dances across the sky overhead in high noon. And these are all of these things, and you know, and the fact that the moon is in the south and then the moon is in the north and then the moon is gone and nobody can find it and all that. All of those are connected signs showing you that this is all real, it's all happening, because nothing else could do that.
Yep.
And we're not going to blame a sun sim or HAARP or any of these scientific or Project Bluebeam or they're terraforming the planet and the government wants to kill us all. None of that. All of this is connected to astrological astrophysics, and it's in a reality, and all these realities are pointing to the same thing. So
what happened to Audrey's picture that she did last week or the week
you
before?
already saw it. We already
Did you
talked
guys
about it. Yeah.
that painting thing?
Yeah, we talked
We
about
did.
it already.
Did you talk about it earlier?
Yes.
Misa missed that.
Yeah, well, you have to go back and watch the show tomorrow. That way we get another view on Rebecca's count.
I have a question.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were waving at somebody. I'm sorry.
Oh, I put my hand up. Can you clarify something, please?
Sure.
This will
What
be
you-
easy for you, but there's a lot of people lately with the moon in different places, okay? They're thinking that the moon is moving, but the moon's not moving. It's us, isn't it?
Right. It's Earth rolling because
It's
the moon is in a
Earth rolling.
stationary tidal lock period. We've always, throughout all of human history, have seen the same face of the moon. But if the moon, the paw print, has moved or tipped, it is not the moon that has tipped. It is
Us.
Earth that
Okay,
has tipped.
good. I just
And when the buffering magnetosphere of Nibiru, for example, which is immense, comes and pushes us out of the way, Earth tips. Our axis goes farther deep. So our out view of the moon changes, not the moon.
Good.
Because somebody took our chair that we're sitting in and moved us. It's Earth that's moving, not the moon.
there are
It's tidal lock.
videos. Thank you, hon. There are videos out there. When we normally look out, they make the outer atmosphere move. Okay, but I've seen videos that they made the outer atmosphere still, and they showed Earth actually moving
Right.
on it. And I wish I could find them because I tried to explain that the other
It's
day
like-
to somebody.
I
couldn't get it.
Do you remember the Scotty Dogs magnets for kids?
Yes.
Okay, you'd walk up one Scotty dog to the other, and he would turn around and flip away from you.
Yep.
And that is kind of what's going in a microscopic manner, because we aren't going to shift polarity because we got the entire structure holding it. The atomic compound is holding
Right.
our planetary placement is held through chemistry and ring structure.
Okay,
Atomic
but the
structure.
motion is still there.
But when the planets cross each other and they have opposite opposing polarities, we tip, we're pushed,
Right.
we're manipulated from that electromagnetic field, and an automatic response to north polarity and south polarity being opposites of each other.
All right.
So that's
thank
why the moon moves, because our polarity
think-
has tipped our axis, because there's a larger magnetic field pushing us.
I've seen something.
Thank
It's
you.
actually a game, like a magnetic game called Magnetic Dominoes. And if you put all the dominoes all out on the table and you moved one, then 3 would stick together, but 1 would shoot off.
Right.
And it kind of reminded me of this kind of thing, talking about the repulsion of the ones that are different.
Well, they
to
moved
us.
large stones in Egypt using that same premise in a 440 hertz harmonic, and that's what we talked about earlier. It's called sympathetic harmonic resonance.
Is it 440 or 432?
440, I think.
440.
I could be wrong.
What
I
I
just
thought
recently saw
it
a
was
video on it.
432 because of my studies, and then just a few years ago they changed it to 440 so that the healing frequencies wouldn't work as well. That were
Yeah, I heard of something like
Right,
that
right.
as well, where
Well,
they said
we
that
might be
something
well,
had
it's,
changed.
just like they're talking about the genome test is 21andMe, or
23.
23andMe. Yeah, and we have it didn't work in my brain all of a sudden. I said, what am I talking about? Because we actually have 24 chromosomes. Our
Right.
24th chromosome is clipped. That's why they don't talk about that, because the only way that you can have a clipped chromosome is in the lab in a petri dish.
It's genetic, or
Yeah,
not genetic. It's
Slice
laboratory
and dice.
laboratory alteration of a genome.
Altered. That's what I'm
Yeah,
looking
the
for.
telomeres cap. The telomeres cap.
So there are many misnomers throughout our history, including, I mean, I could go on and just completely dive into this rabbit hole, but I don't want to. But there are so many misnomers in our reality. Like a big one is that most humans on this planet think that they're powerless.
Oh no, that's not right. Oh my gosh.
And what we are is so much more powerful. And this is, of course, we have the admiration of the Pleiadian race. They like us. They think they're the ASPCA for humans, so to speak, one of the members of the Federation. And that's why, perhaps that I'm carrying the information I'm carrying is because they wish to further our cause. And this information is coming to us, only a small few of us, because not everyone is going to benefit, because not everybody wants to hear it or is ready to hear it or is advanced enough to hear it. And I'm a true believer in reincarnation, that we reincarnate to a state of knowledge within our own trapped, genome clipped environment, where there are overlords that actually, believe it or not, even control our mortal soul. And I have evidence of that as well from my personal studies in magic. And I don't need to go in great detail unless we're sitting at the campfire one night talking about it. But
Got it.
there is so much more going on than we little unknowing humans who don't believe in ourselves. There's a lot, and everybody has to just reach in and you know things, and you're here for a reason. And I mean here tonight even for a reason. And Gillian said earlier, yeah, but we don't know what we become, and I actually do. I have actually found my job, my role, and that's something my father taught me for life, and I did find who and what I am supposed to be. And I truly believe that. And that is beyond priceless.
Yeah. I think we all. Jillian, we'll take that up later, okay? We'll take that up. Yeah.
Well, she's Gillian over there in Scotland, and she's supposed to be over there in Scotland because in the latter days she will be telling this tale, and she already teaches to children. So we know what she's here for.
Yeah.
And only because we all are becoming experts in this field will we be able to tell a coherent story of direct knowledge rather than rumor, gossip, or supposition. And this is why it's important that we talk about the planet names and the colors and the base clouds and how they are and where they are and how they act and what they used to do and what they do now. And because there is an unbelievable pile of information that we have gathered together in this 14 years.
Mm-hmm.
God, remember back when we started out in 2010 and 11, how little we knew. And yet we knew, but we didn't know that we knew that we didn't know.
No, it was more you knew, and we were still guessing.
Well, I was, I'm sitting here in my yard.
You were a tough
damn
teacher.
thing.
You were tough.
Well, when you watch the damn things go by,
yes,
you were expecting them for that 30 years, and you've been walking around with duct tape across your mouth for 30 years.
Yeah.
And you said, oh God, it was so hard for me to start talking about this. I would sit here and I wouldn't even talk to people on the phone or anything. I'd be typing and I would break in at full body sweat because I was so afraid to get in trouble for the breaking of the non-disclosure agreement.
I remember we had rules. There were certain things we couldn't talk about.
Well, I didn't want anybody to get in trouble.
Right. Well, we used a lot of metaphors. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I remember back then.
And we have learned so much since then.
From one teacher to another.
And then, close scientific suppositions where I remember back in 2013, I really thought we were in deep shit. We were going to get hit by all those asteroids that we can see coming.
Yeah, for a while there, we had a lot of fear, but...
Yeah. And then when it didn't happen...
Right.
And then it happened again in 2014 at the 180-day cycle, and we didn't get wiped out again.
Nope.
And then we started seeing examples of the electrical discharge between the bodies, including Attu and Yuri discharging on
All
the
the
object
steps.
cluster groups as well. Yeah,
Taking
and we
place.
started, and that's back when they were still way small.
And
then
we
they got bigger and bigger,
documented.
and then we started, and we documented. We saw the purple lightning. We saw the object cluster group had all these objects in there, and they were zapping each other, and then it was zapping Earth, and it was so much tinier back then, and then they got bigger and bigger and bigger. And we watched.
I remember when I first seen that happen in that mountain pass in South Africa one night, and the other guy who, we won't talk about, he said to me that, how could I see something like that? That's ridiculous. It was just a little camera phone, but you could see the sparks. And that made me think about fires and electricity and stuff like that because of the way it was in South Africa. I mean, you guys remember that fire?
Well, you guys had, you guys had a better view of it coming from up underneath you before we did up here in the northern hemisphere.
And I seen those little spark balls, those little golden spark balls between each other and between two blue bodies, and the tick, 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 tick. And I thought, wow, that's like static electricity. You could see the wee sparks in the dark. It's just cool. And then it made sense. I was like, oh my word, this dude is talking truth, man. There's like electricity out there. Wow. And then we got told about the water as well. And there's water out there. And that's where water comes from. Wow. Miracles.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're a rock type planet. We're not supposed to be 3/4 covered by water.
Yeah, where did water come from? Remember when you said that, and I thought, yeah, where did water come from?
Now think about that.
Scientists never asked us that. They never told us that in science class, did they? Like, where do you think the water came from? You're like,
they made it cut and dry.
We in the early formations of the early seas of planet Earth, after everything cooled down, because of the heat and cold exchange, you get condensation. So that condensation period, once the Earth started to cool, started naturally drawing condensation out of our atmosphere. That was creating the first seas that were really salty and the really, really not deep. And then the interaction, now remember, hydrogen is in space, lots and lots and lots of hydrogen. And then inside our little bubble is oxygen. And when you have a close passing planet and it puts this electrical zap between the hydrogen and the oxygen and electrically superhighways them together, you get falling rain by very large, copious amounts, as we've seen with falls, where Nepesi gathers up atmosphere and then dumps 4 years worth of rain down in a week, that all that stuff. And so I truly believe that the formations of the water on our planet have a great deal to do with the passing planet cycle. I really do, including partially the development of our ice ages and all of that. Because if you look, we've only had approximately 14 ice ages in 8 billion years. So, of course, whose science is that? Sometimes I wonder, I gather information from science that may not necessarily be actual, but I do try. So we've had many ice ages. Maybe it was 5. Okay, Earth brain. I got a brain moment. So we've had many ice ages. We are at the end of our ice age, and we are warming to our future normal. So, by the way, everybody, tropical planet Earth, it is normally 93 degrees on the entire planet from north to south pole. We are not supposed to have icy poles for the generic overall percentage time period of Earth's existence through the Pleistocene and the Triassic and the Jurassic and all of this. If you average them all together, Earth is quite warm and usually tropical. So we have to view the fact that our ice age ended 12,000 years ago. The Great Flood was probably part of that ending of the ice age, where there was a stored amount of water in some northern glacier that dumped out all across most of the Earth. a massive tsunami from a lake. Which is why we started talking about Montana and Lake Missoula and the Scablands. We started talking about that. But the Great Flood probably came from a melt off of an ice age reservoir scenario in the northern hemisphere, or most likely, because remember, the entire Earth was not covered by ice.
That's right.
Only the poles were covered by ice during the Ice Age. The middle of the Earth, people were living there. There was civilization going on, and it has been eradicated and eroded by the fact that it was so long ago that there is not only that, because of the rising water, the rising water since the change of the Ice Age has been over 250 feet. So you go out to do a 250-foot level at any ocean, and you can find civilization that we have lost. It's just underwater. And most archaeology is done on land and not underwater.
Right.
So there's so much that we're missing, and including the fall of Atlantis and everything. Atlantis was probably, we believe, that it was in the eye of the Sahara, and when the Sahara dried out and all those rivers dried up, Atlantis went with it. Those people had to leave. They had to do climate migration, and that could have come in the last cycle or the cycle before, 8,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago. Generic terms, middle of the road, easy to figure.
Right.
Rather than 3,654. If we go 4,000, it's just an easier number.
Right.
But, so the breakup in the Bronze Age, and it's in history everywhere. And yet, you won't get two archaeologists that even agree on that date. And the breakup of the Bronze Age was the last passing of the planets. It has to be. It's all in the very similar time period.
Right.
And, people have completely blown out of their brains the fact that in 500 BC, we had many golden ages of many civilizations. They lived differently than us, but we don't even know how great their houses were or their buildings.
Right.
I mean, Athens was built in, the great thing in Athens. What do they call that?
The Parthenon?
Parthenon. Yeah, that was built in 500 BC.
Right.
And
they had the technology,
right.
But today
we can't even build that.
No, the educational systems want them to be dumb and us to be smarter than they were. It's just the opposite. Yeah, we could not.
There were many great men,
recreate
Socrates and all of that were 500 BC. There was a whole.
Right.
Let's talk about the Temple at Delphi. We were interacting with the Magi.
Right.
Magi was another race.
Aliens.
Yeah, and they're still here. They're within the earth. They live underground. Well, they never. Yeah, they some did, some didn't. But there are other races here, and they have been. They always have been. They're flying around with their high technology. And don't even get me started about Agartha.
Yeah, I was gonna say it. I was thinking it.
Yeah, I believe in Agartha, but oh boy,
so do I.
It's so controversial. I don't really publicly want to talk about it.
You take bits and pieces from it. You
But
have to read
if
between the
Agartha
lines.
didn't have an ice age, imagine where their technology level was.
I know.
Imagine they didn't have the outer world chaotic. I imagine they have underground earthquakes and God floods and God only knows, maybe
Well, it has to affect them
or whatever.
We shake, they shake.
Yeah, well, yeah, true. I can't speculate on it, although I do pretty much believe it's possible. And then, of course, we can go all the way to the people who are talking about a firmament. What if we were a Dyson sphere, a metal orb that was placed here to Earth, and we started out as a placed stone planet? What if we are a created solar system to make factory planet Earth? And then, over time, all the dust and debris over 8 billion
Covered
years
us
settled
and
and it
build
follow
up.
inside. And,
Well, they can they can terraform, create a planet. Just like
what if the inside of the Earth is a Dyson sphere? I mean, that of course is crazy speculation, scientific shit.
It's
By
speculation,
the way,
but
if you don't know what a Dyson sphere is, you can look it up in Star Trek. You can also look it up on Google. It's free. And go to YouTube, type in Dyson, Dyson, sphere, There are many-sized Dyson spheres, some that could actually encompass an entire solar system. It's a concept; it's not a reality, but it's possible, depending on your technological level. And there are people out there that say, "Well, we have seen evidence of sort of Dyson sphere-like things," and of course, that's those people who are conspiracy theorists and have close
It's
access.
one of those things that is it possible? Is it probable?
Yeah, and there's
You don't
so
know.
much more going on. I mean, there are factions parking outside watching little old us.
Oh, I'm
So, I
sure.
mean, we're the greatest game in town right now. It's like, welcome to the circus. Look at the monkeys in the cage.
I'm
We
sure.
are the monkeys in the cage, by the way.
Positive.
And
Oh,
there's
yeah.
so much. Yeah, there's so much to what we could be. It's scary.
Right. I want to officially announce something.
Oh, here we go.
No, it's a good one. It's a
I'm
good thing.
joking.
You'll enjoy this. You love your Star Trek.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Through the years, I know my husband and I have seen Star Trek movies, but it was sporadic. But I have made a list. I know you can't see that on there, but it's a list of all the Star Trek movies in the order of the story. And
Or
I've got
Star Trek or the newer one.
all old from back in the beginning.
Okay,
From
3
back
seasons.
Back in 1977.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm doing the whole thing. I'm not being left out in left field when you guys are talking Star Trek, and I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, so you're doing some binge watching, I hope?
I am. I'm doing 1 2.5 hour movie every night because I'm going to catch up.
Well, don't forget Deep Space Nine.
Or Enterprise.
I think I did. I'm writing a note, but I think Deep Space Nine sounds familiar.
Series. It's a series.
Yeah. And what was the other one, Gillian?
Enterprise. That one had Scott Bakula in it, but he was
Yeah,
like
I have that series. I liked it very much.
Well,
that's where I first heard that Russell Watson song.
Okay, but I'm
And
doing
that's a series that predates the original.
Yep. I'm doing Star Trek and I'm doing Star Wars, both of them.
There you go.
Whoa.
I'm not being left out.
And don't forget Dune.
Oh, I did that one already 2 times. I love Dune.
All right.
The old one.
Well, that's why I brought out my fake persona on Facebook, and I shouldn't be publicly admitting that.
Battlestar Galactica was also.
Oh, that was good too.
Yeah, it was a little cheesy. Come on, there was so much. Lauren Green, come on.
Yeah, the little one. Yeah, the first one, the little one. I was 10 when that one came out.
Yeah, that was a little too sappy for me. It was cool, but those helmets.
It was fine.
Their helmets were horrible.
There's nothing wrong with a little sap.
Egyptian helmets. Come on, guys. It just didn't work. The head of Horus or Ra, and it's like, no.
It was for fun.
But they were trying to buck. They were trying to buck Star Wars and come up with a better helmet than. Yeah. I'm sorry, you cannot come up with a better helmet than the Stormtrooper. Those are awesome.
No, they're
the
classic.
Vader helmet and all of that.
They're classic.
And then, of course, what's his? God, I can never think of this guy's name. The one that is the new Darth's grandson or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, and I can't pull his name out of that. I keep getting the wrong name in my.
It's not Ahsoka, is it?
No, she's a different race. No, the son of Leia and Han Solo. And he becomes the new dark guy in the end of the series of Star Wars. And
Wasn't Ani?
No,
it was Rhea and that other guy. What's his name?
I remember Rhea, but I don't remember.
I can never.
I don't know. I have to watch it. So
I can never come up with that guy. He was a good bad guy, but he's forgettable, and I can never remember his name. Even when I've even got his costume put away. And I can never pull his name out of my head.
Oh, great. Oh. See, without watching them, I don't know.
Right. It's the end of the series.
The end of the series. That would be in the 20.
Kylo. You mean Kylo Ren?
Kylo Ren. Yes, thank you. Kylo Ren.
Yay, Jillian. 1 point.
Yeah. You get a
Ding.
I wouldn't
yeah,
have gotten
Kylo
it.
Ren. I could never pull his name out of the
I
air.
would not have got. Thanks for the tea, hun.
He is the son of Han Solo and Leia. And he goes bad because Luke is teaching him at the end of the series. Oh, I shouldn't tell you all this, should I?
Oh, you know,
Spoiler alert.
don't you mean Anakin Skywalker then?
No,
Ani.
Anakin becomes Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Yeah, Ani. They call him.
So
Right.
Kylo Ren's the other guy. Yeah. No, sorry, man.
And Anakin
yeah,
is
Solo.
born from the with no
I was
father,
right the first time.
and he's a virgin birth from the midichlorians.
Right. His mother never named the father, but they said he was like a Sith Lord or something like that.
Kind of like they did in Avatar, because they didn't tell you where the girl Kiri comes from, but she's the one that speaks to the planet and can
Kylo.
tell.
Audrey
The
said
one.
Kyloran, so I don't know what
It's sort of
Kyloran
just
is.
like Paul Atreides in Dune.
I'm gonna
You're the
find
one.
out,
You're the one.
Audrey.
You're the born one to be special, and you're number one, and you're going to change the entire destiny of your planet and your people. And that's what we're all here doing today. We're changing the destiny of our planet and our people.
We are, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
We are.
And you know, the only
Only
true
give them the
citizens,
eyes
man.
to see and the ears to hear.
Well, we're not taking science's word for it. We're taking and we're communicating with members, amateur members around the planet, to get them to post their material in a clearinghouse manner that we can correlate the information and then reshare it back to them with a semblance of order and scientific discovery.
What are you doing?
There's water. It must be dry in the house. You probably need more moisture. Kitties
No,
want to
I-
drink. Second
no,
time
I
the cat
think
went up
he
to the
just
sink.
Got fat again, or
Or he got
fed
mice.
again.
There's a mouse in the back of the sink.
Grace did that
Better
already
not
today.
be. Better not
Yeah,
be.
well, you know, in fall they move in.
No, not with this many cats.
I got another bag full of flour that had all kinds of bugs in it, and they sort of attacked my cupboard.
Put
and
it
it's
in
like,
plastic bags
no!
before you put it in.
I always do.
And you still.
But I found little black things crawling around outside the plastic bag, and it came
Oh,
from
darling.
I
Oh.
keep
I bet
buying
you
flour.
probably it was bought that way.
Yeah,
from the
right. I
store.
keep
Yeah,
buying
little eggies
flour,
inside it.
and I bring it
Little
home,
eggies.
and then it starts to grow. It's like,
Right.
no, you know. And I keep
Obviously, the silo, the grain silo, or wherever the thing was kept.
I'll get off the nuclear radiation.
Buggies,
pesticides.
eggs.
No way they can
Eggies.
keep that out, Jillian. It's just one of those things.
I just have to get a finer filter
thanks,
screen and screen the
Marcus.
little bastards out.
I
Of
don't
course,
think-
I don't like to eat even after I've taken them out. I don't want to eat that flour.
Moji. Marcus wants to say hi.
Anyway,
Hold on 1 second.
look at the clock again. We managed to babble another hour away.
8 hours. Oh my word.
Yeah, I reckon that's my.
Oh boy. I feel it. I don't know about you all. I feel it.
Yeah, the
feel
back of my
tired.
throat's a little bit sore. I could go.
Yeah,
"Go
I feel
on,"
it.
You know.
Like I've been working.
That
all day.
snuggle fluff.
You
He
my
was
buddy.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
knew- I
tired,
knew that-
Rebecca? You look
I
tired.
am. I
Yeah.
did not sleep hardly at all last night.
I didn't very well.
Hardly
either.
at all. I couldn't go to sleep.
See, you should have
So-
called
Not
me.
been my problem for the last knows how long.
It's
Like,
been going on like
and
this
there's
for a couple
somebody's.
weeks.
Oh yeah.
So hopefully tonight I'll just crash and be,
Yeah, not that I
Well
go to the
rested
store and
tomorrow.
buy anything, but they have these things called gummies.
Yes,
I
they
work
do.
for a ticket of them. I don't buy any gummies.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
You know, we have them all over
I'm
Montana now,
familiar.
but I mean, you know, no money to go to that anyway.
I saw that when I was in Montana.
Yeah, they made it legal here, but there's, you know, I mean, you know, no budget for it.
Thanks, Sam Ricolette.
Yeah, and
We had another
I
hour in.
was teasing her. I said, yeah,
Wow.
you have some brandy or some gummies.
It's
You know,
Ricolette.
go to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really. That's so
Very
nice.
appreciated. Very,
He
very
appreciates
appreciated.
us going on and on and on.
Yeah.
We're letting out all our secrets here.
Yeah, and you know, and then I'm
Right.
going to walk in the other room and be a zombie for the next hour trying to wind down.
Yeah.
And
Ding, 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 ding,
Star
ding.
Wars, yeah.
Well, your Coke's not going to help.
No, I
help.
still, actually, I'm on my third one,
Yes.
and I'll be uncomfortable. Yeah,
Audrey,
I've got
she
some
knows
left.
exactly what time it is everywhere. It's 11:57 p.m. in Oklahoma.
Are you sure it's not 10:57?
No, it can't be
Oh,
11. That's
I
what
mean,
it is.
10. See what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah, she's tired.
10:57.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
'cause
1
we-
hour behind me. It's 11:57 for me.
And
My
it's
brain
9,
says one thing, my mouth says another.
it's 9:58
Connected.
here, so yeah,
Yep.
you're an hour different from me, so yeah. I
I'm
started
just like
at
this,
2 o'clock when you
Funny.
started at 3. And I'm glad we did move that hour because it really made it possible for me to go to the store, get my other stuff done, come back, get ready
Yep.
for the show, and then be on time for the show.
Good.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry I wasn't.
Sleep.
Well, I'm so glad we're not doing 2 shows a week anymore. Oh, thank God.
Yeah,
Yeah, this worked out nice.
this is
It did.
better. I like seeing everybody all the time, but there was no time for anything else.
Yeah, it was exactly right. There was no time for anything else, and we were
And it
doing
was
so
harder collecting all the pictures.
Yes.
Right. We do need a kind of a week to collect a week's worth of pictures.
Yeah.
Definitely. Of course, if we have less info, we'd have shorter
Sabrina.
shows.
Thank you.
Night, Sabrina.
Yeah, good night, Sabrina.
So we have
Sending
to now
love.
eat up 3.5 minutes.
Where's Sabrina? Whereabouts does she?
Hey Rebecca, would you post the place where people can send donations?
That's a good idea.
One more time,
Just a second.
everybody.
Time to go to
Yeah.
bed. Yep,
If
yep.
you don't
You're
mail the
up
Christmas
somewhere.
early for the
I
kids,
think.
they won't get the money before.
Bear
Good
with me.
night.
So I won't be able.
Yep,
to
and December 1st for a lot of us is already here.
Yippee.
Right,
So
right.
that,
We're going to be December 1. Yeah.
She's in
So,
Canada,
um,
Alberta,
A
Canada.
little something, cash or carry, personal checks even work, even for $5 or $10 or whatever you can spare. I have a bank. I will deposit it in the bank for the kids. P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana, 59847. I have to stress it because we're running out of time, and I don't know if we don't know if the hats or T-shirts are going to work this year. They didn't the
I
last
heard
time.
today was the last day orders can be accepted.
Yeah, I hope they made it. I have not talked to Deb, so I don't know. But that was always trying to get a little bit extra, and so the kids got the donation, and so and that's how that works. They make it a donation thing, and I didn't raise that. Deb did. Thank you very much for Deb, and she's from Montana Skywatcher too. But that's been the opportunity that we got a better Christmas for the kids. But last year, literally, we didn't finally get the last of it until somewhere time in January. So, so if you can mail early, please, even a card or letter or whatever, and a small personal check or money order, or if you really want to get crazy, go and get a $10 gift card for PlayStation Store. The girls will love it. So, and that's my bid. And, I had to eat up, a minute and a half there, and mail Rebecca a Cash App or a Venmo or a PayPal at these addresses as well. She has to pay bills. She is now a single income as well.
Yes,
and
she is.
we both know how hard that is for
funding.
life on a single income.
And if it's
Right,
not
Gillian?
for Rebecca, it's for the kiddies.
I know.
They
It's
need
all
help
for the
too.
kiddies.
They
I
really
know,
need
my
help
babies.
too. Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, you'd be amazed how fast you
Oh,
can make cash.
thank you, Lori. Thank you.
that's sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Really.
Thank you.
Oh, that gave me
Yeah, we,
goosebumps. I gotta know who this girl is here.
I know. That's a
got
new name.
goosebumps.
Even. I'm like,
Yeah,
Lori.
no,
Oh my
thank
God,
you
all
for being
over.
here.
Oh.
We do work really hard at trying to share facts and truth and proven information.
That
We are not
face.
guessing. We're not creating this. It's creating itself. And we're a group of people that just absolutely love this because we've all seen the planets. And
We've
once
grown
you see them, it's
together.
insane. It's like, oh my God, this is real. It's really happening. It's really important for people to know this. Can you imagine if this goes by and the mass general doesn't even know it occurred and they're all, well, Nibiru's on its way and it's red, and, It's behind the
Let me at 'em,
sun.
Sam. Let me at 'em.
Oh, I know. I mean, I can't even imagine that this would get by past human history where they're not aware that it's here
Right.
now.
You want to
And it's
know
been
the
here for a
common
decade.
story?
Where have you
Common
been?
story about Nibiru, about you, Sam, is that we all saw something that we didn't know what it was. And we found you. And that's the story. And our
That-
chapters are growing and
That
growing.
is accurate. You are correct, and I
Yeah.
appreciate it in the simplicity in which you framed it.
Goosebumps again.
Yeah,
Oh my
and
God.
and
Yeah.
I've known about their existence. I knew that we
Mhm.
had to have multiple planets. I knew we had to have another star. I didn't have the
You-
names of them until years later.
Yeah.
And then when I found other information that matched that information, I was like, oh boy, this is really happening.
Yeah.
And then in 2009, I was filming stuff in space that you couldn't see with your bare eye, but the camera picked it up. And then in late 2009, all of a sudden I see a planet go by. Oh shit, they're here. Because I knew they were coming all the way back from the 70s. And oh crap, they're here. And it was so big, it wasn't a normal our planet. Because I know that our planets don't get that big. So I knew it was, it's time, it's here, it's now. And the rest is history. And we've gathered all this information for you guys out there. And we want to share it, which is why with my real face, my real name, why I didn't do a pay-per-view only, where you only get to be a member if you pay $5.99 a month or something stupid like that. And I was trying to do it for free and be as honest and open
Right.
with everyone as I possibly can. And there is no ulterior motive other than science.
No.
Because
You
we
need to
all
get
have a
this
right.
message out.
I knew that in 1980. We all have a right to know this information, and it's real.
The donations are much needed because it's
Yep.
very costly for the computers, the equipment that you use, the programs used to put this show on. The
Yes.
donations are very much needed. So it's like, open the floodgates of your heart, please.
Yeah,
because it's
it
very
is.
much
It is
appreciated.
the Christmas season. It's time for giving, folks, and we need it.
Yeah.
I hate.
Yep.
I was talking to Christopher. I hate to beg, but
Yeah,
God,
there
we
it
need
is.
it. We do. We really do need it.
And some of those prices went up already.
Oh my God. Well, wait till you see what
Yes.
avocados are about
Yeah,
to cost. I mean,
that's actually needs updated because some of those prices have changed.
Yeah.
yeah,
StreamYard was 20 and it went, no, it was 25. And it
More,
went to 44.99.
almost double, almost.
It really
Yeah.
did. That's a massive jump.
And I
Like,
think you
wow.
have one or two now that aren't on that list.
Yeah, and I couldn't personally afford
Possibly
what you're
so.
paying myself. I
Yeah,
could never do
I
that.
know.
There's a
It's-
couple.
Yep.
Little ones.
It's,
yeah. I did go in and try to undo, some of them to bring it down.
But it's a good general idea. But
So, yeah. Anyway, that's what I spend every month on stuff. Yeah.
so, Sam, I'll send mine out to you directly. You better save me a gold card. You
Oh,
better.
well, you mail me a letter, you get one back.
And a
yeah,
gold
I
card.
have about
Card.
I have
around
to have
30
that
some
gold
cards
card.
left.
You still got some gold cards there, Sam.
Yeah, I still have about an inch and a half if I were to pinch them.
Mm.
So there's about 30, 35 cards around there, and I've
One
been
has-
out and I hand out a couple to folks, when I talk to them in public, and I gave one to Jason the other day at the truck stop, and I actually signed it for him. I did it as a joke.
Oh,
and
he
it's like,
got
here you go,
one.
Jason. Let me sign this for you. Not that I'm
Wonderful.
going to be world famous anywhere soon, but it's kind of the joke behind that.
And then
Yeah.
we'll work on getting you some more.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's coming. I do plan to get, because we have to put the show on a card.
Yep.
And we're available on TikTok and YouTube and all of that now, and that has to be on the card, and it wasn't, and it isn't.
Well, you work on the design and get all that information on there, and we'll work on getting them. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So then
Yeah,
maybe
we're-
we'll hang it up
we're-
now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. You betcha. I get to go play
Okay,
Star Wars
guys.
now.
You get to go
Wow.
play Star Wars, and I'm going to go watch a Star Wars
8-hour
movie.
show.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
going to go watch the inside of my eyeballs.
So it's the Walton family. Good nights. Good night,
Make
members.
up my own
Good
movie.
night, visitors, guests. Thank you
Yeah.
for being
Remember,
with us.
remember,
Good night,
no.
Rebecca.
Great show.
Okay,
Good night,
remember, guys.
Carolyn.
Remember,
Good night,
no
Samuel.
hamsters were injured in the making of this
Never.
video.
No.
We're good.
We really have to make a hamster card. It's really like a trademark.
We'll work on it.
Come on, Rebecca. Can you create as an
I can do
AI
that.
hamster card?
I can do that. We'll work on that.
I think
Surprise
that
us.
would be funny.
But I
Mascot.
mean, gee, just don't waste your time like finding about.
You need that to snap up on the screen when something comes up that you can snap the
Oh, like a
Right.
blooper.
Yeah.
Bah, bah, bah.
Yeah, where we're physically harming and
Make a
abusing
note.
small
Need a hamster.
slave
Yep, I
hamsters.
need hamster. Yep. Good night,
Troll
Gillian.
hamster. Do, do, do.
All right,
Sorry,
everybody.
Maria. We didn't get.
Oh, good night,
I
Maria.
think
night,
we've officially hit
Samuel.
the film
Yeah.
zone.
We'll do Maria's pictures next show. She has a small
First
slideshow.
thing.
Okay,
So-
hopefully we'll
Aw.
get that.
First
Get to
thing.
her. Yeah.
All right.
And Tara,
night,
good
Maria.
night. S.
Good night, Tara. And it's Recollect.
Good
Night,
night, Tara.
everyone.
Yes.
Let's-
Perfect.
Good night, everybody.
Love
Yes,
and blessings.
Carolyn.
Love
We'll
and
be
blessings.
back next week for show
Sabrina,
91.
Audrey,
Yes.
Nibiru,
91.
Paul, Kate, Joe, Marcus, Andrew. Yeah, okay. Yeah, anyway.
Uh-huh.
Good night. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Night, night, family.
Bye, everybody.
Night, night.
Night,
Click the
everybody.
button.
Much love.
Bye. Bye. Hmm.
Bye.